Welcome to Wild Rift.
Last week, we saw new metas take shape and a new king crowned as Team Secret came out on top as the king in the north for the North Luzon group stages. Well, today we head south with the teams of South Luzon, a group of death over here at the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Summer Season Philippines. We will be seeing four teams with quite the reputation behind them: Execration, Omega Esports, Liyab, and Sunsparks. Mika Fabs over here leading the panel with Osiris and Yuko right beside me here to break down all the action for you guys. Yes, I love that tab, Yuko. Otaloos fans, don't worry, by the way, he's still around. Don't worry, he didn't go anywhere. He's still around here. But we are now 3 weeks into the Sea Icon Series summer season, and none of this would be possible without our sponsors. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series here. And of course, this event is organized by Mineski and Globe.
Yes, and of course, speed your life together with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate game experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 for only 23,999. At syempre, hindi mawawala andito ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master all-in-one clay face wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, everything is online now. So let's get hashtag OL together now, as Globe, of course, give us a lot of programs with the virtual hangouts. Go Esports, they have a lot in store for us. They have local and international tournaments, stream mates, and programs. Of course, that's going to be led by the pros. You'll never know. It could be your idol here playing in the Icon series. So of course, don't forget to download the Globe One app and click on that virtual hangouts tab to be updated. And of course, while you're waiting for the updates, while you're hoping for your stream to be rated, I'm sure you want to get your hands on those wild cores, a lot of wild cores even. To elevate your Wild Rift experience, do not forget to top up on Coda Shop using your Globe SIM.
But wait, I know another way that our lovely community can get even more wild cores. They can actually get a chance to win 1,650 wild cores simply by watching the Sea Icon Series PH live stream. Just like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Post a photo of yourself hanging out with us or just watching the Sea Icon Series PH summer season. Make sure the post is public with the following official hashtags: hashtag Sea Icon Series, hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag OL Together. Now, we are giving away a total of, we are actually announcing a total of 10 winners for 1,650 wild cores at the end of every broadcast week. That will be on Sunday. But we also do have another giveaway happening today. Isn't that right, Yuko?
Of course. So if you guys can't wait for Sunday, don't worry. We got you. We have a giveaway after every last game of the last series, and get a chance to win 380 wild cores by voting your favorite team. 3 things. First, you need to like and follow Oppo Philippines, their Facebook page. Second, like and share this stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. You have 4 choices, so do not forget to include that in the captions. And lastly, make sure the post is public and add these hashtags. Okay, guys, get your paper, get your pen. Hashtag Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Reno 5, hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. 4 winners will be announced at the end of each day, and once winners are announced, you can message this page, the PPGL Facebook page, to know how to claim it. This giveaway, by the way, is only applicable to Facebook viewers or in the Facebook stream. So if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, hop on to the Facebook live stream real quick and do this mechanics for a chance to win 380 wild cards.
That's right. So once again, if you are watching on Twitch or any of our other channels, just head on over to Facebook. But of course, you can find us also on YouTube, on TikTok, and over here on Twitch. I am assuming that you're watching on Twitch, by the way. I didn't need to make that assumption. You could be watching anywhere because we do have 4 channels. Anyway, we do have, of course, quite the week ahead. But before that, let's take a look back. Previously on the Sea Icon series, we did see, of course, our North Luzon group stage. And I know that you were on the caster side of things. So I actually want to get your thoughts on how everything went down. We'll start with you first. What did you think of the North Luzon group stages and, this wonderful rivalry between Next Play Esports and Team Secret? Team Secret, of course, came out on top over here. Yuko, let us know your thoughts.
All right, so what a way to start Icon series. North Luzon, we already have Team Secret, Next Play, Galaxy Racer, and Action PH for the rivalry of Team Secret and Next Play Esports. Every series they have, it's just all about tension, the stakes being so high every single day that comes by. But in the end, Team Secret was the one that were crowned the King of the North, and it's always action-packed. It's always a treat to the casters, even to the analysts, because of these mechanically gifted players. And it's very beautiful to see because you get to see a lot of players and a lot of viewers as well that's very passionate when it comes to this game.
Very much so. And Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on the North Luzon group stage so far and the very exciting result that we had?
Yeah, I mean, I love how the Titans go head-to-head, but it seems that also Galaxy Racer and Action PH showing the resilience. I really love how everyone works. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to more of them to playoffs.
Definitely. And you know what? It might not be the last that we'll see of Galaxy Racer or Action PH. We do have the fall season still. And actually, just to get a bigger look at the Sea Icon series as a whole, check out this video that we have over here just detailing everything.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
A total of 5 million Globe Cup points per season. That makes the grand total 10 million Globe Cup points. This is quite amazing because we're not just dealing with 6 figures here or even 7. We're actually dealing with 8, which is quite the worthy amount, of course, for all of these teams. Now, speaking of these teams, by the way, our South Luzon group stage, the moment these teams were announced, I think everybody here on the production side, all of our eyebrows were like raised and we're like, whoa, this is going to be quite the show, because the players that we have over here for the South Luzon group stages. I mean, none of these teams essentially have, like outright rookies. They are all incredibly experienced. I mean, we have Exosen, who actually went to Worlds, right? So, panel, I want to get your thoughts on, just the superstars of this group and exactly who we're dealing with. Osiris, let's start with you.
I mean, Liyab, we've seen the improvement. There's a huge improvement, and everyone from the North Luzon is eyeing on this team. So I really love how it will work for Liyab. And for the others, still, Smart Omega, I'm still looking into their performance. They are one of the previous rivals of Next Play, right? So yeah, they're still there. Execration with the re-roster, and Sunsparks, the one who's been the silent assassin, who's doing all the works behind the shadow. Looking forward to them also with their surprises.
Ooh, Sunsparks. We'll get back to them in a little bit. I want to know a little bit more and why you call them secret assassins. But Yuko, what about you? What are your thoughts on this so-called quote-unquote group of death that we have here?
A group of death is definitely the description for this week or for this leg. And I like how Osiris was also able to highlight Omega Esports, because this team, along with Next Play, they have been in the tournaments ever since Wild Rift was just released. So it's normal to see them go up against each other. However, they are now in a different group. So I am just excited because if you guys were watching the preseason, these teams, they're familiar names. They have been there in the preseason, and Osiris also said that Liyab improved a lot, so I am definitely looking forward to that. And I like how he said the silent assassin. It reminds me of Zed or Akali for some reason, but Sunsparks definitely deserve that title. Group of Death, let's get it on.
Okay, I am very, very interested in that, and we'll get back to that a little later. We have so much time to get to know these teams very, very well throughout these next 2 weeks. But you guys mentioned something about Liyab, and just checking out their lineup over here. We'll see them later on in the day, but during the preseason, I found it so interesting that this team that we have over here, Nixu, Miggy, Exos, and Gambit, and Moraita Boy, they were the only ones out of the teams in this current group stage that were unable to score a win during the preseason. But they are on fire right now. I mean, everybody has been saying how this team has been amazing. The preseason, that was just a little teaser. Maybe the players hadn't even warm up yet. But Liyab, they are on fire. It's not just because of their logo, by the way. I know it's there, but Osiris, let me know, why is Liyab possibly the team to look out for this group stage?
Well, I think about Liyab is they focus on their comfort picks. They are trying to master the craft. After preseason, apparently there's a big hole to fill in with all of those mistakes, all of those plays. It feels like the synergy wasn't there. So the practice, I believe, works on them, and they are participating to multiple tournaments that kind of shrugs off the jitters from the new squad. Well, technically, isn't really. They are new in terms of us as a team, but the names are there. They are pro players from various games, and you gotta respect that. They got that pro player mentality that kind of proves their spot is really worthy at South Luzon.
Definitely. And another team that I know everybody's heads turned when they saw this team come on board was Sunsparks. And just checking out their lineup over here, Osiris, you mentioned that they were, sort of like assassins over here. Everybody was kind of waiting for them. Everybody kind of knew that they were going to make a comeback, and they finally got that confirmation. We have Devil J over here, Fate, 5722, Sets, and Maze over here on Sunsparks side. Yuko, what do you have to say about these guys?
We've seen this team in the grand finals for the preseason, and they pave their way to be here in the South Luzon leg. I've seen these players grind. They put up some live streams sometimes, and you can just see how mechanically gifted they are. And the amount of time or the amount of weeks that they have to improve and just hone their craft before they enter South Luzon, I'm really looking forward to seeing them. And these are honestly familiar names. One of our casters actually knew a handful of them, and I can't stop. I can't just contain my excitement. I just want to see them play, honestly.
Okay, all right. We'll jump into it then, Yuko. All right, and our first series of the day by special request of Miss Yuko. No, I'm just kidding. We really are going to our first series of the day, Omega versus Execration. Now, if you are, of course, following the Philippine esports scene, then you know these names very, very, very well. Checking out the Omega esports lineup that we have first and foremost, I found it so interesting that you guys said that they were the actual rivals to Next Play, but just checking out the lineup, we have JLC, Impressive, Arise, Timelapse, and Stronger. Arise, by the way, no relation to Arisen. That I understand it can get a little confusing, but I want to know, why did you guys mention that, the actual rival, since we pegged it in the North Luzon stage as Team Secret, the actual rival to Next Play Esports is Omega, isn't that right, Yuko?
It is. During the earlier Wild Rift tournaments, I kid you not, I'm not exaggerating. These two PH teams, they always meet in the grand finals, even if one of them goes to the lower bracket. No, they still meet in the grand finals, and it came to a point that they made memes out of each other, like, we're gonna be up against
Yeah.
Next Play or Omega Esports again, like. Geez, hi again, I guess. But yeah, they just kept on duking it out up until today in the Icon series, wherein Next Play is in a different group. So, Omega Esports, who will be your rival in this group, I wonder?
No, it's so looking forward to those memes. I know that Omega, they are so good at that. And, just checking out our solar player highlight over here, it will be JLC and Osiris. I know that JLC, his pass over here is in League of Legends PC. What do you think that brings to the series that we have coming up?
Well, GLC, one of the best top laners we've seen from League of Legends PC, and right now he's bringing in the experience from PC to Wild Rift, and this guy is one of the clutch player. From 2013, he joined War Gods, and War Gods isn't just a new name; it's a big name towards LoL PC. Switches to Imperium Pro team that also soared higher than other teams, reached the peak performance towards a pro gaming series, and then switches to Team Manila Eagles, which is the team representative or the Philippine representative that we knew against Southeast Asia teams. The last team that he joined, that's a TNC Pro team, I believe that was along with Xperia, if I'm not mistaken. This guy is everywhere. He's joined. These are the known teams here in the Philippines, and he doesn't disappoint. He always show that he is one of the players to watch out. And right now, in a very, very strong team, which is Omega, bringing in a lot of those kinds of strats from early, and then they also fought in Southeast Asia. I believe they're up against Chakaimuk, wherein Impressive did a good backdoor.
We talked about this in the North Luzon group stages, how the Sea Icon series and Wild Rift in general feels very much like a homecoming for a lot of League of Legends players. And we're seeing it most especially, I feel, here in the South Luzon group stages, because we have these players with such amazing pedigree in the League of Legends scene come over to Wild Rift, and it's giving me goosebumps over here. I know it's really hot, but I'm getting goosebumps myself. And just checking out, of course, Omega Esports' first match for the day. It will be Execration, and just checking out their lineup that we have so far. We do have, of course, Tante, Supremo, Dedenne, Isen, and Arjuk. And Yuko, let me know a little bit more about Execration.
First off, if you're seeing these faces, they're ready for war, okay? None of them are smiling. They're smirking, but they're not smiling. And yeah, if you're a viewer or a gamer here in the Philippines, Execration is a very familiar organization, and I kid you not, I see all of these 5 players at the rankings, international rankings, during the beta of Wild Rift, and seeing them together in one team, I'm just very excited. Arjuk, let me just throw in a little trivia here of how he plays. He is a very good Alistar player, but he is also the kind of player that doesn't mind being the bait. And then once you took the bait, you'd be surprised. There's 4 other members just hiding in the bush. So you gotta be wary of this player right here, as well as, of course, Isen. Very, very good ADC. almost always at the back lines, and he can just take out everyone if you allow him to snowball.
That sounds really exciting. I think we're going to see a lot of really amazing plays over here. And Execration, that is a name. And, even in other titles around the Philippine esports team, Execration, always a scary team. Always. Their players, their teams never ever disappoint. And just checking out our solo player highlight over here on the side of Execration, I believe it is going to be Tante that we have over here. And Osiris, just let me know a bit more about Tante over here.
Okay, Tante, this guy is going up against JLC. So it's really, this is really different because we don't have much of we've never seen the playstyle of Tante, but the team is currently practicing 10 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. So they are mastering the craft, and they are short in time towards towards Icon series. So it means that Tante and the squad really proving a lot of point right now as the Execration as a whole, that they can step up and play against Omega. And this is what I love about Execration. They have a lot of achievements around various tournaments as well. So there's no big question why they got the slot. So after the re-roster, their coach looked for the individuals that got the attitude or the character that kind of helped them for the long run. So they are banking in for the long run. They want that growth, they want that improvement, and Tante is definitely one of the players that we need to watch also.
I also find it so interesting that he has Singed as one of his most used champions. I am prepared to be so annoyed because I just find Singed to be one of the most annoying champions so far. And you know what? We also have another key player clash to check out. Let's check out who we have for our Globe key player clash over here. It is going to be Arise and Dedenne. Yuko, what are your thoughts on this?
All right, so let me start off with Arise. This guy, he runs the Gragas mid. I know not much people know about this, but it works. First-hand experience, it works. I'm surprised. And looking over at the Dene right here, if you're gonna look at the stats, basically it's very, very close. And what does that translate to? They have similar playstyles, and usually you'd see a kind of conservative mid laners, but these two, no. They don't mind leaving their lane. Of course, they need to clear out the main waves first, but once it's okay, once they get their objectives in or they're sure that they can rotate, they usually go over to the dragon lane to help out their ADC and their support. So these two opening our day number 1, week number 3. Goodness me, I could not ask for a better fight.
I mean, you just mentioned Gragas mid. That's your headline right there. I thought I actually misheard you for a bit there, but I cannot wait to see that in action. Let's actually get into our predictions for today. Now, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of 2-to-1s in this group stage, actually. So I want to ask you, Osiris, which way do you think it's going to go?
I'll go with a new roster. I believe that Omega kind of slumped, but I want to see them, of course, prove me wrong. That's a 2-1 for me in favor of Execration.
And Yuko, what about you?
Next question, please. Just kidding. It is still going to be a 2-1, but you know what? I'm going to give it to Omega.
Ooh.
See, this is gonna be this prediction part is gonna be so difficult now for the next 2 weeks. I can't believe it. I also think it's going to be a 2-to-1. I will give it this time to Omega. I'm honestly not sure. I am just guessing. It's like I have a coin on the side over here, and I'm just flipping. That's how it's gonna go for the South Luzon group stage. But there is only one way to find out, and that is to step into the game. So, casters, take us into the rift.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, nandito na tayo para sa unang araw ng South Luzon for the group stage, and kami nga pala makakasama nyo para sa unang series between the Execration versus the Omega Esports. Ako nga pala, si Berting Magiting, kasama ko naman dito si Gigi Spear, and Gigi Spear, kamusta ka para sa araw na ito?
Okay na okay ako dyan, syempre para sa araw na ito. At once again, magandang hapon sa lahat ng mga nanonood dyan, and welcome sa ating, of course, Wild Rift Icon Series. This is the South Luzon. At eto na ang pinaka-hinihintay natin. Oh. This is one of the most mabibigat na mga teams dito sa ating group stage. And first game pa lang, mainit na Execration going against the Omega Esports. Alam mo naman, Omega Esports, ever since nakita natin sila sa preseason, and even during the previous tournament, talagang sila yung isang team na, alam mo yun, isa sa mga team na parang mas kasing tagal na ng next play dito from the North Luzon. So, in this tournament naman, or in this game na mangyayari dito, Execration has been, performing very well as well, especially in the South Luzon na buong tournament. Kung makikita nyo lang yung buong bracket natin nung ating qualifier para mag-qualify sila dito sa tournament na to, makikita ninyo kung gaano kahirap yung pinagdaan at gaano kadaming malalakas na team ang sumali doon.
Yup, and speaking of malalakas na team, gaya nga nasabi mo, maraming teams ang kilala at malalakas na teams na sumali dito sa South Luzon. Pero syempre, 4 lang ang pwedeng makasurvive at isa dito or dalawa dito, walang iba kundi the Execration and the Omega Esports. Kasi pag-usapan natin yung mga teams na sumali, no? Nung South Luzon, nandiyan yung RRQ, andyan yung DR, andyan yung One Snap, andyan yung Triple V. Ang dami actually, hindi lang yung mga kilalang organization. May mga pro teams din nung League of Legends PC na naghangad na makapasok ng South Luzon na nagtatago pa rin doon sa mga pangalan doon. Kasi uso kasi sa mga online bracketing, nagtatago ka ng team name, pero we can say na etong dalawang teams na to talaga pinagandaan nila itong South Luzon na to. And technically speaking, Execration, GG Spear with the new lineup dito. Pumasok dito sila Supremo, pinalitan nawala dito si Chinela, si Hito, si Miko. So, pwede ba natin dito makita yung bagong Execration na nakita natin ng mga previous tournaments?
Yep, there's a possibility na mayroon silang ginawa dito na a little bit of an adjustment sa kanilang lineup kasi sabi mo nga na wala na sila Chinelas, wala na yung mga kakaibang pangalan dito sila dito. Ngayon normal na yung mga pangalan nila dito. Speaking of the lineup, of course we have Tonte coming from the Baron lane, we have Suprema for the jungle, ang kanilang mid lane wala iba kundi si Dedin. Siya pa din si Dedin yung kanilang si Dedin ang kanilang mid lane si dito. Yep, sila RJ, Arjuk, tsaka si Aizen or si Isen for the Execration. And gana sinabi mo, nung nakita natin sila before, medyo alam mo yun, marami pa silang kailangang i-improve sa kanilang team dito during the other tournaments na we've witnessed them na nag-participate sila dito. Pero ngayon, I think kailangan nila itong adjustment ito, kailangan nila itong pagbabago ng kanilang lineup para talaga pumalag sila dito sa South Luzon qualifier. And sa South Luzon na group stage natin. And speaking of the Omega Esports, we still have the normal lineup. They're pretty much the same since before. We have JLC, alam mo yun, the familiar faces of LOL PC, JLC, si Stronger, parehong naging part yan ng mga teams dati na sobrang nag-participate din internationally in the LOL PC scene.
Yup, and speaking of JLC, JLC is one of the legendary player pagdating sa League of Legends, and with the knowledge, GG Spear na meron siya, na-transfer niya to for the mobile game, especially dito sa ating Wild Rift. Syempre, hindi lang naman si JLC ang dating mga pro players dito sa side ng Omega Esports. May mga players din na galing sa ibang games na nag-transition din into Wild Rift. So we can say na itong players ng Omega Esports, hindi talaga sila bago pagdating sa pro scene. Nag-iba lang sila ng game, pero makikita natin dito yung iba't ibang knowledge nila about dito sa mga mobile games na meron tayo. And for the side of Omega Esports, marami ang humahanga or maraming suporta itong Omega Esports since day 1, GG Spear, kasi nakita na natin to na sila usually yung rival ng NXP, pero dahil sa South Luzon sila, ang naging rival ng NXP doon ay walang iba kundi the Team Secret na the King of the North. Pero ang tanong, for the South Luzon ba, GG Spear, ang hirap i-predict kung sino ba ang magiging top 1 dahil itong 4 na teams natin ay sobrang bigatin. Nandyan yung Liyab, Execration, Omega, Sunsparks as well. And we can say na talagang etong 4 na to, they deserve na pumunta dito sa group stage ng South Luzon.
Tama ka dyan, Berting, no? And syempre, being the Omega Esports, malaki yung nakaano sa kanila dito. Malaking at stake para sa kanila and malaking bagay for them na may panalo yung tournament na ito. Sila yung may magkakaroon ng leading points in this whole tournament. And the problem with that, marami silang struggles na kailangan na harapin dito, na especially go against the Liyab. And Liyab, surprisingly, they are one of the teams na talagang nilook forward ng mga teams dito, no? Nung halos lahat ng team na makalaban in the future, and at the same time, na sila din yung ina-expect nila na magiging part ng top 2 teams dito. So again, sa lahat ng mga hindi nakakaalam, ang ating format dito is magiging top 2 na team dito for the South Luzon will be the participants for the upcoming regional qualifier, kung saan yung buong Pilipinas na yung maglalaban dito. We have top 2 from North Luzon, top 2 from South Luzon, top 2 from Visayas, at top 2 sa Mindanao.
Sobrang dami, no, ng mga teams na nangangarap na makapasok dito sa ating Icon Series, and we can say na battle of the best talaga ang pwedeng mangyari dito. Pero para dito sa unang series natin, Gigis, pero very exciting para between the Execration versus the Omega Esports, dahil makakakita ba tayo ng bagong meta because of the new patch din na meron tayo. Technically nandito yung Ramos, pero for sure bawal pa siyang gamitin, I think, dito sa unang araw ng ating ng South Luzon. Pero for sure sa mga susunod na araw, we can say na baka itong Ramos doon maging impact, mayroon ding malaking impact, no, pagdating dito sa pro scene natin. Pero nakita na rin kasi natin, Gisper, yung North Luzon, kung ano ba yung mga meta nila. Usually gumagamit sila ng Seraphine, the Lux, 'di ba? More on minsan nga wala ngang ADC, 'di ba? Or walang ATR na pinipick. More on burst damage, ganoon talaga. Pero may nakita kasi ako sa ibang players, they using the Diana mid lane. So tingin mo ba dito mismo sa South Luzon, makikita ba natin yung Diana? Kasi based on the patch na meron tayo, na buff ang isang Diana, no?
Tama. Tama ka dyan, Berting. No? Malaking possibility na magkaroon tayo ng Diana picks dito. And to be honest, she's one of the tier S champion for me na at the current meta. Hindi na siya ganun na napipili ng mga players natin because it's a very high risk, high reward champion. Alam, pag pinili mo siya, kailangan lagi ka pumasok sa loob. Kailangan may maayos kang follow up from your teammate. Kasi pag pumasok ka na ikaw lang mag-isa, siguradong lungkot ka kagad dito after nung pag-initiate mo ng teamfight. And that is why we've witnessed a lot of lineup dito na meron silang Diana, meron din silang Janna, or at least someone that could magbibigay ng shield, para mas maunat pa at mas maraming utilization meron tayo sa Diana dito. But then again, alam mo yun, gusto ko rin makakita ng mga ganong klase ng lineup dito, the no ADC meta, yung klase ng lineup na talagang manghuhugot ng kaluluwa. But we'll see about that. Execration and Omega Esports. Omega Esports has been known to pick yung mga different kind of champion na alam mo yun na hindi talaga out of the meta rin alam mo yun, nakita natin na even JLC is using si Singe before sa kanila mga tournament. So maraming surprising picks ang gusto ko mangyari dito, especially for the Omega Esports. And then aside from that, pag-iisipan din natin mabuti syempre kung ano pa yung mga iba pang adjustment na gagawin ng Execration para may panalo nila yung game na ito against Omega Esports. Medyo mabigat nga itong pwedeng mangyari.
Yep, and Gigispear, pag ano pala dito sa side ng Omega Esports, meron tayong nasabi dito na may kulang minsan pagdating sa barrel line, especially kay JLC, na parang yung champion pool niya is nagdidikta lang sa 3 champions na hindi natin nakita doon sa ibang players. Pero for sure for this series natin, we can say na itong si JLC nag-practice ng ibang champion, kasi nung previous mga previous tournaments na nakikita natin itong Omega Esports, usually ang ginagamit dito ni JLC is the Gragas. Minsan pag outdrap na siya, gumagamit siya ng Garen to counter the Fiora. Pero para dito sa South Luzon, makakita ba tayo dito na gumagamit si JLC ng mga more on Camille, Fiora? Kasi nakita natin sa North Luzon, bihira lang magamit yung Garen, talagang umiikot lang dun sa Akali, sa Gragas, minsan sa Galio, minsan sa Fiora, parang dun lang pero we can say kasi na itong South Luzon baka mas ibang meta, mas different sila dun sa North.
There's a high possibility na gano'n yung mangyayari dito kasi nga syempre nung last na week natin for the North Luzon, nakita natin na syempre doon pa lang nagsimula at nag-apply yung 2.2a patch. Pero ngayon meron tayong isang linggong nakalipas para alam mo yun, magkaroon ng iba't ibang klase ng strategy dito na ma-utilize yung advantage nila or ma-utilize yung buff na meron sa mga different champions sa iba't ibang klase ng mga turrets dito, especially sa turrets, no, with the 4-minute mark na meron siyang buff na makunat yung turret kapag mas marami kayo na nag-group up before the 4-minute mark. You know, yun yung isang bagay dito na isa din nililook forward ko kung ano ba yung magiging strategy nila. Kailangan ba nilang mag-group up kagad ng maaga pa lang? Magkakaroon nga ba ng early invade sa ating mga jungle or magkakaroon ng kakaibang klase ng playstyle dito? Pero eto na mga kaibigan na pinakainihintay natin. Alam kong kating-kati na kayong mapanood dito. South Luzon, Day 1, Game 1 mga kaibigan. Omega Esports versus the Execration.
Eto na, ladies and gentlemen, Execration, unang binan, walang iba kundi the Akali. We know naman itong champion na is one of the best champion or one of the strongest champion. Pagdating dito sa Baron lane natin, ang sagot naman dito ng Omega Esports, they will ban the Lee Sin and Execration. Ito na yung sinasabi natin, Gragas ni JLC. So, pinipilayan kaagad yung Baron, also the jungle sa side ng Omega Esports because Execration, alam nila na sila yung first pick dito. And Omega, GG Spear, sagot nila walang iba kundi the Camille. So we can say na open pa yung Kai'Sa, the Braum, the Orianna, also the Fiora, Galio as well. And Execration, they will get it. The Stone Mountain. Dito mga kaibigan, sa game number 1 natin, ang statwang bato ni Tonte, that will be the Galio and JLC. Una pa sa first, walang iba kundi ang J4 for the jungle, no? And Omega Esports, they can still pick the Kai'Sa. Yes, there you go. They will pick the Kai'Sa.
Matik yan, Kai'Sa on the go mga kaibigan. Pero we have to take note na maraming pwedeng option dito, no, to pick out ang ating mga ADC na pwedeng gamitin katulad nila Draven, no, even Corki kung sakali. Pero eto na mga kaibigan, lock in na ito. Supremo will lock in si Diana, and this is probably a champion that will go for the mid lane para sa team ng Execration. And nako, magandang lineup to, and they have the Galio na may shield, meron pa silang Fiora na may sustain dito, and Diana, samahan mo pa. And I'm really looking forward sa support dito, no? Si Jana man ito, malaking bagay ito for the Execration, pero mukhang magkakaroon ng opportunity si Omega na agawin yung Jana sa kanila.
Yeah, I think Dead will be used to Jana dito.
Hindi
the Diana dito, and there you go, that duo Calvario para dito sa Dragon Lane natin, walang iba kundi the Braum and the Kai'Sa. Ziggs will be picked for the side of Omega Esports. And take note guys, fun fact lang po, Omega Esports, sila yung team na usually gumagamit talaga ng Ziggs dahil sila rin ang teams ng sila yung unang teams na gumamit ng backdoor, na merong backdoor protection na ginamit nila international tournament. And Omega Esports, hindi nila papalampasin itong game number 1 natin na ma-pick mismo yung ating Ziggs. And I think Execration, they will pick the Lux dito or the Wukong. So this gonna be a support Galio.
Matik yan, support Galio. Lista mo na yan, Execration will go for support Galio dito. And ADR or of course the marksman Ezreal. We have the jungle na si Wukong, matik yan. And of course, top lane Baron, Fiora. Magandang lineup, interesting lineup coming in for the members of the Execration. They only have one range champion. Wala silang hard na support dito, like, you know, yung may mga shield and the enchanter support. Pero they have Galio, no, which is pretty much, I think, okay rin naman sa kanila dito kasi with the taunt, you know, yung kanyang taunt dito and the shield that could give out para sa kanyang mga teammate during the team fight, malaking bagay ito para sa Execration. Omega Esports, on the other hand, they have two of the tanky champions na meron tayo dito, Braum and Garen. At ito na nga, no, sinasabi mo na naman, Garen na naman. Kay Berting to. Kay JLC, para counterin si Fiora.
Alam nyo guys si JLC talaga tatlo lang yung champion eh. Gragas, tapos, minsan gumagamit siya ng, parang, feeling ko nga, dalawa lang talaga eh, Gragas o Garen eh. Pag outpick na dito si JLC, napuforce siyang gumamit ng Garen. Well, si Garen naman, hindi naman siya masama. Gamitin sa Baron Lane, especially ang mga meta talaga dito sa Baron Lane is the Fiora, the Camille, and pwedeng counterin ng Gragas yun. And ipiling ko ang runes dito ni JLC is the fleet footwork na naman para may movement speed, also with the lifesteal na meron siya dito. So we can say yung Baron Lane dito more on freeze lane Tsaka lang siguro gagalaw to si JLC pagdating ng pag meron na siyang first item tour, siguro yung mga Sunparks or the Bramble Best na meron siya, or unless magkaroon kaagad ng early engagement doon mismo sa DR, kung yung DR malapit doon sa Baron Lane. Pero as of now, no, Execration, GG Spear, with this kind of lineup, more on the crowd control sila. They have 3 champions na merong crowd control, and that will be the Galio, the Diana, and the Wukong. So we can say pagdating ng level 5 or pagdating ng 4 minutes mark, mas lalamang dito ang Execration based dun sa mga crowd control, also sa damage na pwede nilang ibato. And di na natin papaligoy-ligoyin to, mga kaibigan. This gonna be a best of 3 series between Omega Esports versus the Execration. Game number 1, GG Spear, magsisimula na ang inaasam natin para dito sa South Luzon.
Yes. Dahil nyo na mga popcorn ninyo, dahil eto na nga pinakainitay natin ang first game, mga kaibigan, sa ating South Luzon. Alam kong kating-kating na kayo, huwag kayo mag-alala dahil kating-kating na rin kami para mapanood itong first game na ito. Once again, eto na, napakagandang lineup coming from these two teams. And again, the normal standard laning phase, mukhang walang 1-2-1 na mangyayari dito. Magkakaroon tayo ng normal. Pero mukhang instead of the normal 1-1, 1-2-1, nasa top lane or nasa Baron lane ang team of Omega Esports dito.
Nag-reverse mirror dito inside ng Omega Esports para magkaroon kaagad ng mabilisang farm. Ito si Timelapse, which is a normal or a common strategy pagdating dito sa mga MOBA games na meron tayo. Dahil kung gusto mo magkaroon kaagad ng item and mapunish mo mismo yung pinaka side laner nila, which is yung Baron lane natin, try the 2-1 para hindi kagad siya ng makapag-farm or makakuha ng XP gaya ng ginagawa ngayon dito ni Stronger GG Spear. While sa Dragon lane, same situation para dito kay JLC, pero ang pinagkaiba kasi nilang dalawa, GG Spear, yung kunat factor ni JLC na merong regeneration as well.
Totoo ka dyan, no? And yun yung kailangan nilang ibigyan ng pressure na bot lane dito, no? Lalo na ngayon, mag-isa lang si Ezreal o si Aizen na bot lane. Mag-isa lang siya dito na nagbibigay ng pressure against kay JLC. So JLC, ang maganda sa kanya dito, kailangan lang niya maging maingat, kailangan niya lang mag-sustain dito, mag-freeze ng lane, get the farm na kailangan niya, at magbigay ng pressure against kay Aizen. Aizen naman ngayon, kailangan din niyang pilitin na makatama yung kanyang normal hit dito against kay JLC para hindi mag-proc yung kanyang passive.
Yep, and speaking of passive, look at the passive din na binibigay mismo ng Kai'Sa natin or the double skin na meron siya. Omega Esports dito, mga kaibigan, they will secure the bottom scuttler and same with the up scuttler natin dito. So we can say lamang dito as of now ang Omega Esports dahil nakuha kagad nila yung vision dito sa magkabilang side ng ating mapa. And look at this Tonte, medyo nahihirapan siya makapag-farm pero because of the freeze lane na ginagawa mismo ng Execration at medyo umangat din or bumaba kasi yung ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports nakakabawi na kahit paano. Pero sa may bandang gitna natin, the punish para kay Deden, taking a lot of damage mula doon sa mga bomba ni Arise, but Arise nangangaray siya sa burst na ginagawa mismo ng Diana sa gitna. And as of now, GG Spear back to normal.
Yep, back to normal tayo dito. Tamang tansyahan lang in the mid lane, no? Pretty much, alam mo yun, ganyan talaga dapat gawin dito. Pero Mega Inferno Bomb, connect, mga kaibigan. Hindi pala connect, dapat flash out sa doon. And then, was able to get away. And ang bilis ng mga pangyayari, no? Talagang malakas yung aggressiveness needed din dito.
Yep, at kung mapapansin mo, Arise with the low HP, but na-ignite! Pero the win is there. That's gonna be a trade kill and Execration will get the first blood. It's here.
Ang ganda na ginawa ni Arjuk doon, no? Not only na nakuha niya yung first blood, hindi pa siya napatay dito. Kasi executed siya ng turret. Sayang at hindi na ipalo ni Arise. Or di na ba to ni Arise yung kanyang isang bomba dito. But then again, that's gonna be the first blood. First blood para kay Arjuk dito.
Yep.
I mean, surprising performance in that, napag-initiate na ginawa niya doon.
Ang ganda na nangyari. And take note, hindi pala nag-transfer yung kills dito sa side ng Omega Esports because the torrent yung makakuha ng kills mula dito kay Arjuk QQ. And ang ganda rin ang ginawa dito, no, ng Galio natin to go inside the pit. Arjuk pala, pero kita mo naman ang ginagawa dito ng ibang member ng Omega Esports just trying to protect Arise dito sa gitna ng ating mapa. By the way, no, pagkapasok pala ni Arjuk dito, GG Spear, Arise using the barrier pero nawala kagad yung barrier niya so namatay siya sa ignite.
Yun yung nangyari sa mid lane, no? Kaya nakuha niya kagad yung first blood doon. Medyo medyo may alam mo yun, may pagkahalong pagtansya din yun para sa side ni Arjo kasi hindi niya naman ipipilit yun na ipasok talaga ng magsubukan niya mag-force na gumamit ng kanyang ignite and the flash as well na ginamit niya para lang makapasok sa loob. Pero magkakaroon ng teamfight dito, it seems like Execration is already going for this dragon.
And there you go mga kaibigan, Execration, they want to get the Ocean Drake para dito sa 4 minutes mark. Mukhang 5v5 flash to, GG Spear dahil nakapwesto na yung ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports. At kita mo naman din yung Execration dito. Ayaw nila ibigay, true shot barrage makukomit na dito mga kaibigan mula kay Aizen. Pero kita mo naman yung low HP na rin yung ibang miyembro ng Execration. There you go, the Duran para dito kay Arjo. Huli tatlo, Cataclysm. Pero multiple shot para dito sa ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports. At mukhang mamamatay na si Arjo. Save JLC, si Jailon Cruz. Pero yung second chance mula dito sa Omega, the Killer Instinct. And time lapse is here. Tatlo ang patay sa Execration.
Yep, 2-4-3 exchange in favor of the Execration. Rather, the Omega Esports. At nakuha pa nila yung Dragon. So malaking bagay ito para sa kanila. Nakita mo yung magandang execution coming from the Execration dito, no? Execution pa. Dahil maayos ito, may Cyclone sila, meron silang Durant dito. Sabayan mo pa ng Moonfall coming from the den kanina. Pero yun nga lang, ang hirap kasi wala pa silang enough damage. Wala silang enough damage dito. Compare naman sa meron ang Omega Esports pag tumama yung kanyang Demasha Standard dito. At ayun na nga ba sinasabi ko, meron pang bakbakan sa bot. After nung nangyari exchange na yun, hinabol nila ngayon. Den pumasok, ginamit ang kanyang Moonfall instead inside. Pero back lang dito ang Omega Esports.
Kaya patay dito si Timelapse. Nahuli siya ng tatlo pero hindi pa tapos ang laban natin mga kaibigan. Nandito si Impressive. Talagang literal na impressive. And look at the damage mismo na binibigay ng ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports. While Arise, trabaho marino, walang personalan, trabaho lang. And Omega, it's all part of the plan. Sige, banata yun sa baba. Pupush ako sa gitna.
Yep, talagang, having Ziggs talaga as a champion dito, na malaking bagay na makapag-push siya ng malaya dito, gamitin niya yung kanyang satchel. And ito nga isang iniisip ko, no, yung posibilidad na magkaroon tayo ng Ramos in the future. Kasi yung ult ni Ramos, tumatama din yan sa turret. So, kung nagkataon, pagsamahin mo si Ziggs tsaka si Ramos, sigurado malaking paktong hampas talaga sa turret yan pag nagkataon. Pero, ito na, referral.
Ito na. Omega Esports mga kaibigan, gusto na kunin yung Rift Herald natin. True shot barrage will be commit, trying to steal the Herald dito. But syempre hindi yun enough para makukuha ng isang objectives because of the smite na meron dito si Impressive. And as of now, Execration dito pumunta papunta sa may bandang Baron Lane na meron tayo while yung ating Wukong o si Supremo ang bagong player ng Execration. And tingnan natin kung anong klaseng play ang gagawin nila dahil mukhang alam din ng ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports na baka may tao dito sa Y-Bush or Tri-Bush na tinatawag natin.
May word sila doon sa may Scuttler mismo, kaya meron silang information na magsisimula na ng laban dito ang Omega Esports. Hindi nila pinilit, no? Medyo delikado ang situation nila doon. Alam nila na may nagbabantay din sa mismong Tri-Bush. Medyo open nga naman sa kanila. And sa mga pagkakataon ito, medyo mahirap pang mag-deep dive sa malalim na turret mismo dahil pag nagkataon, pwede pa sila magkaroon ng mas magandang trade dito dahil sa lakas, sa taas ng, sa dami ng CC na meron ang Execration dito.
Yup, sa dami ng CC ng Execration, literal na magsisisi kayo pag lahat pumama to. And look at this, the Duran mula dito kay Arju, pero walang tatamaan ng isang miyembro ng Omega Esports. And look at the clear waves, no, na meron mismo yung Exe. Isang true shot barrage lang, ubus na kagad yung minions. Pero speaking of minions, walang minions sa gitna. The Mega Inferno Bar meron dito. Nagamit na rin na impressive niya kaya Cataclysm, pero buhay pa rin si Deden. Antindi ng armor niya, also the barrier.
Malaking bagay talaga para sa kanya yung pagkakaroon ng kanyang shield dito. Tapos sabayan mo pa ng kanyang Pale Cascade. So malaking bagay for her na mananalo siya dito. For him pala na mananalo siya doon sa mga teamfight na yun. Biruin mo, nagamit mo yung Cataclysm, nagamit mo yung Mega Inferno Bomb, pero hindi pa rin yun enough para ma-burst itong champion na ito. And dito yung reason kung bakit, alam mo yun, nasasabi natin na para pasok sa meta ngayon. Kasi meron siyang ngayon pa lang, no, Wrath of Ages pa lang yung item niya, pero ganun na siya kakunat.
Yup, more on HP ang ginagawa dito ng ni Deden talaga. Parang pinapataas niya yung survival capability niya. Pero look at this, no? Yung galawan mismo ng Omega Esports. Mega Imper na ba magagamit dito sa may bandang Dragon Lane natin just to kill the waves. Pero hindi sapat yun dahil babasagin ng Execration yung first tower sa baba. While Omega Esports dito, mga kaibigan, susundan yung ating DR and look at this Supremo pumupesto. Pero JLC, si Jailun, asan dito si Bea? Kita mo naman yung kunat niya. Killer Instinct ba? May kasama ba? No, the damage mula dito kay JLC. Nasaan si Basha? Patay dito ang isa and that will be easy at di pa rin tapos ang laban natin.
Hindi pa nga
Jiggy
tapos.
Spear.
Isa pang pagkakataon, one more chance para kay JLC para makapag-secure ng isang kill dito. Pag pinagsakan ka talaga ng Dimasha standard, siguradong tapos ang buhay mo. Pero hindi pa tapos ang Omega Esports, no? Kasi gusto pa nilang kumuha na isa pang turret. Dilagdakan na nga ng satchel dito. At sigurado nang mawawala ang turret. Second tier turret na mga kaibigan. Hindi pa tapos ang Omega Esports. Still going for the mid lane.
And there you go, Mega Imper the Bomb. Yun talaga isa sa mga pinakamaganda, no, sa Mega Imper the Bomb dito ni Arise. Kahit malayo ka, pwede mo, ang layo kasi ng range. So, kahit medyo malayo ka dun sa isang lane, ibato mo lang yung Mega Imper na ba, mag-clear waves mo kagad yung minion to the point na na-delay mo yung Execration na imbis na mabasag mismo yung tower. Pero because of the Mega Imper na bomb, napapatagal pa yung objectives ng ibang miyembro ng Execration dito. And as of now, Execration, isa pa lang yung nababasag nila. While Omega Esports, dalawang first tower na at wala ng second tower dun mismo sa Dragon Lane natin, GG Spear. And as of ngayon, pupunta na sila dito sa may bandang Baron at mukhang gusto nilang basagin yung Baron Lane natin.
Talagang gusto nilang gawin ito para magkaroon sila mas maluwag pang espasyo sa mga pagkakataon ito para may panalo nila yung game, mga kaibigan. Reflecting na yung ating difference pagdating sa turret at saka sa kills, no, yung ating goal difference dito. Ang laki ng network na meron ng Omega Esports and ito yung kailangan gawa ng paraan ng Execration. Lamang sila, mga kaibigan, sa CC. Sinabi na natin ito kanina, pero nahihirapan sila makapag-free hit ng maayos, lalo na si Aizen. Hindi siya makahanap ng magandang pwesto para makapagpachi-pachi siya during the team fight, no. Kailangan niya masigurado na kapag nagkakaroon ng laban, libre siya na gumamit ng kanyang mystic shot, pag gumamit ng alam mo yun, mga normal hit lang. Pero mahirap kasi walang enchanter support na pwedeng magbigay sa kanya ng shield during the team fight. Ang nangyayari, nasa loob lahat ng mga tropa niya, siya ay nasa likod. Napapasok siya, itong si JLC, na talagang pag gumamit ng kanyang Dimashan Justice, talagang katarungan ang isisilbi sa kanya dito.
Ang kunat na rin kasi ni JLC dito, meron siyang Deadspan's Plate, meron na siyang Thornmail. So, anong i-expect mo, no, dito sa side ng Execration na kailangan mo talagang i-ignore itong Gary na to. Pero kung gusto mo talaga siyang pansinin, kailangan mabilisan ng burst damage for the side of Execration. And yung lineup kasi ng Execration dito, more on the clash, more on the crowd control. Wala silang masyadong burst damage. Si Diana lang or si Deden lang ang meron ditong may malaking burst damage. While Aizen or Isen, going for the Trinity Force, kailangan niya ng Ice Gauntlet, no, para magkaroon ng more magic power dito sa game number 1 natin. And look at this, JLC just trying to block yung ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports while Omega going for the Baron dito, mga kaibigan, hindi pumasok. Kita mo naman, patay ka agad dito sa Protemo. Nagamit niya rin dash, nagamit yung spike, pero hindi niya magagamit yung kanyang objective na gusto. And look at this, Killer Instinct mula kay Timelapse at isa-isa nang pinapatay ng Execration ng Omega Esports itong Execration at ganun lang, GG Spear.
Ganun lang ang nangyari dito. Amin ang Baron, amin ang kills dito. Omega Esports dominating ang Execration sa mga pagkakataon ito. Nakita mo, ginawa na ni Aizen lahat ng mga kaya niya para makatakbo. Ethereal Shift, the Arcane Shift rather, tapos ginawa niya lahat ng pwede niyang gawin dito by using pati yung flash niya. Pero hindi siya makatakas dito kasi lahat ng mata ng Omega Esports nasa kanya, nakatitig sa kanya. Aizen, saan ka pupunta? Akin ka dito. Again, JLC, hindi siya nag-build ng item dito with the damage, no? Na normally nakikita natin, Black Cleaver, Trinity Force, pero siya, anong damage? Makunat ako lang ang magbabato sa inyo ng Dimashan Justice dito para magbigay ng damage at maka-sure kill para sa kanilang team.
Yup, yun lang talaga, ang ginagawa lang talaga dito ni JLC, nagpapalaki lang siya ng muscle niya, while Omega Esports, sila na yung bahala bumalasa dito sa ibang miyembro ng Execration. And as of now, 13 minutes. Kung mapapansin natin dito, GG Spear, ang laki ng gold lead ng Omega Esports. At kita mo yung zone na ginagawa ni JLC. Talagang talagang hinaharangan niya, hindi kayo pwedeng lumabas dito mismo sa may bandang red map nyo. And Omega Esports, wala na contest na naman doon sa DR natin. And kita mo yung Cyclone, Hero Entrance, ito yung ating Glacier feature mga kaibigan, multiple crowd control. Pero kita mo naman yung Fate, Mega Inferno ba, pero nakapagbabaon pa si Aizen dito. Diana will fall down and that will be deaded. And multiple damage ang nating ng Execration, and I think Omega Esports, ladies and gentlemen, with the Mamba mentality na meron sila, sobrang kunat dito ng Omega, walang damage ang Execration, and Omega, sila ang may magandang execution dito sa game number 1, GG Spear. Grabe yung unang laban natin.
Napakagrabing laban nga naman indeed, dahil iba ang pinakita ng Omega Esports dito, no? Sige, gumamit kayo ng mga champion na may magandang CC, gumamit kayo ng mga champion na may magandang pang-initiate, pang-gap closing ability, pero wala kaming kukuha kami ng lineup na meron kaming mga makukunat na champion, tapos kami nang bahalang sumalo ng damage ninyo. Mapayapa ang buhay dito ni Timelapse, no? Dahil nakakapag-free siya ng mapayapa sa likod, napipilitan sila din, sila Arjuk, sila Supremo na pumasok doon mismo sa frontline na meron ang Omega Esports, at hindi nila magawa ng paraan na mahuli si Timelapse dito. Killer instincts ng palayo kapag nagkakaroon siya ng pagkakataon, pero looking at the graphs, sobrang smooth at malaya nakukuha ng Omega Esports ang lead throughout the entire game.
Yep, and speaking of Timelapse though, actually hindi na dumadating sa point na nalalapitan dito si Timelapse ang ibang miyembro ng Execration because of JLC body block na ginagawa niya, and because of that, no, si Timelapse din talaga ang hirap abutin, lalo kung ikaw yung isang miyembro ng Execration because of the brusco na meron mismo yung teammates dito ng ni Timelapse, also the full lineup mismo ng Omega Esports. And nakikita rin natin dito si Timelapse talaga na killer instinct in na rin talaga, no? Talaga lang para lang makakuha ng kills or makakuha lang din ng take ng a lot of damage dito sa side ng Execration. Pero game number 1, grabe, na-predict na natin yung Diana, also yung Gary ni JLC. Do you think for the game number 2, ibaban ba itong Gary na to? Kasi itong Gary talaga ni JLC since beta, ito yung ginagamit niya.
Siguro, ang isang naisip ko dito is, pwede nilang hindi iban si Garen kung di sila takot kay Garen, no? Pero bigyan nila ng mas marami pang option si JLC na magamit sa top lane dito. Tapos, pag-isipan nila kung sino yung pwede nilang i-counter sa champion na yun. Kasi yung nangyayari, tinatanggal nila lahat ng Baron lane na alam mo yun na pwedeng gamitin ni JLC dito. Tapos pag nakuha na nila lahat ng magagandang Baron lane dito, palitan natin at pilitin natin siya magpili ng Garen dito. And at the end of the day, wala silang makikuha ang counter para sa champion na yun. Pero eto na mga kaibigan, ang ating highlights, of course, play of the game, powered by Oppo Reno 5.
Yep, and kung mapapansin nyo guys dito sa replay natin, sobrang lalim ni JLC dun mismo sa side ng Execration, and this is the uncontested, no, or Execration try to steal the BR, pero yung pagka-flash dito ni Supremo and the smite hindi yung sumakto dun sa BR natin. I think ang smite niya dito is one of the players for the side of Omega Esports, and with the BR buff, we can say na pag nakuha mo talaga ang BR buff sa ganitong klaseng time, sobrang laki na ng ambag mo. And with the hero entrance, ang ganda rin ang pagkaka-initiate dito ni Supremo with the 3-man cyclone hero entrance, but with the glacial fissure for the side of Omega Esports. Ang ganda ng counter initiative nila. Pero ito ang ating master of the match, GG Spear. Impressive.
Impressive indeed mga kaibigan. Ito ang tunay na JLC. Tignan mo, John Lloyd de la Cruz ang kanyang pangalan. Parang dapat sa kanya napunta yung pangalan ni JLC, no? Pero,
si JLC.
Pero once again, no, wala tayong pagkakaila dito. Impressive. Being the impressive player dito na nag-shine talaga. The master of the match. MVP ng ating first game mga kaibigan. And wow, of course, what a performance coming from their team, no? Alam mo yon, yung pag-lockdown na ginagamit niya with the cataclysm, talaga mapapa-quarantine ka na lang muna dito at maghintay ka na lang na matapos yung MECQ sa laban.
And with the plays, no, mula dito kay Impressive, talagang hindi siya natatakot na mauna, even though na yung lineup dito ng Execration, we can say na they have the counter initiation using the Cyclone, also the hero entrance na meron yung Galio natin, pero kasi nauuna lagi dito si Impressive, and we know naman yung burst potential din ng ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports using the Mega Inferno Bomb and si Timelapse. Sobrang sakit ng mga physical, also the magic na meron sila. Nakita rin natin dun sa lineup pa lang, may mga nagsasabi na outdrap dito yung Execration. Pero I think hindi lang talaga na-execute ng tama yung lineup nila kasi hihintay mo talaga yung power spec ng isang Fiora and the Ezreal. Pero well, Omega Esports below naman itong teams ito, more on objectives talaga etong teams ito hanggang sa mabaon na yung kalaban, hanggang sa hindi na makabangon etong mga champions na tingin nila kaya mag power spike or kaya bumaliktad pagdating ng late game. Yeah, and game number 1, GG Spear.
Isa pang naisip ko ditong problema is that maybe hindi magandang idea yung ginawa nilang pag swap ng lane na nasa top dito si nasa Baron lane si Fiora na lumaban sa dalawang players ng Smart Omega. Siguro ang the best way para manalo doon is to counter yung to mirror yung kanilang pagpalit ng lanes dito, no. Maybe dapat nag-bot lane din kaagad si Fiora dito or si Tonte para at least kaya niyang labanan si JLC ng 1v1, di ba? 1v1 with the Great One.
Sila
pero yung nangyari, ang nangyari, nahirapan siya ng gusto, no? Hirap siya na makapag-farm dito. Samahan mo pa ng sunod-sunod na pressure na binibigay ni Miggy during the team fight dito, and impressive pala rather. And that's pretty much the effectiveness na meron ng lineup ng Omega Esports. So, no questions as dito. Talagang tatangkihin lang nila yung initiation na ginagawa dito. On point naman on point yung mga skill ng Execration, tama, na ginagamit nila dito yung Durant, natutot nila ng maayos, 3 lagi tapos yung moonfall pa ni Diana dito, pero ang hirap kasi wala silang damage, ang hirap na talagang tinasalo lang nila. Yung last na team fight sa mid lane, nakita mo nakapag-flash out lang dito sila Brom tsaka si Garen, mapayapa silang nakapag in and out sa lineup ng Execration.
And ang problema pa dito ng Execration, JLC pa lang ang problema nila. Hindi pa dumadating yung point na kailangan na ng 2 champion para humarang doon sa 5 players ng Execration. Sobrang kunat talaga dito ng Garen ni JLC, and we can say na kulang din talaga sa burst damage etong Execration, especially the Fiora, also the Ezreal na meron sila. Hindi talaga nasulit yung planong gustong gawin dito ng Execration. And for the game number 1, we can say Omega Esports, napagandaan nila yung ganitong klaseng lineup. Yung Diana, napagandaan nila na pwedeng lumabas anytime. So, mas prepare sila dito sa game number 1. Pero for sure, para dito sa game number 2, GG Spear, makakita tayo ng onting adjustment for the side of Execration. Baka makakita tayo na ilabas na nila dito yung mga champions sa usually gagamitin nila, no, para dito sa South Luzon group stage na meron tayo.
Yes, game 1 pa lang naman yan, no? Kahit sa mga supporters ng Execration dyan, huwag kayong mag-alala dahil may pagkakataon pang manalo ang Execration dito sa ating Series 1. Dahil game 3, best of 3 tayo dito, no? So if ever na manalo ang Execration dito, pwede pa silang magkaroon ng isa pang pagkakataon para may panalo yung buong series. Mga kaibigan, kapag nanalo dito, kung sino man ang manalo sa team na ito sa buong series natin, they will be earning 50,000 Globe Cup points. Kaya malaking bagay ito para sa kanila, no? Every series counts talaga, and every series matters for these two teams. So, and again, sa ating game 2, I would, again, sinabi na ni Berting kanina, medyo nag-expect tayo ng a little bit of an adjustment sa kanilang mga lineup dito. Alam mo yun, sa kanilang drafting, kailangan nila pag-isipang mabuti kung ano yung mga pwede nilang yung maraming possibility kasi katulad nito, hindi naman nila in-expect na ganito yung magiging lineup ng Omega Esports, and medyo nagulat sila dito, I would say, na alam mo yun, ganun pala yung naging performance at naging play nila dito. So hopefully sa next game, konting alam mo yun, pag-isip ng pwedeng i-counter sa mga lineup nila and sa bans as well.
And speaking of bans, no, we can say na talagang ang target dito ng Execration is to shut down JLC. They banning the Akali and the Gragas as well. And we know naman itong dalawang champion na to, technically a Baron lane eh. Pwera lang kay Gragas na usually nag-multiro na go into the mid lane or the jungle, pero minsan talaga nakikita natin yan sa may bandang Baron lane. And feeling ko expected din naman dito ng Execration na pipick ng Garen. Kahit ako expected ko nga, di ba? Kahit ako expected ko, Garen talaga ipipick dito ng JLC pag wala lang siyang champion eh. Ang pinalaano lang talaga dito ng Omega, maganda yung ginawa nila na going for the 2v1 sa may Baron lane. Talaga nag-reverse mirror sila eh. Hindi nila hinayaan si JLC na makipagsabayan sa Fiora dahil alam nila na pagdating sa duel, lugi ang isang Garen. Mapupuruan ng Garen. Talagang ginawa lang dito ng Execration, let time-lapse farm. Hayaan natin dito si JLC mag-suffer dun sa 2v1. Pero napansin din natin kasi kanina nung game number 1, hindi rin ganun sinamahan ng Galio etong Ezreal natin dun sa may bandang Dragon Lane. Usually ang ginawa ng Galio is to rotate, especially dun sa mid lane na meron tayo, at nakakuha nga siya ng kills na, which is in first blood, which is a good start for the side of Execration. Pero pagdating talaga nung scattler natin, GG Spear, doon na nag-snowball dito yung Omega Esports. Nakuha na kagad nila yung magkabilang vision hanggang sa naghintay na lang sila mag-objective. Sinunahan nila dito yung Execration na mag-initiate. So yung plano dito ng Execration, hindi talaga nila nagawa ng tama. And yeah, in game number 1, Omega Esports, kanina pa natin ito sinasabi, mas prepared sila dito sa game number 1. Pero sa game number 2, mas prepared ba ang Execration dito? Very exciting, no? Sana umabot ang game number 3 dahil this is the first series of South Luzon. So marami tayong teams and marami rin tayong champions na inaasahan natin na lumabas dito mismo sa pro scene natin. Gaya ng ginawa mismo ng Team Secret nung North Luzon group stage natin, 'di ba? Naglabas sila ng Seraphine and the Lux as well.
Yep, a lot of possibilities could happen in this game, no? Kaya sa mga nanonood dyan, mga kaibigan, make sure lang na nandyan kayo at mag-stay tuned lang kayo dahil we will start the second game na kaagad kapag okay na ang ating lobby and everything. Talaga nagka-prepare lang tayo dito. And alam ko, hirap na gustong-gusto nyo lang mapanood yung ating next game, no? Kami rin at gusto na yung malaman na kung ano yung mangyayari sa ating next game. Pero make sure lang to stay tuned. And syempre, habang may pagkakataon kayo, i-share ninyo yung stream para mas dumami tayo at masaksiyan pa ng maraming tao or maraming players yung mga ganitong klase ng bakbakan sa Rift mismo. And now, speaking of the upcoming game, again, these two teams, sasabi na natin halos lahat ng mga possibilities dito, you know, the adjustments na kailangan ng Execration. And kung syempre, this goes to the, sa Omega Esports, kailangan din nilang magkaroon ng konting adjustment dito kasi hindi nila pwedeng ulitin yung ginawa nila ng first game. Pero syempre, kung hindi nakagawa ng adjustment dito ang Execration, pwede nilang gawin ulit yun at mahihirapan ulit ang Execration dito.
Yep, actually, GG Spear, ang dami pang champions na pwedeng i-pick, especially dun sa ating jungle. Kung mapapansin mo, meron pang buy na usually ginagamit din kung gusto mo mag-lock champion. Pero kasi, tingin ko lang sa game number 2, they will ban the Ziggs kasi ito talaga isa sa mga main champion ng Omega dahil more on objective plays kasi yung ginagawa talaga ng Omega since the beta or the previous tournaments na meron tayo, and nakita rin natin tong Omega Esports kung paano sila mag-clear out ng mga torrents dito sa Wild Rift natin. So if ever na binan dito yung Ziggs ng Execration, we can say na baka mag-pick dito ng ibang ng mga bagong champion or mga bagong labas ng Omega Esports dito. Kasi usually nakikita natin dito sa Omega 6 talaga Ziggs or Corky, mga ganyan na mid lane nila. Pero for this game number 2, I really hope na Execration makapag-adjust sila dito sa game number 2 natin. Dahil kung hindi, makukuha kagad ng Omega Esports itong series natin. And napakalaking bagay nun, GG Spear, dahil day number 1 pa lang to, naka 2-0 ka kagad dito ba sa South Luzon.
Yes, and speaking of being 2-0, if ever na maging 2-0 nga itong laban na ito at patapos tayo kagad sa ating Series 1, meron pa tayong Game 2 mamaya or Series 2 natin, which is walang iba kundi Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks naman. So another matchup na pinakainita din ng mga players natin, of course, sa mga viewers natin dyan. At yung Series 3 natin, Sunsparks naman versus the Omega Esports. So medyo mababa pa ang araw natin. So kaya sa mga nanonood dyan, make sure na nakapag-comment na kayo para magkaroon kayo ng pagkakataon na manalo ng 1,650 wild cores and 380 kung di ako nagkakamali. So malaking bagay yan, no? Nanood ka lang, meron ka pang freebie na makukuha dito. Pwede ka na makabili ng mga skins na gusto mo at poro chest ba yun? Kung di ako nagkakamali na I think pwede yung mabili with the 380 or icon,
yung mga limited edition na icon. Ako, sa totoo lang, ang inaabang, kung usapang skins lang, ang inaabangan ko yung mga skins sa PC, yung mga bago, yung mga shadow na skins. Pero kasi ngayon sa Wild Rift kasi GG Spear, ang gaganda ng skins and sobrang sulit talaga. Isipin mo, meron pang champion pose, 'di ba? Pag loading, pag mag-i-start na yung game, may posing pa yung champions and also the stickers, 'di ba, na pwede mong i-spam doon mismo sa kalaban mo. Ang pinaka-favorite ko talaga doon is yung Corgi. Yung ng Corgi, pinapakita yung niya. Likod pangasar lang, 'di ba? Doon pa lang lamang asaran lang. Kahit matalo ka na sa rank, okay lang, at least naasar mo yung kalaban mo. Pero speaking of asar, no? Game number 2, GG Spear. We're just waiting mga kaibigan dito sa game number 2 between the Omega Esports versus the Execration. So sa mga nanonood dyan guys, hintay-hinay lang tayo at supportahan nyo itong dalawang teams natin dahil parehas bigatin, parehas silang nakapasok sa qualifiers ng South Luzon, and we can say na talagang handang-handa sila na makapasok mismo sa playoffs ng Icon Series natin. Pero syempre hindi pa natin alam niya kung sino ba ang top 2 na makakapasok dito sa South Luzon dahil nagsisimula pa lang po tayo, and this is the day number 1, series number 1 between the Omega Esports versus the Execration. Game number 2 in favor of Omega. GG Spear, ikaw ba, tingin mo, based dun sa bagong lineup ng Execration, do you think na mas okay to kaysa dun sa previous lineup na meron sila?
Hindi ko pa masabing entirely na mas okay siya sa compare sa lineup nila before, pero we've seen yung parang interview, mini interview na nagkaroon tayo with the Execration, and after down ng kanilang re-roster na parang talagang nag-focus sila dito sa pag-practice ng gusto, sa pag-nurture pa ng kanilang mga champions at mga players mismo, kasi syempre bago na to bagong lineup na ito kumbaga mas lessen yung experience na naipon nila compare sa experience nila before with yung original lineup nila. Execration, at the same time, the good thing is nandito yung kanilang mga players talagang alam mo yun, nagstay na lang matagal, kung kaya alam mo yun, in terms of yung kanilang synergy, may pagkalamang na sa kanila sa ibang players mismo. Pero again, alam mo yun, Omega Esports, isa sila sa mga team na sobrang tagal na rin na nandito, na nagbuo na kanilang team ever since nag-start yung Wild Rift mismo, no? Kung kaya isa silang team na talagang pagdating sa synergy, walang question yan. Parang next play yan May next play na sobrang tagal na.
Yup, and hindi lang yun guys Etong mga players, individual players ng Omega Esports, hindi lang, gaya nga nasabi natin simula pa lang nung una, hindi sila bago sa pro scenes. Dati na silang pro sa iba't ibang games, especially dun, yung iba may ibang galing mobile games, yung iba galing lang League of Legends na nag-transition lang into the Wild Rift, kasi same lang naman yan, same game lang naman yan, nagkaiba lang talaga ng platform. Pero with this kind of lineup sa side ng Omega Esports, we can say na lamang sila pagdating sa ang advantage na is the game knowledge, also the experience, especially JLC na one of the legendary or kasabayan ni Rebs ng Bren Esports na talagang kilalang kilala na sa League of Legends scenes, and ang dami pa kasing kulang sa Wild Rift talaga guys, like the champions. Ikaw ba, GG Spear, based on sa champions na gusto mo lumabas, kasi nakita na natin yung announcement ng mga lumalabas sa champions, lalabas si Rengar, lalabas si Kha'Zix, more on the assassin ang lalabas dito. Do you think ba if ever na lumabas itong mga champions na to, especially yung mga future champions like the Morgana, like the Talon, like the Mordekaiser, do you think ba na sobrang laking impact at mag-iiba rin yung meta natin?
Malaki yung possible na maging impact dito, no, especially in the current meta ngayon. Kapag let's just focus on sa mga paparating na champions, si Rengar, si Kha'Zix. Pag dumating yung dalawang champion na yan, malaking opportunity para sa kanila na makapag-assassinate kagad ng mga champions dito, sigurado. Pero eto na mga kaibigan, alam kong hintay na kayo at galit na kayo dahil kanina pa nakikita ang mga mukha namin. Eto na ang ating Game 2 para sa ating Series 1, Omega Esports versus Execration. Ating drafting phase, let's go!
Eto na mga kaibigan, tama na ang kwentuhan. Dito na tayo sa bakbakan. Omega Esports, they will ban their own champion ni Stronger, walang iba kundi si Brom, and Lee Sin will be banned as well. Mukhang expected dito ng Omega Esports na baka magaling to mag-Lee Sin. So let's try to respect ban itong champion na to. But Execration, like I said, Ziggs will be banned for the side of Exe, and same with the Akali. So Omega Esports, they have the right opportunity to pick the Camille for JLC. Open pa yung Fiora natin and the Kai'Sa, so we can say na baka i-pick yung Fiora to counter the Camille dito pagdating sa duel na meron tayo. Also pick the Execration, but the Galio nga pala, no, nakalimutan ko yung Galio, GG Spear and Execration, mukhang gusto nila kunin to, ang taong bato.
Yep, taong bato mga kaibigan. Once again, pick by the Execration para sa ating Game 2. Sabayan pa ng Diana ulit kay Supremo, na of course gagamitin na naman mamaya ni Den mismo para sa ating second game. And kanina ginamit din nila ito ng first game, no? Same lineup, no? Exactly coming from the Execration. Tignan natin kung sino yung magiging last 3 picks nila. Pero Omega Esports going for Camille and Gragas, no? And I think isang mid lane nila dito is Burst Champion na may AoE, no? Kasi ito yung normal lineup ng mga players pag meron silang mga Camille. So I am a little bit expecting na magkakaroon ng Seraphine dito kasi to follow up with the Hextech Ultimatum, pero we'll see about that. Automatic yan, lock mga kaibigan. Kaisa ay napasa kamay na ng Omega Esports.
And with the Kaisa pick, no, so we can say na onti na lang yung ADC na pwedeng i-pick dito ng Execration. Nandiyan pa yung Draven, nandiyan pa yung Corki, nandiyan pa yung Ez. And Execration, speaking of Corki, they will pick a Corki Dragon Lane for the side of Exec. Magandang pwedeng i-partner dyan, I think, is the Lux or the Nami na meron tayo, but the buy na pinag-uusapan lang natin kanina ay magagamit na rin dito. So this gonna be a Galio support, no, for the side of Execration and Omega Esports. Mga kaibigan, let's see kung ano ba ang ilalaban niya dito sa ating buy. And there you go, the Lux support again with the barrier na binibigay, no. Sobrang ganda ng sustain, especially sinusuporta mo isa Kaisa. So, Gragas mid, Camille jungle, then JLC, Baron lane pa rin. Doon mismo sa Garen natin, but Darius will be picked for the side of Execration. Well, si Darius kasi is nabuff naman siya nung 2.28. Yes, nabuff siya. Pero with the match-up para dito kay Strong, with the matchup para dito kay JLC using the Garen, we can say na medyo lalamang dito. Para sa akin, technically para sa akin lalamang dito is the Garen. Because of the blood, yung DPS na meron siya, also the life steal. Pero ang problema kasi dito is yung buong lineup ng Execration. Paano mo yung Darius dun mismo sa 4 na burst damage na meron ngayon? Yes, they have the crowd control, also the burst damage na pwedeng ibigay ng phosphorus bomb nitong Corki, tsaka ng Gatling gun niya, also the Diana. Pero kasi with the counter initiation of explosive gas, no, we can say na baka same story to ng game number 1, like laging mauuna dito yung Camille na pumasok dito sa side ng Execration. Ikaw ba, GGS, pero ano ba tingin mo?
Simulan natin sa naging lineup ng Execration, no? Especially in the top lane dito with the Baron lane, Garen versus Darius. Tama sinabi mo, no? Garen has a little bit of an advantage against the Darius, pero Darius also could win a matchup against kay Garen kasi alam mo yun, pareho silang juggernaut champion dito, pareho silang champion na may potential when it comes to using yung kanilang mga ultimate na makapag-sure kill dito. Pero pagdating sa sustain, of course, Garen has the advantage kasi pwede siyang pumatchi ng onte tapos mag-back siya afterwards. Kahit mahatak siya dito ni Darius, pwede siyang mag first kill out, you know, kasi may movement speed siya dito pang takbo. At the same time, yun yung pwede niyang ipanglaban dito. Pero ang iniisip ko, kung magagawan ba ng paraan ng team of Execration na masabayan si JLC sa parehong lane na naman. Kasi kanina nakita natin, nagkaroon sila ng adjustment dito. Instead of yung mga Baron lane ay nagtapat, magkaiba yung nagkatapatan dito. Kaya nagkaroon ng pagkakataon si JLC na makapag-farm ng mapayapa at naipanalo yung buong game dito. Pero ito na mga kaibigan, ang ating game 2 ngayong araw na ito, alam namin, kanina pa namin sinasabi na sigurado kami na ating na kayo panoorin ng ating game 2 dahil gigil ang Execration sa pagbawi. We are now going for the game 2 mga kaibigan, Execration versus the Omega Esports. Omega Esports leading 1 win sa laban na ito.
And eto na, hindi na natin to titignan kung sino ba ang lamang dahil titignan lang natin to kung sino ba ang mananalo dito sa game number 2. As of now, lamang ang Omega Esports, GG Spear with a 1-0, no? Nanalo sila ng previous game natin, but look at this, Arise using the Gragas. Medyo umaaray siya, no? Sa dami siya binibigay dito ni Deden. Same lineup, mga kaibigan, yung ibang miyembro ng Execration, Galio and the Diana combination pa rin dito. And with the jungle, we can say na pagdating ng level 5, same rotation ang gagawin nila. Talaga maghanap sila ng aawayan dito. Pero Omega Esports kasi GG Spear ganun pa rin yung ginawa nila. Talagang tinubiwan nila yung Baron lane. Ay, di na.
This is actually the same lineup, no, na ginawa ngayon ng Smart Omega. Omega Esports na ginawa nila kanina na talaga binigyan nila ng pressure kagad. Alam mo yun, at kaya na sinabi natin, adjustment kagad, nagpalit kagad sila ng lane dito.
Oh my God, Omega Esports, ang kulit nila. Tiga mo, nakita dito ng Omega, okay, nagpalit yung Execration. Magre-recall ngayon si Timelapse, pupunta naman sa baba, 2v1 again kay Darius. Kasi alam dito ng Omega Esports na kayang i-sustain si
Kailangan
GLC. Yung mga damage na pwedeng ibigay mismo ni Arjuk and ni Isen or ni Aizen. And as of now, Execration, they want to get the scatter dito sa may bandang Baron lane natin. And sa may bandang baba na mapupeso na rin, mga kaibigan, si Impressive to get the first objective para dito sa 1 minute mark. And look at this Impressive, masyadong malalim pero Supremo taking a lot of damage. Talagang minamama siya dito ni Impressive. Doon mismo sa may bandang jungle nila, sariling jungle, sariling teritoryo, kinukuha na mismo ni Impressive. Literally Impressive. GG Spear.
Grabe, the mirror play is doing it mga kaibigan. Lilipat si JLC sa ibang lane, lilipat din kami sa ibang lane. Saan ka pupunta, JLC? Tonti will go there. Arise, nako, tinamaan ng Moonfall dito pero walang enough damage to secure that kill. Ayan na nga ba sinasabi natin, JLC will now go back to the bot lane.
Oh my God! Ang kulit! Mas makulit pa sa makulit! Omega Esports talaga hindi nila tinatantanan yung si Tonte, sabi dito lang Omega, sige mag-recall ka, mag-reset ka, ganun din naman lalabas ka pa rin sa mapa at malalaman namin yung speaking at lumabas sa mapa. Eto na ang Hectic Ultimatum, huli ka Diego and Aizen will fall down. Omega Esports with the first blood, kaka-recall. GG Spear na huli ng Omega.
Ang laki ng toll dito na natamo ng Execration after nung sunod-sunod na palitan. And I'm not sure kung talagang binibait lang nila ang Omega Esports dito, or rather ang Execration dito. Omega Esports just baiting the Execration na pumilit na magpalit kasi sila yung leading eh. Alam mo yon, sila yung nauunang lumipat dito, so sila yung may lamang dito. May mga pagkakataon sila na magstay ng mas matagal sa lane at doon na pupunta sa kanila yung advantage. We're seeing at sa goal difference natin in favor of the Omega Esports and JLC. Level 6 na siya kanina against the level 4 na si Tonte. At eto na nga, mukhang magkakaroon initiate in the bot lane mga kaibigan. Time-lapse, hinahabol dito ng members ng Execration. Napipilitan sila mag-flash sa loob. Ignite will secure that kill. Pero nasa loob pa rin mga kaibigan si Arjuk dito. Pinapasok pa rin nila si Stronger napilitan mag-back away. At dahil doon, the Dragon will go up mga kaibigan. Recalling ng Execration para mag-restock na kanilang mga item at bumalik sa Dragon.
Yep, buhay na dito mga kaibigan ang Cloud Drake natin. So all the players for the both teams, magre-reset na sila at pupunta na mismo dito sa ating Dragon Pit. And as of now, medyo lamang pagdating sa Gold Reach, GG Spear, ang Omega Esports. So let's see kung gaano ba kalupit ang Execration dito sa unang clash, a 5-on-5 clash. Look at the Supremo, talagang pumupeso na dito mga kaibigan. They will go inside the Dragon Pit dito while the rest of Omega Esports naghihintay lang ng tamang opportunity para pumasok. And there you go, Omega, papasukin dito yung ating Diana. And mukhang mamamatay ba si Tender Hex? Ito ultimate na dito na pero hindi gagamit mismo ng hero entrance. Sa Durant is there, but the ultimate mula kay Deden, package mula dito kay Aizen at walang connect mula dito sa ibang miyembro ng Execration at mare-reset na naman yung DR natin at di pa rin tapos ang laban mga kaibigan. Impressive, nangungulit lang sa may bandang gitna. Explosive cast para sa kanya, Arise with the body slam, final spark is here. Yung dalawang miyembro ng Tibasha pero nasa likod si JLC, pinalo ng espada, tapos si Arjuk at mukhang
gusto pang tapusin, Impressive ang laban na ito, gusto pa niyang umisa. And dahil sa mga nangyaring iyon, nakakuha na ng enough kills ang team ng Omega Esports dito, giving them a lot of opportunity na makapag-push ng mid-lane kaagad. Grabing pressure na binibigay dito ng Omega Esports at the moment. And the Execration, unfortunately, binuhos na nila lahat, pero hindi tumama yung kanilang mga skill shots dito. Hindi tumama yung Durand, hindi tumama yung Moonfall. Para lang kay Stronger. At Stronger was able to flash away pa.
Kahit rin talaga nila napansin sa likod dito si JLC na pinapalo na dito si Deden. And as of now, Execration, They will get the Herald, pero Hextech Ultimatum, nandito na rin ang ating hero entrance, pero kita mo naman yung mga damage na binibigay mismo ng ibang miyembro ng Omega. Dead with the low HP, assault and battery dito, huli isa, patay dito yung Kai'Sa, the final spark sa dalawa, and Hextech is there, at ubus ata ang Execration at di pa rin tapos ang laban natin dahil Omega Esports, gusto nilang ubusin to, yung ating Corky na merong spaceship, tatakbo na lang with the flash and Execration getting the objectives, pero ang kapalit nun, 4 ang nawala.
Tama ka dyan, at talagang mainit nga ang situation natin dito dahil grabing ginawa daw na trade ng Omega Esports. Giving so much pressure against the Execration. Execration, hindi sila makaresponde na maayos dito. Once again, eto na naman yung issue nila kanina. They lack the damage. Wala silang enough follow-up from their teammates. I would say na maganda yung lineup nila dito, no, having the Vi para mapag-compensate sa kanilang pagkakakulangan sa sure CC dito. Pero mukhang magkakaroon na naman ng teamfight mga kaibigan. Minamatahan nila dito just using the sweeping lens para lang ma-make sure na meron silang enough vision na may panalo yung upcoming teamfight dito. At wala nang ipinilit, no? Walang engage na nangyari.
Yup.
Then again, alam mo yun, Supremo, kailangan niya masigurado na tatama lagi ng maayos yung maayos lagi yung execution niya para makapag-follow up ng maayos ang the rest of the execution.
Omega Esports dito, JLC, napapansin ko, mahilig sila sa mga makukunat na champion. So, we can say, ito yung teams na mga bodybuilder para dito sa South Luzon. Talagang ang pinipick talaga nilang mga champions dito, yung mga Natmaku na talagang tumatagal sa clash. Pero as of now, Execration, mga kaibigan, they will start the Herald dito. Samantalang JLC, John Lloyd Cruz, naghihintay ng part 2. Asan si Pasha, Zergo, explosive cast, finals for the tatlong connected. John De Basha ay nandito na, pero kita mo naman yung damage dito na ibang membro ng Omega Esports. Patay gagad si Tonte, at mukhang susunod na rin yung ating Herald, and Omega will secure the objective. Multiple flash ay nagamit na. Ito pa si paring Arise. Walang buhay dito si Aizen. And Aizen will fall down. And Execration again and again. Talo na naman sila sa pangalawang flash. Pero kita mo naman si Impressive with the flash. Trying to get the Galio, but he will get the Diana or si Deden instead. Si Arjuk, pero it's still a good kill para sa kanya.
Impressive mga kaibigan, going very aggressive in this game. Mukhang makukuha na naman niya ang master of the match kung sakali, no? Kung sakali na magpatuloy ito para sa kanila. Iba na ang naigagawa nila dito ngayon sa mga pagkakataon ito. Impressive, no? With the flashes and yung aggressiveness na ginagawa niya, it just shows kung gaano siya talaga ka-confident sa lineup na meron sila. At the same time sa kanyang champion dito.
And grabe, no? Grabe. Nakita mo yung aggression na ginagawa dito ng Omega Esports. Yes, naiintindihan natin, guys, yung gustong gawin ng Execration na kumuha kaagad ng objectives. And iba rin ang sobrang kunat talaga GG Spirit. Talagang even na i-burst ng Execration ng ibang players ng Omega Esports, talagang nasusustain niya yun. And we can say Execration kulang pa sa damage. Kulang pa sa damage. Sobrang kulang pa. And as of now, look at this. Impressive. Dede with a low HP, trying to kill. Better na ating Pulma, pero makikita mo naman yung stage dito mga kaibigan. Ang 3v2 situation. Exec Ultimatum, the Dodge Chain Duran. Pero JLC, ang bodybuilder ay nandito na. Ano ang gagawin nyo sa malaking muscle ko? Kita mo naman yung damage na binigay mismo ng Diana and the Galio, also the Darius. Talagang walang masyadong damage.
Parang wala lang sa kanya, no? Nagsakit, ininda niya. Lahat ng pausa sa kanya. Pero sobrang lalim mo, kaibigan. Hindi ka dapat pumasok ng ganyan. Supremo going in. Pero pinasok si Stronger dito. Stronger si Rinside. Pero eto na, ang laban nito.
Teka lang Execration, wala silang hero entrance. That is a good light binding. Zergo, flash in, gamit ng attack. Tonte with the low HP, nakapag-lifesteal pa, pero wala na rin siyang buhay dito. Zergo, the body slam mula kay Arise, pero hindi ko connect yun. Andito na si Timelapse with the killer instinct. And there you go, JLC, Demasha is here. Pinalo yung ating pinalo si Aizen. And wala kagad buhay dito. Execration again, mga kaibigan. Masyado silang malalim doon at mukhang mababasag ata yung second tower. No, Omega Esports, mas priority nila dito yung DR, GG Spear.
Malaking pagkakamali yung sobrang lalim na pagpasok dito ni Supremo, no? I did expect na darating kaagad si Arise kapag ginamit niya yung kanyang hero's entrance dito. Pero gaya ng sinabi natin, hindi nga ganon kadali yon, no? Hindi ganon kadali para sa kanila yung situation na yon dahil without enough manpower na magpa-follow up, sobrang hirap ng laban.
Yap, sobrang hirap talaga. And yun na lang talaga yung kulang no, sa side ng Execration, GG Spear. Yung burst damage, kailangan talaga nila makakuha ng, feeling ko, nahirapan kasi yung Execration talaga makakuha ng gold, also ng Execution, dahil nga sa sinasabi nating kunat factor netong Omega Esports. And kung mapapansin din natin, GG Spear, yung gold lead na meron tayo, same to nung game number 1, gantong-ganto yung nangyari sa side ng Execration. More on objectives ang Omega, pero mamaya na yun, objectives dito ng Execration. Walang iba kundi si Arise, but Arise trying to survive using the flash. Pero yung Durant dito nung Galio, huling-huli siya, pero di pa tapos ang laban natin. Supremo ay nahuli, nasa si Luna, patay dito yung isa, pero meron yung GA, mga kaibigan. Kita mo naman dito si JLC, I am Rambo. Kita mo yung damage na binibigay ng Corkito, wala ka damage, but time-lapse. Na mali ata yung ibang membro ng Execration, masyadong malayo, but still Omega Esports, that's the good. Pero sa bandang gitna natin, mga kaibigan, wala nang buhay mismo si ating Stronger, pero ang mas stronger dito walang iba kundi si Dede. This gonna be a 2v2, no, 2v2, pero magiging 3v3 yan dahil nandito na rin si Timelapse. Dede with a low HP, gumamit pa ng flash, pero kita mo naman si Tonte, mali ka na pinasukan mo ng liga dahil nandito na ang hari ng Debasya versus the Noctus. Walang buhay dito yung isa, pero Dede is still alive and Timelapse is down. Execration, GG Spear, hindi pa tapos ang laban natin.
Hindi pa tapos, indeed. Talagang gustong-gusto nilang buwakbak dito at lumaban ng lumaban. Ang daming nangyari doon. Timelapse did go down. Execration is slowly getting back on their feet, no, sa mga pagkakataon ito. Sinusubukan nilang may bawi yung pagkatalo nila na nangyayari earlier in this game. Medyo kailangan na maging maingat ng Omega dito, no. Kailangan nila maging mapagtanto na pwede sila magkaroon ng maraming pagkakamali dito pag nakomit nila na patuloy pa ang mga situation at this point of the game. 14-8 ang ating score, mga kaibigan, no? Hindi ganun kalaki yung ating difference pagdating sa kills dito. Pero mga kaibigan, ang dami ng item advantage na meron ng Omega dito.
Yap, hindi lang sa item, GG Spear, pati sa level, also sa gold na meron tayo. Sobrang laki. Actually, hindi na malaki dahil nakakuha din ng kill. Pero ito na, Righteous Glory mula kay Arjuk. Tignan natin, there go, JLC, sobrang kunat siya. Apat na bumabanat. Pero kita mo naman yung bodybuilder na meron tayo. Explosive gas mula sa tatlo. While Omega Esports, wala silang pakialam. Kukunin ng Baron. Nakuha dito mismo ng Omega yung Baron nila. Assorted battery. But JLC is still alive. Pero with the assorted battery, to finish JLC dito, wala ng part 2 si Popo ay makakaibigan. So ang part 2 kayo dito ay nakitimelapse na using the timelapse at bumabatay na rin yung ibang membro ng Execration and Hextech Ultimatum is there. And the first ace of our game brought to you by Oporeno 5 Omega Esports.
Mahatik.
Ladies and gentlemen, GG Spear, what a game.
Matik na yan, mga kaibigan. Nakita natin kung gaano tinatangke ni JLC yung apat na miyembro dito ng Execration. Sige na, ibuhos nyo sa akin lahat para pag dumating yung totoong team fight, wala na kayong skill na maibubuhos sa aking mga kaibigan dito. And because of that, no, ang ganda ng pinapakita talaga ngayon ng Omega Esports, especially JLC, pure tank, the bodybuilder. Ang daming crossover dito. Meron tayong Supremo, meron tayong Luna, meron tayong JLC Popoy. Iba't iba na ang pumapasok sa atin dito. Pero Dragon is there, mga kaibigan. Eto na.
Basta lang pagkakasunod doon, pero Lucas dito may pantalikod. Dede, with bukod doon sa stages, hero entrance, final spark ay nandito. Patay dito yung bato, nakasasikip bato. And Tonte, tay, wala kang buhay, pero killer instinct mula kay Timelapse. Kailangan mo ba ng buhay, pre? Pero mamamatay na rin dito yung isang miyembro ng Exile. That would be Isel. And kita mo naman si Impressive using the teleport. Eto na, yung Attack on Titan, Sasageyo, patay si Pai, at mukhang ubos ang Execration. Mga kaibigan, and Omega Esports. What a game, GG Spear, another team ace. Brought you by Oporeno 5. Ibang klase ang Omega.
What a performance coming from the Omega Esports. Game 1 and Game 2 consistently with the Garen of JLC. Ang mama ng bayan, no, kung saan meron silang tangke na naglalakad talaga literal para sa kanilang team at mag-secure asaluhin lahat ng damage ng kanilang kalaban. Of course, throughout the entire match, nakita naman natin kung gaano kainit yung performance dito ng buong team ng Omega Esports against the Execration. Execration did try their best, no, na ma-counter out yung ganitong klase ng play. Pero, I would say na in this game, hindi ganoon walang maraming tank champions ang team ng Omega Esports ito. Si JLC lang. Si JLC lang yung nagsilbing tanke na meron sila throughout the entire game. At sapat na yon para mapigilan ng Execration na ma-execute yung kanilang ka-execute na lineup dito.
And gaya nga sabi mo, walang masyadong makunat. Yes, tama yon for the side of Execration. At hindi rin enough, no, yung burst damage or yung physical damage na binibigay mismo ng Exe dito dun sa side ng Omega Esports. And nakita rin natin, guys, binato lahat ng skills, especially dun sa Baron Pit. JLC taking a lot of damage sa side ng Execration, pero bago siya mamatay, talagang sinigurado dito ni JLC na lahat ng skills ay magagamit sa kanya. Na force din dito yung assault and battery ni Bai para yun din yung naging reason kung bakit din shutdown siya. Pero dun pa lang makikita mo kung gaano kakunat etong Garen ni JLC. And time lapse, no, just doing his job na makapag-farm, makapag-preheat dito. And Execration, ang dami nilang problema sa side ng Omega Esports, hindi lang isa, hindi lang dalawa, lahat problema nila. Sipin mo, Garen binabox out yung 5, tapos yung Camille bigla na lang lalapit pag natapos na yung objectives ng gusto niya. And Omega Esports talagang hindi nila tayo binigo. Sinopresa nila tayo dito sa unang araw ng South Luzon.
Tama ka dyan, Bertino. At kahit sa huling pagkakataon, nakita natin, no, yung teleport pa itong si Arise is to counter out para mapigilan na makauwi ang mga tropa ng Execration dito. But then again, that's it mga kaibigan para sa ating game 2. Magandang laban, no? Yun nga lang, medyo nakita natin na throughout the two games natin dito is talagang lamang ang Omega Esports in terms of lineup, in terms of the performance and the execution as well. Kakaiba tong Garen talaga ni JLC. Pero no questions asked dito mga kaibigan. Ito na ang ating play of the game, of course, powered by Reno 5.
Yep, and look at this, no? Actually, lahat tata ng replay natin meron si JLC. Sobrang gana talaga ng split footwork sa kanya because of the movement speed, also the life sila binibigay. And ito yung Baron Pit, talagang 5 yung binax out niya dyan. To the point na napilitan dito si Supremo na gumamit ng assault and battery. Pero dahil doon, nagkaroon ng time dito yung ibang Omega Esports na makapag-go. And even though the flash has been popped, ang dami nilang skills na pwedeng panghabol. And tignan mo, grabe yung kunat niya. Tapos si timelapse, tweet lang. Ganun lang yung trabaho ni timelapse, sarap buhay, di ba?
Yep, and even impressive, no? Sobrang lakas niya ng damage output niya dito, no? Kahit na, alam mo yun, Camille yung champion niya and siya yung jungle dito, talagang lumalaban yung kanyang mga item compare sa mga main damage dealer ng team of Execration. At ito na nga mga kaibigan, master of the match, ang tunay na John Lloyd ng team Omega Esports, walang iba kundi si Impressive, master of the match.
Yeah, literally impressive mga kaibigan. Hindi naman tatawaging impressive yan. John Lloyd mga kaibigan. Look at this, the DPM na meron siya or damage per minute is 1,430 and killing participation with 83%. So we can say na almost lahat ng clash, no? Dito na nangyari ito sa game number 2, GG Spirit ay kasali etong player na to at sobrang laki ng impact niya sa game. And for me, ako kung pipili ako ng MVP, pipili ko talaga si JLC, no? Kung hindi ka mabase sa stats, GG Spirit, kasi nakita mo yung box out, yung mga zone ang ginagawa ng player na yon, but still impressive. Same with JLC, sobrang laki ng impact nila dito ng game number 2, also ng game number 1, and we can say na GG well played, same para dito sa Execration. Pero simula pa lang naman nito ang South Luzon, marami pang pwedeng mangyari.
Marami pa pwedeng mangyari indeed. And speaking of course, impressive being the match of the match of master of the match sa first 2 games natin dito. Talagang nagpakita siya ng kanyang kakaibang klase ng kakaibang performance dito throughout the entire matches natin. And surprisingly, no, yung Camille niya na sobrang, alam mo yun, despite the nerf na normally hindi na ganoon ka-effective si Camille ngayon sa jungle, pero talaga nagagamit pa rin siya ng mga pro players natin ngayon. Ang kailangan lang Hextech Ultimatum, pero iba yung laro niya ng Camille ngayon eh. Yung Camille niya na parang, alam mo yun, sasagi papaloob, no, imbis na
Attack on Titan eh.
Imbis na pang gamit lang ng kanyang Hextech Ultimatum, talagang dumadamage siya.
Yup. And speaking of damage, hindi alam ni JLC ano yung damage. Kasi lahat ng skills binato sa kanya, parang ang nangyari, yung Execration naging taga-masahe ni JLC to the point na wala na silang pwedeng ibato, wala lang part 2. Diba? Pero it is what it is, mga kaibigan. That is our series number 1 para dito sa South Luzon group stage between Omega Esports versus the Execration. And Omega Esports taking the series with 2-0. And kami nga pala nakasama nyo para sa laban na yun. Ako nga pala si Berting Magiting. Kasama ko naman dito si GG Spear. At huwag kayong aalis at magbabalik kami para sa mga susunod na laban.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing. Show the whole world. Reinvent. Nobody to know stand strong. Be a good fighter. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn around, take it up again. I know you feel me. Keep up with me. Come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Omega Esports throwing all of our predictions out of the window and dominating the first series of the day against Execration. They get a 2-0 the first series of the day and 50,000 Globe Cup points. And, I have to say, I just want to say just right off the bat, impressive. Incredibly impressive. You know what? I think it was a big reason as to why Omega was just almost untouchable throughout this whole series. Osiris, just first thoughts off of the bat over here between Omega and Execration, because I knew that we were expecting a little bit more from Execration, but I guess they need to warm up a little bit. It is the first day after all, but just your just general thoughts before we dive into the in-depth game discussion over here.
Omega proving that they are back. I mean, they're still one of the teams to beat right now, and it feels like they are in shape compared to the previous tournaments that we've seen. It feels like this is the one we're looking for from multiple tournaments that they have won.
Possibly. It's a strong start. It definitely is. What about you, Yuko? What are just your general thoughts right off the bat?
You know what? I'm just gonna summarize it to 3 words. Hyper intelligent plays. That's it. That's it. Omega really staying true to how we knew them before they entered Icon Series, and those were breathtaking games. But I have to say, Execration, they did what they can. That was an amazing fight. It just so happened that Omega, they were in the lead in the end.
Yeah. And we all know that, this could change within the next few days because, sometimes these teams need a little bit of time to warm up. But Yuko, I know you have a lot of thoughts on game 1. Can you let us know what is on your mind and how that matchup went?
Okay, so I have my notes right here. I'm ready. For game number 1, the 4-1 setup for Execration. You see the logic, and we've seen teams run that kind of composition. However, it just didn't seem too viable because Omega, they're all about a 5v5 plays, and still Legion on Garen, goodness me, he had so much sustain, and the silence coming in from JLC as well. Wukong cannot jump in, Supremo cannot jump in, Ezreal cannot do the arcane shift. They could not do a lot of very vital skills just because JLC was right there. If you're gonna opt to go with the team fight that JLC is not there, that's okay. That's the initial plan. However, the problem is he's always there. Literally, he is always there. So if you want to at least try to take him out, that's an option. Go with the pickoffs, but you can't. He was so tanky, and you also have impressive time lapse and Arise as other problems. So it just basically these small things or these small mistakes that Execration did, it just built up and became the victory for Omega.
And checking out the series highlights for this past series between Omega and Execration, I have to say, Garen is a champion that we've seen, sure. But used to this level, just, I can't believe how effective he was. He made me believe that he could 1v5, at some point. Osiris, what more do you have to add to game 1 over here?
Well, about game 1, it has been JLC controlling the tempo. Omega proving a lot that they are still the methodical one, is what Infinity told us. It shows how well they are going in with the decision making from the objectives that they are throwing. Also, everything is looking good at that point.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? Again, I just JLC, amazing player. And going into game number 2, Osiris, what were your thoughts over this?
Game number 2, we still got the Garen, and they tried to put it on Darius. And what's good about next play, I miss them a lot right now. What's good about Omega is that they played the role swap. They wanted to, the lane swap, that they are onto the top side, going up against the, they're bringing in the Kaisa, they're putting it away with the 2v2 matchup because they wanted for that Kaisa to be online. So what they did, it was a battle of 2 versus 1. So what was the answer of Execration? They tried working it onto the other side. And then it was the same strat. They also changed lane. And then when Execration respond with the change lane, the last part of the change lane, there is impressive. He was ready. They are expecting that there's the court key onto the bottom side, and they took it in. So that play, it's somehow on the mind games that they are reading the enemy very well. And JLC, my oh my, that Baron play, he was zoning five members,
Good.
everyone from Execration, and that's an easy Baron for them. Yes, he died, but they already secured the objectives, and it was a cleanup from there. It was also impressive, throwing himself for the kill, but that doesn't matter. They got what they need. It's game end already from them.
Exactly. I mean, that's basically it. Omega shows that, they're Baron laners. Actually, I think that pretty much anybody can actually hold a 1v5, which
Yeah.
is pretty insane. Yuko, just to wrap up discussion on this series, what were your last thoughts on this?
All right, so I'm gonna hover real quick on game number 2. Basically, that was just time lapse having the time of his life. In the highlights, always look at Kaisa. She's just gonna kill her instinct wherever she wants to go, and she is pretty much secured. And every time Corky will try to jump in with the Valkyrie, like binding from Lux. See, I'm doing the skill, and you're now binded. You can't move anymore. But yeah, basically that was it. And the support from Omega, goodness me, that's a killer support. That's a KS right there.
Killer support.
Killer support.
Definitely. And just checking out the standings, Omega with a very, very strong start over here. But let's take a look at the Globe Cup point standings right now. Omega Esports, first win of the day, they get 50,000 Globe Cup points. Sunsparks, Liyab, Execration. You know what? We'll see. The day is not done. We still have a couple more series to go, a couple more matches to go. And speaking of which, we are going to get right into our second one, which will be between Sunsparks and Liyab Esports. Now, this is another exciting matchup that we have over here. We have been saying that Liyab are quite literally on fire right now. And earlier, Osiris, you mentioned that Sunsparks might just be the secret assassins of the South Luzon group stage. I know that Sunsparks, they were a team that definitely turned heads the moment they announced that they were entering the Rift. So just let me know your thoughts really quickly on this matchup.
Well, the matchup, both of them got that caliber that we're talking about. Sunsparks as the silent assassins for the reason that they are playing against different regions. I've seen them from different tournaments. It's outside the Philippines, outside local tournaments, and I've not seen them participate to any local also. This team also is a winner of a PPGL League of Legends PC going up against Liyab. And there's a lot of history from these players. I think that was GH or Gamers Hive, wherein Fate was there. So even sets, I believe they're the players who have played against each other, against Liyab. So yeah, I mean, this is the game that might put us on the first 2-0 of South Luzon.
Oh, okay. That is very interesting that you think that it will swing that way. But you know what? Just checking out, of course, Yuko, your thoughts, by the way, on this series, on this matchup that we have.
All right, so they're both all about fire and sun and rays. Okay, it's fire, it's sun, and all that stuff. So it's adorable. But yeah, this also shows how much drive they have coming into the South Luzon leg, and this is basically their first time being in Icon Series. And I honestly would like to keep my eye on the ADCs, because these two, they improved a hell a lot. Like, I have been seeing some of the plays that these teams will do, and I am just very excited. Again, Liyab improved a lot. They finally know how to work in their element, and I just can't wait to see that translate to the series.
Well, let's check out, of course, Liyab Esports. Let's check out their lineup right now and just get to know a little bit more about who exactly Yuko is talking about. We have Nixu, Miggy, Exosen, Gambit, and Moraita Boy over here. And you know what, Yuko, you mentioned you have your eye on the ADC. I actually have my eye on the mid over here, because I think pretty much, if you are familiar with League of Legends, if you're familiar with the history that that has in Philippine esports, you know this guy's name. You know this guy's name. He is definitely one of the veterans over here, and he is actually our solo player highlight as well. Osiris, I know that you know this guy inside and out. Let me know a little bit more about Exosen over here.
Well, Exosen, this guy is the legend. And we've known him with the shutdown against, I believe that was Vietnam. The Cham Dut right there that showed the shutdown play that he did just to make sure that he's going to pull everyone back onto the Mineski squad. So more background from this guy. Started from 2012 7 Pro team, and then 2014 joined Mineski, and then switches to Manila Eagles same year as well. Then goes back to Mineski October 2014, and it was all Mineski from 2019 and established Liyab. This guy is a household name up until now. And one interesting about this is he joined the second wave of tryouts for Liyab Wild Rift. So he's really showing he knows where he's going, and right now he's bringing his talent to this scene.
And we are so excited to see him, back in action, and at this time taking his talents into the Rift. But of course, they will be up against Sunsparks over here, and this is another really exciting lineup. I mean, I remember seeing the announcement that they had when they announced tryouts for this team. It really, really did blow up. We have Devil J, Fate, 5722, Sets, and Maze over here. And Yuko, just let me know your thoughts on this lineup.
Yasuo. That's it. 5722 on this Yasuo. We saw that in the preseason. He was really, really good. But Sunsparks, they move as a unit. They really move as a team. And you can just see it in all of their plays. With the new addition of Devil J, I really want to see how is he gonna fit well with these four people. Like these four, they have been playing for quite some time together now, and hopefully his play style will still fit to what the Sunsparks banner has in store for us.
We are going to see if it does indeed fit. But just checking out our solo player highlight for Sunsparks, it is going to be that man right there in the mid. It is going to be 5722. And Osiris, let me know, what should we look out for with this guy over here?
As what Yuko told us, Yasuo, one of the teams that really run a really good composition around Yasuo is Sunsparks. 5722. Feels like also this guy mastered the Ziggs. So if you want to destroy towers, you call this guy. This is a one-man demolition team. And having the Orianna with the most used champions proves a lot that this guy is a team player. He's not... Yes, he is flashy, but there are a few times that he got the solo kill, but he's leading more with how the squad is going to move in. There's a big reason why Sunsparks excels a lot on the split push, because 5722 with a 4-man gank or 4-man rotation is really good. And also putting out the Baron laner as well, doing his thing with a Fiora. This is a really good kind of synergy that they are putting into. They're also a tournament that they came out on second and put one score into the board because of the split push that they did. So I'm really expecting a lot of Sunsparks playing mostly on that kind of strength, or they can showcase a new type of approach, because we are talking about Liyab, and this also a type of team fight prowess or synergy kind of team.
And that I actually have to agree with. But I'm looking at this Saya right now, mid lane Saya. I kind of want to see that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but come on, Sunsparks. Can't we see one mid lane Saya? But yeah, I would love to see that in play, and I do agree with what Osiris said earlier on, as well as the demolition thing on this Ziggs. It's just all about power plays, basically.
Yeah, you know what? They are teasing us a bit with this mid lane Saya over here. What is all that about, Sunsparks? What are you up to? But just checking out our Globe key player clash over here. Another, couple of players that we really do have to keep our eyes on, Gambit and Sets. Yuko, what are your thoughts on these two guys?
Yes, okay, we have an ADC matchup for the Globe key player clash. Okay, guys, first off, look at the stats, okay? It means that Sets is more on the how should I say this? He's more on the he's in charge of cleanup. Basically, he's cleanup crew, damage per minute as well as KDA. However, Gambit, he's not afraid of being the initiator. You know, usually we'd see the support, we'd see the Baron, but this guy. Whenever he sees an opening, regardless of what champion he's on, he's gonna jump in. And that's
Yeah.
just basically gonna be the goal signal for his team.
It sounds like, any way you position yourselves, one of these guys is gonna be in your face,
Yes.
which is, pretty scary indeed. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on these two?
I mean, Seth's got a really good KDA agreeing to Yuko that this guy is doing the cleanup. But the way Gambit do his own thing is that he got 31% of damage. It means this guy is the one who's initiating. He is present mostly into the fight. You got the GPM around 700-ish, and you can see Sets on the 900-ish. So it means that Sets is taking his time securing those items, while Gambit might be the one who's pulling the trigger early on, doing all those 2 versus 2s. And I think that's the reason why Liyab is currently on the eyes of many people, because they are running an aggressive lineup, and Gambit really shows that he fit into the role of how they do things right now in Liyab's team.
It sounds like we're dealing with two very different play styles over here, not just from the team overall, but from the players themselves. So this is going to be really interesting. Let's have your predictions, panelists. Osiris, which way is this going to go?
Oh no.
Oh, well, I really love the team, especially Eds and Chisto, Sunsparks. I've seen them a lot. I'm a fan since day one. Team manager Uda as well. So, but I guess same as North Luzon right now, we are eyeing really at Liyab. So I'll go with Liyab this time with the most improvement. So it's a 2-1 Liyab and 1 for Sunsparks.
I think we should
Hard.
just keep it steady at a 2-1 for this whole 2 weeks.
It's
Yuko,
hard.
what about you?
Oh no. The game is starting. Can I pass my judge? Just kidding.
No, we have to hear your prediction.
It's gonna be 2-1, but okay. Osiris said Liyab, right? I'm gonna go with Sunsparks.
Wow,
Okay.
Spicy.
So we have you're throwing it to me to break
Yes,
the tie
yes.
over here.
Please do.
I will say also that it will be a 2-1, but in favor of Liyab. I am not betting against a mid player that is Execration. So nothing left to do but of course to get right into the series. Liyab versus Sunsparks. Casters, you guys are up.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga panelists, and of course, magandang hapon sa inyo lahat, and welcome back sa ating Wild Rift Icon Series. This is of course the South Luzon Group Stage. I'm DJ Sphere, together with Berting Magiting. Kamusta ka naman, Berting?
Okay lang, sobrang init. Gigi Spear nung series number 1 natin between the Omega Esports versus the Execration. Pero for sure, para dito sa series number 2 natin, mas mainit ang Liyab at ang Sunsparks. Gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, no, pag may spark, may Liyab.
Tama yan. Kaya pag pinagsama mo sila at pag pinaglaban mo sila, siguradong sisiklab ang ating dance floor dito. Yep, magiging masiklab nga ba ang dance floor natin? Malalaman natin yan mamaya pag nag-proceed tayo sa ating drafting phase. Pero these two teams, no, ang gaya na sinabi natin, at gaya din na sinabi ng mga panelists natin, no, they've been eyeing for the Liyab Esports. Talagang lumalaban at talagang pumapalag-palag, at so far they're one of the teams na talagang nilook forward ng mga players natin na maging top 2 sa ating buong South Luzon. Pero ano masabi mo dito?
Yep, and for the Liyab Esports kasi GG Spear, they have a change roster, no, especially the mid lane nila. Exocen going back dito sa League of Legends natin, pero ibang platform na sa mobile, and that would be the Wild Rift. And we know naman itong player na to na si Exocen, sobrang laking or we can say na a legendary status din. Same with the JLC, dahil itong ang dami ring achievement nito ni Exocen, and with the additional din ng mga ibang players for the side of Liyab, especially si Nixu, si Moraita. So pwede natin sabihin na solid itong Liyab Esports, while Sunsparks naman sila parang mga young bloods dito mismo sa League of Legends natin, kasi wala tayong masyadong background sa kanila. medyo bata-bata pa itong Sunsparks kumpara mo sa Liyab Esports na medyo tito parang tito vibes na tito vibes ng Liyab parang pwede natin sabihin na future versus mga present, no?
Yep, mga past, mga past, future at mga present, no? Pero dito sa laban na ito, gaya ng sinabi mo, no, Liyab Esports, sila yung mga players na talagang mga tito na ng League of Legends. Moraita Boy, Exosen, si Nixu, yan ang mga tito natin. And Sunsparks as well, no? They are also the rising star of the Wild Rift. Kasi despite being the team na medyo, alam mo yun, bago-bago lang sa ating competitive scene. Doon nakikita natin sila during the preseason at the same time sa mga ibang tournaments din na napanood natin before, especially sa mga nakast na natin ng mga team ng mga tournaments before. If you remember, talagang Sunsparks is one of the teams na talagang kailangan din nilang bantayan ng mabuti dito dahil sila rin naman ay talagang mabibigat in terms of yung mga playstyle nila being, individual skill as yung mga players dito. Talagang malalakas din sila dito. Lalo-lalo na si 5722 na talagang nilook forward natin na makagamit ng Yasuo sa mga games natin.
Yup, and speaking of Yasuo, 5722, ito yung kung ang Lee Sin may Jashi, si Yasuo merong 5722. Wino naman itong player na to pagdating sa mid lane. Talagang sobrang gamay na gamay niya yung champion or yung Yasuo natin. And we can say dito sa laban nila between the Liyab Esports, pwede natin sabihin na ang laki rin ng chance na baka ma-pick itong Yasuo natin dahil malakas si Yasuo pagdating dito sa latest patch na 2.2a, no? Sobrang effective niya because of the meta rin na meron tayo sa mga champions, more on the crowd control. So pasok na pasok doon si Yasuo using the last bed. So pwede natin sabihin na the Sunsparks, meron silang pinaplano dito na a wombo combo para sa kanila, pero we know naman kasi ang Liyab Esports hindi basta-basta magpapabata ang mga dating bata, di ba, sa Liyab Esports. And with the leadership of Exosen, makakita rin tayo dito ng taga high level caliber na rotation pagdating dito sa Liyab. Same with the Sunsparks, pero gaya nga nasabi natin, lamang ang Liyab sa experience dahil bago-bago ang Sunsparks. Pero Sunsparks, mga kaibigan, kung napanood nyo yung mga previous tournament natin, sila yung teams na may pinakamalaking improvement dito sa Wild Rift. Dahil yung preseason, hindi natin inaasahan na sila yung lalaban sa finals ng preseason, di ba? Daming teams na inaasahan natin pero sila yung lumaban dun sa finals. Kalaban nila yung NXP, pero very unfortunate lang na dahil na 0-3 sila nung best of 5, no, nung grand finals ng preseason.
Yep, kaya yun din yung isang reason nga ba talagang kailangan ayusin ng Liyab, no, yung kanilang performance dito. Hindi sila pwedeng maging makampante sa laban nila against the Sunsparks. At the same time, in terms of yung leadership, I mean yung shout call na nagagaling from the Liyab Esports. I heard na ang pinaka-main shout caller nila dito is si kaibigang Moraita. Si Moraita Boy. Then the follow-up, of course, with the Exosen, tapos si Nixon. Na parang ganun yung kanilang arrangement dito Pero nasisimula lahat ng call kay Moraita Boy. And I think, pretty normal sa mga teams natin, sa mga professional teams natin, even yung mga kilala nating teams, professionally, international, na alam mo yun, support lagi talaga yung mga shot caller nila.
Yup, kasi alam na tapansya kasi ng support kung sino yung mas malapit, kung sino yung mas magandang i-focus pa. Pero minsan kasi ang mga shot caller usually mga tank, yung mga initiator na champion, yung mga initiator na players or yung mga jungle talaga. Pero for the Liyab Esports, we know naman kasi si Moraita, hindi naman siya technically talaga support. Dati kasi siya kung di ako nagkakamali, nag-jungle din siya, di ba, nung LoL PC. And transitioning into the support para dito sa Wild Rift. So we can say na talagang gamay na gamay pa rin dito ni Moraita Boy yung kung paano gumalaw yung mga jungle dito sa Wild Rift natin, kasi same lang naman talaga yung pinaglalaroan. Ang pinagkaiba lang is the champion pool, also the map, kasi masyadong maliit. And for the side of Sunsparks naman, natitignan naman natin dito is 5722 and si Zeds, kung paano nila i-maintain yung advantage nila pagdating sa positioning, also dun sa lineup na magkakaroon tayo dito sa game number 1. And as of now, mga kaibigan, hinihintay lang po natin itong game number 1 between Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks series number 2 para dito sa South Luzon. And mukhang excited kayong panoorin to, because these two teams, sila yung dalawang teams na nakapasok din dito sa South Luzon. Gaya nga nasabi natin, itong bracket ng South Luzon is the bracket of death, dahil maraming organization, maraming sikat na organization, na teams as well, na players din ang nawala dito, at silang 4 lang ang natira dito sa South Luzon natin. So mukhang hindi tayo bibiguin netong dalawang teams na to, GG Spear.
Maraming pangarap ang nawasak, ika nga, no, sa ating hashtag dyan. And speaking of the lineup dito na pwedeng gawin ng Sunsparks, I would say na na-mention na natin kanina na Yasuo, there's a possibility na magkakaroon ng Yasuo. And meron din possibility pa na magkakaroon ng Diana dito. So, you know, pag pinagsama mo yun, Diana, Yasuo, kapag tumama yung Moonfall ng maayos, there's a little bit of a knock-up, if I'm not mistaken, no, with that Moonfall, and that would give them the opportunity na makapag-last bet ng maayos si Yasuo dito. Pero I don't think that Liyab Esports will give the opportunity for the Sunsparks to use the Yasuo, or at least, di ba, they will try to pick up a champion na alam nila pwede pang counter sa Yasuo. Kasi hindi naman most of the time si 5722 will always pick out a Yasuo kasi there's a certain circumstances na hindi talaga siya effective at hindi siya mag-work sa kanilang lineup dito. So kailangan nila maging maingat in terms of yung kanilang mga bans and yung mga picks nila dito. And we are once again the 2.2A patch na. So again, maybe may iba na silang klase ng playstyle dito na would work well against the Liyab Esports. On the other hand, Liyab Esports as well will have a little bit of adjustment sa kanilang mga lineup na pwedeng gamitin na would work well against Sunsparks.
Yes, and speaking of Sunsparks, mga kaibigan, nabanggit mo rin yung Yasuo dito ni 5722. If ever ni si 5722 is sobrang komportable niya talagang gumamit ng isang Yasuo, even though na medyo may disadvantage siya doon sa may bandang league, I think Sunsparks can still pull it off kasi nakita na rin natin kung paano maglaro. Ito si 5722 using the Yasuo, a flash and a ignite. Usually nakikita natin yung Yasuo mid lane is a barrier, no? Pero si 5722 ignite Yasuo. So we can say na sobrang master dito ni 5722 yung champion na Yasuo. Pero for the side of Liyab Esports, alam na rin natin yung galawan especially Exocen, no? Pagdating sa hindi lang sa Wild Rift, pagdating ng League of Legends PC talaga, and we know naman Exocen sobrang laki ng champion pool nito pagdating sa League of Legends. So baka dito na rin tayo makakita ng mga bagong meta gaya ng ginawa nga sa North Luzon ng NXP, also ng Team Secret. And so we are very exciting, mga kaibigan, na makita mismo itong game number 1 between Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks. And hintay lang natin yung lobby, or I think ilang minuto na lang mag-start na rin yung game natin. Pero syempre sa mga nanonood dyan, guys, please do share the stream at supportahan nyo po etong dalawang teams natin na naglalaban. This is the first time na maglalaban sila para sa South Luzon group stage for the Icon Series. GG Spear, tingin mo ba Liyab Esports ba ang magliliyab or mag-spark ang Sunsparks?
I cannot say ng sigurado, no, at the moment. But then again, we're gonna look forward sa magiging lineup ng dalawang team na ito. Pero Liyab Esports, let's talk about naman yung mga champion pool nila dito, especially kay Exocen. I've seen him na gumamit ng Z before. Yung Z is isa sa mga champion din niya isa din sa mga champion na alam mo yun, na nakakatakot pag ginamit niya. Oriana as well, na alam natin na of course ginagamit din ni Exocen during the competitive scene before. And si Katarina na pwede rin niyang piliin, no?
Si Exen, no?
Kung sakali, and that's gonna be a big thing para sa kanila. We're looking at Exocen, no, being the player na talagang marami na experience in terms of yung kanilang mga tournaments before, na mga na-achieve din niya, being the player of Liyab, no? Liyab na siya sa LoL PC, Liyab pa siya sa LoL Wild Rift. And this time, no, let's talk about naman kila Nixu and kay Moraita Boy. Moraita Boy, you know, one champion na nakita ko sa kanya na madalas na ginagamit before is si Leona and si Rakan, no? And these two champions would work perfectly well sa magiging lineup ng Liyab Esports kapag alam mo yung pinag-isipan nilang mabuti ito. And alam natin lahat na itong dalawang champion na ito is hindi gaanong napipili in the current meta because, you know, Rakan, medyo marami siyang medyo high risk high reward champion siya kasi nagdi-dive in siya deep inside the team fight, and minsan hindi sigurado yung kanyang mga charm dito. Pero we're talking about the Liyab Esports, so we'll see kung anong gagawin nila against the Sunsparks.
Yep, and Exocen nga pala, gaya ng sinabi natin kanina, no, yung champion pool niya, isa rin siya sa mga gumagamit ng Diana pagdating sa League of Legends. So we can say na anytime pwedeng i-pick dito na Exocen yung Diana dito sa game number 1 natin, or baka naman planado na rin ng Sunsparks yun na anytime baka pumik din dito yung Liyab Esports ng Diana. Ang inaabala ko lang dito sa side ng Sunsparks, paano nila magbibigay ng ng matagal na stall para dito sa kay Seth, kasi we know naman si Seth is one of the ADC dito ng Sunsparks na talagang kailangan pa ng power spike talaga, or kailangan pa ng first item. And yeah, with the experience gap na meron tayo ngayon, Di naman natin minamalit yung Sunsparks, pero pagdating talaga pagdating sa experience nila, lamang na lamang dito yung Liyab Esports. Pero ang tanong kasi dito, kaya bang i-execute ng tama yung ng Liyab Esports etong Sunsparks dito sa game number 1? Dahil for sure maraming gulat factor ang pwedeng ibigay dito ng Sunsparks, dahil sila ngayon sila nga isa sa mga teams na sobrang ang laki ng improvement dito sa Wild Rift natin. At dito na tayo, GG Spear, South Luzon Icon Series, ibang kwento na to. Yung mga past tournaments, wala na yun. Bagong storya na to ng career nila. Dito na magkakaalaman kung sino ba talaga yung mas magaling as of now dito sa Wild Rift natin. And hinihintay lang talaga natin dito, guys, yung game number 1 between Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks. Sobrang exciting nito, GG Spear. Tingin mo, ano yung mga champions na pwede nilang ilabas dito sa unang laro ng ating series na to?
Well, in the current meta, alam naman natin lahat na, alam mo yun, nandiyan pa rin sila Akali, andyan pa rin sila Camille, sila Fiora, sila Gragas, and of course, we also have itong the potential picks ngayon na sila Galio, na pwedeng gamitin ng mga Baron laners natin or ng mga mid laners natin. Pero we're talking about these two teams, no, and alam natin lahat na may iba't ibang klase ng playstyle, lalo na yung mga Baron laner natin, kasi gusto ko dun mag-focus more on is sa ating Baron laner, Devil J and si Nixu, matindi yung experience niyan pagdating sa paglalaro ng competitive scene, no. He's been playing competitively, pero ibang game yon. But hindi alam kung ano magiging klase ng matchup na pwede nilang gawin ng top lane dito. Gusto ko lang makita kapag nag-start na yung game natin, yung magiging bans nila, kasi doon natin madalas matatansya yung kanilang magiging lineup dito, and kung paano nila may papanalo yung mga laning phase nila, at the same time yung rotation na pwedeng gawin ng dalawang team na to. Kasi nung nakita natin kanina, no, magandang laruan yung ginawa nung Omega Esports and the Execration, kung saan naghabulan si JLC, tapos naghabulan din yung Dragon Laner ng team of Execration dito. So there could be a potential threat na gano'n, no, na gano'n din yung mangyari exchanges dito. Pero it's more on, you know, making sure na makuha nila yung objective, makuha nila yung mga first blue buff and red buff, the red sentinel, the blue sentinel and the red bramble together with yung ating mga scattler dito.
Yup, and speaking of the Baron lane, no, by the way, si Nixu nga pala and Morita Boy, sila yung talagang duboy pagdating ng beta test. Paglabas pa lang ng beta test ng Wild Rift, sila na lagi, no, yung magkasama sa game, lagi duo sila, and to the point na kinuha na nga sila dito ng Liyab. And as of now, we can say Nixu and Morita Boy, meron pa rin sila dito connection para dito sa laban natin, and mukhang pwede nilang ibigay yun. And take note, guys, Liyab Esports, itong 5 players na to, hindi to bago, mga pro player dito, pero iba't ibang game, pero still a MOBA game. And gaya nga ng sabi natin nung kanina, with the experience na meron sila na pwede nilang i-transfer dito sa Wild Rift, we can say na yun na mismo yung pinaka-advantage nila pagdating dito sa tournament natin. While Sunsparks, sila yung mga bago, sila yung mga young bloods, yung mga fresh dito sa Wild Rift natin. Pero take note, minsan ang mas nakakatakot pa talaga, GG Spear, is yung mga bago, kasi minsan kasi wala ka talagang info sa kanila kung ano bang klaseng gameplay yung pwede nilang ibigay sa iyo, or kung anong klaseng strategy ang pwede nilang ibigay sa iyo. And yun yung isa sa mga factor dito ng Sunspark. And take that, so mga bata pa to, alam mo naman pag mga bata mabibilis ang reflexes, pag matatanda na bumabagal na, di ba, mga ganun. Tito versus mga pamangkin, parang yun yung tema natin ngayon kasi kung mapapansin mo sa picture pa lang, di ba? Picture pa lang
Mga young blood sika nga, no, kung totoo sila mapapansin natin dito. Pero totoo yan, no, in terms of yung, I think, statistics before, na nabasa ko na hanggang 21 years old, this is yung parang dun yung peak ng isang pro player talaga, or isang player mismo na talagang malupit yung kanyang reflexes. Pero after nun, 21, 22 pababa, pataas yun na yung nagsisimula na nag-evolve na at tumatanda na yung mga reflexes dito. Pero but then again, alam mo yun, marami naman mga pro players na matatanda kayo, at it just shows kung talagang passion mo ang gaming, talagang kailangan mo ipagpatuloy. Pero yan, no, session ng mga kaibigan, medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng konting delay. Alam kong excited na kayo na mapanood ang ating laban. Kami rin, excited na kami, pero we're just waiting for the game to finally start at hopefully makapag-start tayo anytime soon. Pero bago ang lahat at bago tayo magpatuloy, make sure lang na i-share nyo ang ating stream, no? Dahil i-share nyo yung mga ganitong klase ng tournament para marami pang mga panood sa atin.
Eto, GG Spear, total medyo matagal pa yung ano natin. Pag-usapan natin to, pwede nating ihalin tulad natin ang Sunsparks at Liyab Esports sa isang anime. Total nasa Naruto na rin tayo nung ng Wild Rift, 'di ba? Si Madara, si Hashirama. Sunsparks dito mga Liyab Esports. Sila si Third Hokage, si Sarutobi. Okay? Kasi alam niyo na. Well, Sunsparks, mga bago-bago siguro sila Boruto. Yung mga bagong
Grabe naman si Boruto.
Boruto.
Yung pwedeng Naruto muna. Ang laki ng gap eh. Si Liyab, lolo na. Third stage na lang.
Hindi.
Oji-sama na eh.
Hindi natin yung ano lang, yung parang ano lang kasi, di ba? Basta yun na yun. Okay.
Tumangkin na tito nga naman talaga.
Liyab Esports, mga kaibigan, sila ang tatawagin nating the third Hokage ng Wild Rift as of now. Tapos Sunsparks naman. Kayo guys sa mga nanonood, tingin nyo ba Boruto or di kasi pwedeng si Naruto kasi matanda na si Naruto. Si Boruto bata pa eh. So Boruto, okay, we know naman si Boruto yung anak ni Naruto na nag-i-improve kada episode or kada chapter dun sa manga kung nagbabasa kayo. And
kasi bida.
Kasi bida Boruto nga eh, 'di ba? So as of now, Sunsparks dito, marami pa silang room or marami pang pinto para makapag-improve sila. While Liyab Esports, nandun na sila, nakuha na nila yung mga different trophies ng mga iba't ibang tournament. Pero for this new mobile games na meron tayo or the Wild Rift, ang panibagong yugto na naman ang buhay dito ng Liyab Esports. We can say na gutom din itong Liyab Esports na makakuha ulit ng panibagong titulo para sa kanila. And syempre, para rin sa mga pangalan nila, no? Pero Sunsparks kasi, feeling ko talaga itong Sunsparks hindi ito magpapabata sa mga mama. GG Spear.
Matik yan, no? Syempre, being able to participate sa ating group stage, talagang malaking pinagdaanan nila dito. Nasa-mention na natin ito kanina nung ating first series, maraming mga teams ang sumali din nung ating qualifiers, and unfortunately, apat lang ang pwedeng makapasok sa ating group stage. Alam mo yun, na-mention mo natin ito kanina, we have the RRQ, we have the Bren Esports, si Lolo Rebenga.
Si Lolo Rebs pala dapat si Third Hokage, no?
Hindi, feeling ko si Lolo Rebs, nasa ano na yun, level na yun ni...
Si Danzo si Lolo Rebs, siya yung nasa underground organization kasi parang nag-stop kasi si Rebs, tapos biglang bumalik eh, 'di ba? Naging Naga Esports. Ang dami ng teams si Reb, parang lahat ata ng teams sasalihan ni Rebenga.
Ganun katanda si Rebenga.
Ang joke nga namin kay Rebs Gigi Spear. Kada pick ng Yasuo sa rank game or sa pub game, dagdag life points kay Rebs. Hanggang ngayon naglalaro pa rin. Since season 1 ata naglalaro si Rebenga, 'di ba?
Season 1 ng LoL PC, naglalaro na yan si Rebenga, kung saan na napunta yung natin dito kasi talagang Rebenga is the way eh. Kasi alam ko marami naghahanap sa kanya eh, during nung kahit ang North Luzon pa natin hinahanap si Rebenga, pero unfortunately they joined the South Luzon, kaya lang hindi sila nag-qualify dito. Medyo mahirap nga naman talaga yung naging bracket nila dito, and gaya na sinabi natin, top 4 lang talaga ang kailangan. Pero wag kayong mag-alala, marami pang pagkakataon itong si Lawrence natin na makasali. Pero eto na mga kaibigan! Finally ang ating Game 1, Sunsparks versus Liyab Esports. Drafting phase tayo ngayon, Berting.
Eto na, ang pinakahihintay natin, ang game number 1 sa tagal-tagal nating hinintay, magsisimula na. Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks, Third Hokage versus Boruto. Tingnan natin kung sino ba ang mananaig dito, ang mga kabataan o ang mga matatanda. Pamamain ba ng Liyab?
Ang boomer ba?
Pamamain ba ng Liyab Esports ang Sunsparks or babatain ng Sunsparks ang Liyab Esports? And speaking of the draft, Gigi Spear, Liyab Esports, they will ban the Oriana and the Akali, and Sunsparks na-predict na si Execration magaling mag-Diana to nung ibang platform. So ban natin ni Diana at mukhang isusunod na nila dito yung ating Lee Sin.
Yep, surprisingly, we're seeing that the ban season is mostly focused on a little bit of the mid lane and konting pagka-top lane or for the bottom lane. No questions as dito. Akali, Matic yan. Pwede siyang gawing mid lane, bottom lane. And I think a little bit of a respect ban din as well from the Sunsparks. For the Sunsparks rather. At ganoon din naman sa Sunsparks dito, no? Diana and Lee Sin banned out. Miggy, alam natin lahat na gumagamit din siya ng Lee Sin dito. Pero looking at the first pick of Liyab Esports, Nixo going for Gragas. And Olaf, Seraphine, mukhang mapapajarvan nga ba sila dito para mapigilan si Olaf?
Yap, mukhang maganda pick dito. Liyab Esports, they picking the Gragas. Also, the Brom and Execration. Mukhang gusto niya dito kunin mismo yung ating Corky, yung may helicopter. And Sunsparks, mga kaibigan, Olaf and the Seraphine combination. We could say na baka Seraphine mid din to and Olaf jungle, but Camille mula kay 5722 GG Spear, maganda ang first 3 picks ng Sunsparks. Same with the Liyab Esports. Pero mukhang napaaga ata yung Corky kasi open naman yung Kai'Sa dito sa game. Also the Galio, no? Talagang binigay nila yung Galio. Mas priority dito ng Liyab Esports yung Gragas natin for Nixu.
Yep. And iniisip ko din ngayon kung ang Sunsparks ba ay magno ADC lineup dito at magre-rely sila with the Seraphine and another support combo in the bot lane. Tapos magkakaroon tayo ng mid lane na si Galio, we have bottom lane na si Olaf, and then Camille with the jungle, or it's gonna be, working vice versa dito na si Camille ang magiging bottom lane natin at si Olaf in jungle. We can't predict yet, no? A very interesting picks coming from the Sunsparks ito. This could be a bait pick para sa kanila. Pero Yasuo! For Murayta boy, mukhang gagamitin ni kaibigang Exosen. Etong si Yasuo sa bayano pa ng Wukong, sa bayano pa ng explosive cast. At eto na sinasabi ko, the team secret lineup, Seraphine and Sona in the Dragon Lane, or could be the mid lane of Sunsparks.
Yep, and Sona, Seraphine, nakita na natin to mga kaibigan. Doon mismo sa North Luzon, Team Secret. Sila ang unang teams na gumawa nitong Sona and the Seraphine. Ito yung tinatawag nating the healing galing para dito sa game natin. And Sunsparks, mukhang nakakita sila. Gaya nga nasabi natin si Borto, nakita nila sa mga nakakatanda yung mga bagong techniques. So, try natin gayahin at ginaya nga nila. And take note, GG Spear, ang ganda din ang lineup dito ng Sunsparks. Because of the Camille and the Galio, they have a 2 crowd control using the Hextech Ultimatum. Also, the Hero Entrance. And parang ganito rin yung lineup ng Team Secret, nung ginamit nila to kontra NXP. While Liyab...
sorry. I can remember correctly kung ganito yung lineup
parang
nila.
Pero
nandun, present si Olaf, present si Seraphine, present si Sona, and Camille is there as well. Pero grabe to, no? And Liyab Esports as well, responding to the lineup of the Sunsparks. Medyo mahihirapan sila dito, but they have 3 knock-ups na pwedeng mag-contribute for Yasuo or Exosen na ma-execute niya yung kanyang the last breath dito para hingahan yung kanilang kalaban at hanginin paloob sa mga mangyayaring teamfight. So interestingly enough, we're seeing that mukhang magtatank dito si Gragas, no? Or si Nixu. Kailangan niya mag-tank dito kasi hindi sila pwedeng mag-rely ng kay Murayta Boy lang na magiging tank sa kanilang lineup. Kasi Wukong for sure we will go for the Guardian Angel and a little bit of a damage.
Yep, and feeling ko yung Brom dito is first item niya is the Bramble Best para mabawasan yung sustain na pwedeng ibigay mismo ng Seraphine and the Sona. Pero ang tanong kasi dito, enough ba yung ganon? Or so the Mortal Reminder or Executioner calling dito ng Yasuo and the Corky, enough ba yung ganong klaseng item para mabawasan mo yung sustain na pwedeng ibigay ng Seraphine and the Sona? Kasi nakita na natin kung gaano kasakit or gaano katindi etong duo Calvario ng Sunsparks natin, which is the Sona and the Seraphine. We can say na nagre-rely dito yung Sunsparks doon mismo kay Olaf. As long as buhay yung Olaf pagdating dito sa clash, we can say na baka mapanish dito ng Sunsparks yung buong miyembro ng Liyab Esports. While Liyab Esports dito, kailangan nila talagang may magandang communication sila. Kailangan nila lang sync sila dito pagdating sa clash using the Cyclone and the Fissure mula dito kay Brom. And syempre yung ating last breath, no, para dito kay Yasuo. And as of now, no, maganda yung both teams natin, pero for me mas papabor ako dito sa Sunspark because of the early sustain. Dahil we know naman pagdating ng 4-minute mark or 1 minute pa nga lang, baka magkaroon na kagad tayo ng clash dahil dun sa scuttler na meron tayo. Pero yeah, pagdating ng 4th minute mark, doon kasi natin makikita GG Spear yung kung sino yung mag-i-snowball talaga papuntang mid game.
Yep, kung sino mga nanalo sa laban dito na nangyayari in the Dragon Pit. Pero again, SS Sunsparks, mukhang pinapasok na talaga yung kanilang logo dito with the SS, no? Seraphine Sona coming in from the Dragon Lane. Very interesting lineup once again coming from the Sunsparks dito. Mukhang mainit ang magiging laban natin dito. Wombo combo, lagyan mo ng Heroes Entrance. Ang problema lang dito for the Sunsparks in the going in the mid lane between Exosen and of course si 5722 dito is that alam mo yun, medyo mahirap maging makulit pag gaso mo ka at ang kalaban mo si Galio. Kasi isang dash in mo lang sa kanya at alam mo yun, subukan mag-Steel Tempest afterwards. Pwede kang mataunt kagad with the Durand, no? And pwede kang mahatak kagad pa loob and that could be the opportunity para sa Sunsparks na mapitas kagad dito sa Exosen. So Exosen has to be really careful and I would say na mas maganda no na instead of going for the Stasis Enchant earlier on, medyo baka kailangan niya na mag-Quicksilver dito. Pero hindi din alam. Stasis Enchant still an important item for Yasuo pero baka mas kailangan niya na mag-Silver dito.
Yup, and ano nga pala no, Liyab Esports, wala silang ganun masyadong makunat na champion, no? I think yung Gragas kailangan dito, gaya nga sabi mo, kailangan niya mag-transition into the tank champion dito. Siguro naka-aftershock etong runes or the undying na meron siya. Pero pagdating talaga sa early game talaga yung DR fight talaga tayo magkakatalo. If ever na makuha ng Sunsparks yung Clash also getting the first objectives, we can say na baka mag-snowball itong Sunsparks na to dahil sobrang hirap i-punish netong Seraphine and the Sona even though na makuha siya sa Cyclone. Dahil din sa position. Kasi we know naman yung position nitong Sona and the Seraphine, sobrang backline sila. Hindi talaga sila, never talaga silang aabante kahit dito mismo sa mapa natin. Dahil alam din nila, baka anytime na pumasok dito yung Wukong sa side ng Liyab Esports. And with this kind of lineup, no, for the side of Sunsparks, Seraphine mid lane ay sobrang sakit. Nakita natin, pag nakakuha siya ng Luden's Echo, nakakuha ng Infinite or Leandris, sobrang sakit ng mga damage, also the anchor na meron siya, and we know naman yung range ng anchor, no, so talagang sobrang layo rin talaga, and we can say na Sunsparks have the advantage para dito sa game number 1 natin at hindi na tayo maghihintay pa mga kaibigan para dito sa game number 1, GG Spear between Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks. Ito yung ating mga laning para dito sa unang laban.
Yes. Disit pansit mga kaibigan. I think mag-mid lane dito si Seraphine at si Sona na lalaban against Exosen. If Exosen tingin niya nakakanyang palagaan dito, susubukan niya pa rin tapatan itong dalawang champion na ito. Pero baka mahirapan siya makapag-farm ng maayos. So there's a possibility na itong si Gambit at si Gambit and si Morita Boy ay pupunta sa mid lane instead. So magkakaroon nga ba tayo ng 1-2-1 for these two teams or magkakaroon tayo ng 1-1-2 which is the standard laning phase. Mga kaibigan, ito na pinakainitay natin, ito na ang talagang game 1 ng ating series 2, Liyab Esports versus Sunsparks. Sino nga ba ang maglalagablab sa ating game 1?
At eto na mga kaibigan, and kung mapapansin nyo, yung ating laning dito, this is gonna be a 2 mid lane for the side of Liyab Esports. Pino naman ano bang ginagawa Weberts pag dalawa mid lane. Syempre binibigyan mo na mas magandang farm yung ADC nyo. And as of now, nakita mo na rin yung ginawa ditong hard leash ng Sunsparks, no? GG Spear. Talagang gusto nilang makapag-rotate ng mas maaga etong si Fate sa side ng Sunsparks natin.
Yes, ito mayroong konting pagkakaiba sa kanilang positioning dito, no, na mukhang nasa bot lane si Exosen or the Dragon lane, pero ang tamang mid lane dito is si Exosen talaga. So gaya na sinabi ko, Exosen hindi niya i-risk na subukan tapatan itong Sona, Seraphine in the mid lane. So instead, susubukan niyang labanan pa din si 5722 in the bot lane, which is talagang ang kailangan niyang gawin dito dahil kapag sinubukan niyang labanan to, mahihirapan siya.
Yep, mahirapan siya even though na malakas yung damage ng isang Yasuo, but the sustain is there kasi mas lalamang pa rin talaga yung healing galing na ginagawa mismo ng dalawang mid lane, especially dati sa Sona, no, and the Seraphine. And as of now, mga kaibigan, buhay na yung scattler natin, GG Spear, at kukunin nyo na magkabilang grupo. Nauna na yung Liyab Esports, nakunin mismo yung scattler dito sa may bandang baba ng ating river, and Sunspark will get the upper scattler as of now. So tie pa rin hanggang ngayon, lamang lang yung Sunspark connect sa gold with 8 or 300 gold na meron tayo. And look at this, the Baron lane, GG Spear.
Pinagaw nila ang Blue Sentinel, mga kaibigan, dito ni Miggy. So nakakalungkot isipin na si Miggy at this point of the game, wala na siyang blue buff. And Liyab, pagkakataon na nila para rumisponde at tulungan ang at least yung grab dito na mapigilan na mag-clear ng maayos ang Sunsparks for clearing out all of the jungle buff. Nagkaroon ng first blood in the body. Hindi na nakita ko ano nangyari pero nagkakaroon naman bakit dito sa top 8. Steam Tempest. Eto na ang Exec ultimate pero nasa loob sila ng first blood. Laki ng damage sa kanila mga kaibigan. Pero slow and heal as well. And Maze takes so much damage. Eto na nagwawit ang kanyang barrier and a flash as well. Just for that one kill. It's a 0-2 score still in favor of the Sunsparks. First blood pa sa kanila.
Grabe, napatay dito si Exosen. Doon
Solo
mismo
kill.
sa Baron lane natin. Dati sa solo kill mula kay 5722 and nakita mo naman yung initiate din ng Sunspark. Doon mismo sa Dragon lane natin talagang walang nagawa si Nixon dito and taking a lot of damage no, sa side ng Sunspark. Di lang yun. Kung mapapansin mo, yung sustain nagbinibigay ni Maze and Seth doon sa team fight natin sa Baron lane, sobrang laki. I mean, doon sa Dragon lane, sobrang laki GG Spear. And yeah, as of now, 0-2. Lamang dito ang Sunspark pagdating sa gold and the kills as well.
Yep, maganda yung ginagawa nilang rotation dito no at this point of the game, especially yung pag early invade nila doon sa may blue buff na meron ang team ng Liyab dito. Sunsparks did a pretty good job doon, especially doon sa bot lane no. 5722 going toe to toe against the Exhaustion dito, being able to win one trades kagad. No, and that's pretty much it, no? Malaking bagay ito para sa kanila. Pwede siya mag-snowball doon after na nangyari ngayon. And Exosen is going to build static shield instead of Phantom Dancer para a little bit of, defense
Critical.
para sa kanya.
Yeah, para mas mabilis din siya makapag-clear waves. Kasi ang trabaho lang naman talaga ng isang Yasuo dito sa gantong klaseng composition is to clear the minions wave as soon as possible para mas mabilis kang makapunta doon mismo sa mga teammates mo. And as of now, GG Spear bakbakan sa river.
Bakbakan niya sa river mga kaibigan. Tumama ka niya Crescendo. Sumama pa ng magandang pag-anchor dito. Pero shield lang mga kaibigan. May ginabot dito. Palang only diba? Ito na ang Cyclone. Tumama pa ng last breath. Tatlong nagtalbukan. The brothers na nga mga kaibigan. Exhausted nasa loob pa rin. Tatlong members. Apatin mo na para sa isa. That's gonna be in favor of the Sun. Niliyakap dito pero hindi pa tapos ang laban dahil nasa loob na mga kaibigan. Dumating si Devil J dito para makabitas ka ba ng isa or magbabak lamang sila.
Oh my god, that is a good glacial fissure mula kay Muraita, knocking up 4th champion for the side of Sunsparks with the follow-up ng last breath ni Exosen. Saktong-sakto yung pagkaka-recall dito ni Exosen to buy the static shield. And because of that, ngayon biglang lumamang ang Liyab Esports pagdating sa laning. Also, dun sa ating goal. Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban natin. GG Spear, bakbakan again sa may bandang DR pit.
Bakbakan indeed mga kaibigan. Walang mga automatic count. Pasyon, regalo ako nilang buhay. Pero heal lang man mga kaibigan. Kaming in the healing galing. Pero nakuha na mga kaibigan ng Sunsparks ng Dragon dito. They're taking so much damage. Killing speed mga kaibigan. Si Exhausted. Pero ganoon din naman si Devil J. Devil J inside the team fight. Pero Exhausted will still Tempest. Securing that kill. Double kill na mga kaibigan. Going for another one. Ayaw mag-step dito. Malungkot siya. Pero sinusubukan niya pa rin awitan ng kanilang kalaban with the high note and the beat drop. Isang explosive cast na lang. So rather, the barrel roll to secure that kill. And another kill na naman. And ace. Unofficial ace yun. Pasa Liyab.
Oh my god. Sarutobi ng Naruto, Liyab Esports. Pinakita nila na sila ang magmamama dito sa game number 1. Binata ang mga bata ng ganun-ganun lang. And 5722 trying to defend the first tower dito sa Dragon or dito sa Baron or Dragon lane natin. And Sunsparks getting the objectives doon mismo sa DR pit. Pero kung mapapansin kasi natin doon, GG Spear, hindi sapat yung sustain, yung healing galing ni Maring Suna din doon sa mga teammates niya. Sobrang sakit nila Exosen pero ito.
Kinamahan mga kaibigan si Exosen dito with the anchor pero buhay pa rin siya. Wala kang kawala mga kaibigan with the Ragnarok. Coming in from fate dito. A shutdown para sa kanila. Malaking bagay ito for them. Ito na pinigilan pa si Miggy na makatakbo dito. Wala siya muna takbuhan dahil ipit ka dyan kaibigan with the Hextech Ultimatum coming in from Fate. Devil J rather now. Magkakataon na for the Sunsparks na kunin itong Rip Herald. Open to para sa kanila. Pero nandito naman mga kaibigan si Gambit para sa pigilan dito. Hindi na nila ipipirit to. And that's gonna be a free Rip Herald para sa kanila.
Gap, nakita mo yung ginawa dito ng Sunsparks. Even though na natalo sila dun sa may bandang Dragon Pit, talagang gumalaw kagad sila na mabilis dito. To the point nakakuha kagad sila ng dalawang champion and that will be Exosen and Miggy. And because of that, nakuha kagad nila yung second objective of the game. Walang iba kundi the Herald So we can say na itong sila Boruto talagang hindi sila magpapatalo dito sa game number 1 natin dahil Liyab Esports lang ang kalaban. Sabi dito ng Sunsparks, G-Spear, pwede pumalag. And nakita rin natin, ang sakit na rin ng both teams natin.
Oo, totoo yan, Berting, no? Medyo delikado pag nagkataon. Ito na nga, speaking of delikado, they are waiting patiently sa mga bush dito. Alam nila na walang ward because nagsipig lang sila dito, pero delikado si Mace. Pag nagkataon na mahuli siya, may cyclone sila dito. May cyclone na meron pa silang glacial fissure sa mga pa na follow-up from Exhaustion kapag umabot siya dito with the last breath. Pero eto na nga mga kaibigan, na-open yung blue buff dito, pero nagkaroon sila ng pagkakataon. Tinamaan ang isa with the last breath dito. Nakakalipa buhay 5722. Hindi na pa kanyang kakunatan dito. He will go down at walang follow-up na mangyayari coming in from the Sunsparks.
Grabe gumalaw ang Liyab Esports mga kaibigan. Kala mo talaga mga ninja. Nasa damo mismo ng blue buffs ng Sunsparks. Hindi inaasahan ng Sunsparks na 4-man rotation mula dito sa Liyab Esports at mukhang sila ang mas mainit dito sa game number 1 natin. And look at the items na meron tayo. Fate with the Cleaver and the Righteous Glory. More on movement speed and the damage ang pinapakita niya dito. And usually kailangan niya na dito ng GA para hambalusin yung ibang member ng Liyab Esports. Pero kasi ang nakikita kasi natin dito, Gigi Spear, is nananaig yung damage na binibigay ng Liyab Esports using the static shield and the critical na meron mismo si Yasuo habang naka-preheat lang si Gambit.
Totoo yan, no? And Gambit and Yasuo, or Exhaustion rather, has to be really careful na maging maingat sila ng husto sa kanilang magiging pag-initiate dito, no? Kailangan nila bantayan ng mabuti ang Sunsparks. Sunsparks, ang isa pang naging problema dito na naisip ko is that, ayun nga, kulang si Fate, no? In terms of yung defensive item niya. More on nag-rely siya sa healing galing na meron ng kanilang team dito at nahihirapan siyang mag-execute ng maayos. Even with the Ragnarok, subukan niya pumasok sa loob pero mahirap pa din ang mga nangyayari sa kanya. Hindi niya kahit tangkin ng damage dito pero eto na, 5-man team mga kaibigan, going for the mid lane. Liyab Esports is doing it, securing lang ang kanilang vision dito. Pero nagiging maingat din ang Sunsparks. 4 sila dito, paparating na si Fate para responde. Pero sobrang ingat ng laban na ito. Dragon, dito na, up na ang Dragon. Pero Fate po, may-face take siya dito. Tinamaan na pala ko ni Diva. Nakita nila ng vision dito na meron na ang Liyab Esports now. Pagkakataon nila para kunin ang first Dragon of the game. Second Dragon rather. Pero ito ay Infernal Drake. So malaking bagay ito. Hinarangan niya yon ng package. Ngayon, kailangan nilang mag-back dahil masyadong malalim at masyadong risky ito para sa kanila. Sunsparks, instead of going for the Dragon, mag-clear na lang sila ng wave in the mid lane at kukunin yung first save dito.
Yep, kailangan nila kunin to pero Liyab Esports kailangan dependent dito and Sunsparks will get the first tower. Gigi Spear, that is a good herald pop mula dito sa Sunsparks to get the middle torrent para dito sa game number 1 natin. So basically after the torrent, they will go to the DR pit pero syempre sabi dito ng Liyab Esports, hindi namin ibibigay. And Gigi Spear, meron tayong pwesto na mangyayari dito and tingnan natin kung sino ba ang unang papasok.
Sino nga ba ang unang pasok dito? Hindi na mananaig mga kaibigan niya going in with the Cyclone. Sinubukan niya pa nakapin dito sa labakan pa ng last breath. Pero naipit si Gambit sa ilalim ng mismong Dragon dito with the Hextech Ultimatum. Naiwan din naman dito. Devil Tree, nakalipa kanyang buhay. He will go down, that's for sure. Ang sakabol na si Gambit dito. Dragon will be taken down by the Sunsparks as well. Buhay pa rin sila. 3 na lang sila dito against 4 members ng Liyab. Pero kailangan nilang mag-back dahil lugi sila sa manpower dito. Ay sobrang low na nga si Miggy and instead of responding inside, pagpupunta na lang siya para mag-clear ng jungle camp.
Yep, masyadong nag-overextend dito sa Execration to the point na nanakap siya using the hero entrance dito ni 5722 at maagang na-punish dito yung isa sa mga pinaka-main damage player nila which is the Yasuo or si Execration and because of that lumamang kahit papano yung ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks and with the smite na meron mismo si Fate na secure kagad nila yung DR and walang mabilis sa follow-up din pala doon sa Cyclone ni Gigi kaya din naging ganun yung posisyon ng dalawang players ng Liyab Esports. But as of now, Sunsparks just proving themselves or sila Boruto dito na Gigi Spear na hindi kami magpapabata sa mga mama dito sa game number 1.
Nasa tune-in exam na sila sa mga pagkakataong ito. So eto na ang magiging decision sa kanila kung sila ba ay magiging isang tune-in mga kaibigan. Pero Moray, the boy nakasalubong nga si Fate dito. Fate wala siyang mana. So kailangan niya maging maingat ng bahagya dito. Again, sinabi mo na kanina, no, Exhaustion being very effective at the moment with the static shift na meron siya at kumukuha na siya ng enough item para magkaroon pa siya ng damage at TPS para sa kanyang champion. Pero yung naging clash kanina, totoo yung naging problema nila, no? Medyo naging open siya ng bahagya, masyadong malalim yung tinalon niya. Devil J is trying his best na mapigilan si Gambit na makapag-dish out ng damage as well para sa Sunsparks dito. Pero naiwan siya mag-isa doon at lahat ng Liyab ay tumingin sa kanya.
Yup, and speaking of Liyab, no, medyo humihina ang Liyab dito sa game number 1 natin dahil lumalakas ang Sparks ng Sunsparks as of the moment, and dahil dito, even though nalamang yung ating Liyab Esports pagdating sa gold lead, we can say na dikit pa rin yung laban natin dahil yung Sunsparks dito nakakuha na rin naman sila ng 2 tore, which is yung mid gitna also sa top lane, and in 12 minutes talagang naghihintay na tayo dito GG Spear ng 5-on-5 clash sa may bandang Baron lane na Baron pit na meron tayo, and Liyab Esports kukunin na kila yung kanilang first tower sa may bandang top lane, and while Nixu just trying his best na makapagdepensa dito sa may bandang dragon lane natin, at mukhang magre-reset sila GG Spear
Oy.
going to the Baron pit.
Yes, surprisingly, no, we're seeing that wala pang, hindi na nag-bramble vest itong si Murayta Boy. Kasi meron na silang 2 executioners calling para sa team nila. They have Gambit with executioners calling, ganun din naman si Biggie. Kasi pag nag-cyclone yan, pwede namang mag-spread out yung kanyang damage dito na magbibigay ng grievous wound sa mga members ng Sunsparks. Pero again, that's not gonna be enough. You know, the healing galing is there. And kailangan maging maingat ng Liyab Esports dito sa pag-execute ng mga skills nila against the Sunsparks.
Yep, kailangan nilang maging maingat, and ngayon, GG Spear, pumupwesto na dito lahat ng players except kay Nixu at kay Devil J. Parehas sila nasa baba. Devil J, he wants to destroy the first torrent dito sa Dragon Lane natin, pero sabi dito ni Nixu, no. Kailangan ko depensahan to para maging 4-on-4 fight yung ating BRP. This is good din naman for the side of Liyab. Malakas din naman sila dito. Pag walang Camille, no? Parang pabot pa nga sila sa kanila pag walang Camille dahil walang Hextech Ultimatum. While Liyab Esports, they're trying to get the mid turret and they will get it. And as of now, Sunsparks, GG Spear, medyo nahihirapan sila dumepensa sa mga tore nila.
Yan. That is right, Berting, no? And freebie lang sa kanila yung mid lane dito, no? Item check tayo again, coming in for Maze dito, no? Meron siyang Tear of the Goddess and the Ardent Sensor. And mukhang ang next target niya dito is probably the Archangel Staff and Seraph's Embrace afterwards. Pero nakakapagtaka na wala silang Harmonic Echo sa team nila dito na magbibigay pa ng benefit when it comes to giving the shield and healing galing na. Talagang healing galing na ito pag nagkataon.
Kumbaga, ima-master mo pa yung panggagamot mo, no? Sa mga tropa mo. And Sunsparks, GG Spear, nandito na sila sa may bandang Ocean Drake natin at mukhang bakbaka na kagad dito, GG Spear.
Bakbaka na nga, hindi walang teleport mga kaibigan. Si Nixo dito, pinasok na Hextech Ultimate, tinamaan si Exo dito, ginamit ang kanyang thesis para mabuhay siya, pero umabot pa nga last sprint para sa kanya, pero he will go down. Buhay pa rin ang members ng Sunsparks dito, nanganganib si Gambit, ginamit ang kanyang thesis para makapag-disengage, pero umamatay siya kaibigan with a corky. Nasa loob pa rin mga kaibigan si Miggy dito, 4 na ng members ng Liyab ang namamatay, mabubuhay pa ang 5 members ng Sunsparks dito, so pagkakataon nila para kunin ang baron para sa team nila.
Oh my God! Guys, nakita nyo ba yung sustain na binigay ni Maze and Zeds? Doon mismo sa Dragon Pit natin, nakatayo lang sila doon para sila nagmamasake na 2 miyembro dito sa side ng Sunsparks, and because of that, ang tinte, nakasurvive pa dito si Pain and the rest of Sunsparks dito doon mismo sa clash natin, and they will get the Baron buff, also the 3rd DR dito sa game number 1 natin. Liyab Esports, wala silang nakuwang kahit anong objectives dito sa Sunsparks. GG Spear, ang ganda ng ginawa ng Liyab Esports. Yes, yung explosive cast dito ni Miggy para manakap yung ibang miyembro or ma-corner dito yung ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks with the blast breath para dito kay Exocen, but the damage still not enough para mapatay or mapunish yung buong miyembro ng Sunsparks. At salamat yon sa healing galing power dito ni Sets at ni Maze sa side ng Sunsparks, and Devil J, GG Spear, he will get that first torrent dito sa Dragon Lane natin.
Freebie nga, once again, for the Sunsparks dito, no? Nakuha na nila yung Dragon, nakuha pa nila yung Baron, pagkakataon na for the Sunsparks na bumawi after ng sunod-sunod na talo kanina sa mga team fights dito. At eto na yung sinasabi natin, no? Kailangan na ngayon ng Liyab Esports na magagawa na paraan nila na makaposisyon na maayos si Gambit dito. Kasi every team fight, lagi ding nasa gitna si Gambit. And to be honest, yung Dragon Pit na yun, medyo malayo pa si Nixo, no? Hindi pa siya nakaabot kaagad. Medyo naghahabol pa siya, pero malaki yung tiyan niya, kaya medyo mabagal siya nung tumakbo-takbo doon. Kung kaya't hindi siya nakaabot agad. But we're seeing that sinusubukan na kunin ng Sunsparks dito. Ang third tier threat natin, hindi na clear yung top lane dito, no? Hindi na clear yung top lane minion wave, so di sila pwede makapag second tier threat ng top lane. They still have the Baron buff. Sinusubukan na dito ni Devil J na mag-split push. However, kailangan niyang mag-back ng konti. Pero hindi pa na siya mag-back dito. Talagang tuloy-tuloy na siya sa bot lane. Meron ng package si Gambit dito. So medyo delikado to for the Sunsparks kapag nagkataon na mapitas kaagad yung kanilang mga healing galing champions.
Yeah,
So, kailangan maging backline lang.
And speaking of feeling galing, look at this. The Seraphine and the Sona combination. Ang mga tagahilot ng Sunsparks, kahit yung minions tuwan-tuwa no? Kasi meron silang feeling nila nababagsin nila kahit hindi naman Look at this, Sunsparks will get the third turret dito sa may bandang gitna natin at walang magawa ang Liyab Esports doon. GG Spear dito sa game number 1 natin.
Wala talaga silang magawa dahil eto na nga yung healing galing na ginagawa ngayon ng Sunsparks, mga kaibigan. Naku, magkakaroon na tibay dito. Mama kanyang tulan. Pero the knockup will come in. The Cyclone, mga kaibigan. Eto na yata ang pagbawi ng api. Liyab is still inside. Tinabon nila si stage dito. Napatay si Exoten. Nasa loob pa rin si Exoten. Pinupatsi niya ang dalawa. Si Seth at si Mickey. Sorry natin si Devil J. Kailangan niyang mag-back dito. Pagbawi ng api. Masyado kayong malalim. Exoten versus Devil J. Meron pa siyang Guardian Angel dito. Pero nandiyan pa kanyang tropa. Sinubukan niyang harangin ng hangin. Pero mili ako. Walang paki ako sa hangin. Liyab! Gambit is inside. Devil J dito. Sinubukan niya patsi na isa para mag-proc ang kanyang passive. Nag-zone niya dito, mga kaibigan. Tumakbo ang Corky. Corky! Pero Devil J! Walang malakas, tatlo. Mutik pa nga makaisa. That's gonna be an ace. Of course, powered by Oppo Reno 5.
Oh my God! Miggy sa side ng Liyab Esports with the 2-man cyclo. Follow up dito ng last with the Execration. Yun yung kailangan ng Liyab Esports. Pilayin kagad yung isang taga-heal nila, which is si Sona or yung Seraphine natin, and because of that, nagkulang yung sustain ng Sunspark dito. Explosive gas, mga kaibigan, gustong kunin yung ating Infernal and GG Spear. Nakuha na Infernal, so sabi dito ng Liyab Esports, tapos na ang kailangan namin. Babalik na kami sa base at magka-clash ulit tayo sa BR Pit.
Is that Infernal Cloud Drake? So, Infernal Cloud Drake. So, mukhang...
Cloud
Infernal
Drake,
Drake.
Infernal.
Mukhang... sorry. Infernal Cloud.
Elder. Sorry. Nagkahalo-halo na.
Pero that's just gonna give them movement speed, no? Ability to make sure na ma-defend nila dito, no? Para sa kanilang team. Pero again, that clash, no? That team fight, of course, goes to the favor of Liyab Esports. Ang ganda ng pagpasok doon ni Miggy. Hindi na siya naghintay ng matagal. Wala siyang pake. Basta manakap niya lang ang kanyang kalaban dito. At naipit sa loob. Dito si Mace, no? And yun yung pinaka-importanting bagay dito. Gaya ng sinabi mo din, na mahuli lang nila, mabawasan lang nila yung squishy champion dito. And Mace, I think, kailangan niya maging maingat sa mga upcoming team fight. Kailangan niya lang ma-make sure na hindi siya maabot ni Miggy ng kanyang Cyclone.
Yep, and speaking of Cyclone, yun lang talaga Kailangan lang talaga, gaya nga nasabi mo, kailangan lang maabot dito ni paring Miggy. Yung isa, pero ito magkadikit na, if ever na mahuli niya yun, for sure, merong mabilis na follow-up para dito kay Exosin. Pero as of now, Liyab Esports with the Elder Buff going to the BR. Ano ang gagawin ng Sunsparks, mga kaibigan? While the Devil J trying his best na makapag-speed push dito sa may bandang baba ng ating mama. Pero to, ang bato. Pero kita mo naman dito, 5722, medyo karachi yung buhay niya. The healing galing. Ito yung sinasabi talaga natin. Okay lang magpabawas basta hindi mo mamatay. Dahil healing galing. GG Spear, bakbakan!
Ay, nakakasagol mga kaibigan, tatlo tinamaan sa bayan mo pa ng last break, mga kaibigan, coming in from Yatsuo. Isa pang Jump Brothers, talbog ka ulit dito. Nasa loob sa Exhausted kanina, pero Miggy wala na ipaligoy-ligoy pa. Si Nixu, nakuha niya ang isa dito sa bot lane, or rather, sorry, Devil J pala nakakasira ng turret. Pero kapalit nun, tatlong buhay ng Sunsparks na mawawala dito. Pero Devil J is on
Devil
fire.
J!
Susubukan niya tapusin ang laban na ito. Nasa top pa rin, mga kaibigan, ang members of Liyab Esports. Pero andito na si Bro, mga kaibigan mo, right na boy, na-responti na, bibigyan ng kanya makauwi. Pero teleport na kanyang ginagamit para bukong balik. Nakancel pa nga! Pagkakataon na dito for the Liyab Esports, tapusin na ang laban. Ragnarok Pinmayus, mga kaibigan. Nag-proc na ang kanyang Guardian Angel. Hindi ka na namin hihintayin dahil yung start sa kanya ni Guardian Angel mo na. Liyab Esports winning the game against the Sunsparks. 1-0 tayo sa ating Series 1.
Oh my God! Devil J, na-cancel ng Broom yung teleport dito ng Camille. And what a game from Liyab Esports, mga kaibigan, Sunsparks, kamuntikan na lamang na sila. Pero because of the clash dun sa may bandang baba, getting the Elder, tapos nakuha din yung Baron, the snowball is real para sa kanila. Nakita mo yung last clash natin, Gigi Spear, dun mismo sa damo, another good cyclone mula dito kay Miggy with the follow-up of Exos and Last Breath, and that is a good game para sa kanila. And Liyab, mga kaibigan, si third Hokage ng ating ng South Luzon, sila pa rin talaga, Gigi Spear, ang sisiklab dito sa unang laban natin.
Sila pa rin, indeed, ang nanaig, no, sa nangyaring laban na yon. Ginawa na ng Sunsparks lahat ng mga kaya nila para manalo doon sa naging laban na yon. Pero ang hirap talagang counterin ng Cyclone ni Miggy. Ang gandang opportunity para sa kanila. May push nila further yung teamfight na yon. Pumasok siya doon, nag-flash in sa loob, and then sinigurado niya na matamaan dito at least si Sona. Out of position na naman si Maze dito. Nahuli siya ng Cyclone. Sinabayan pa ng Last Breath at follow-up from the rest of the members of Liyab Esports. Nakita ko na ginagawa ni Devil J lahat ng mga kaya na ma-push yung bot lane dito. Pero dumating si Moraita Boy, sinubukan niyang pigilan, ginamit niya yung kanyang concussive blow dito, and the Winter's Bite. Pero hindi mapigilan eh. Teleport is being used. The Glacial Fissure will be used para masigurado matapos. Hindi ko nakita kasi hindi ko alam kung ano yung ginamit pang cancel. It could be the concussive blow or the Glacial Fissure.
Nag-proc din yung passive niya ni yung Winter's Bite dito ni Brom. And Devil J trying his best, no. If ever na shutdown niya, I think si Nixu dun sa may bandang baba, there is a possibility na baka sila pa yung manalo dun mismo sa game number 1 natin. Pero Moraita Boy with the recall, with the respawn or with the backup dun mismo kay Nixu to shut down Devil J sa may bandang gitna. Yun din yung right opportunity dito ng Liyab Esports na i-straight nila yung game natin papunta dun mismo sa Nexus natin, and they will get the game number 1. Sobrang init ng game number 1 natin. Sarutobi, third Hokage versus Boruto. Nakita natin Sunsparks dito. Talagang hindi sila yung mga bagong hindi sila yung even though na bago sila, yes, sa pro scene, hindi sila basa-basa pwedeng magpatalo dito. And Liyab Esports, pinakita naman nila kung paano gamitin yung mga experience na nakuha nila sa mga different journey ng buhay nila pagdating dito sa professional scene. At sobrang ganda ng sobrang ganda ng laro ng Liyab Esports, especially Miggy, dahil sobrang on point yung mga cyclone niya. At ito na yung ating Oppo Reno 5 play of the game, mga kaibigan. And kita nyo naman yung mga replays natin. Ito yung na medyo nag-overextend, no? Gigi Spear, si Exozen and Miggy sa may bandang DR natin.
Yep, and the first few part of the game, no, nakita naman natin talaga kung gaano kainit dito ang performance ng Sunsparks. They have, yung lead dito. Lagi silang lamang in terms of team fight. Alam nila kung sino yung dapat pasukin dito. Pero nagsimula ito nung itong dragon, I think second dragon yung nagsimula doon na pumalya ang naging strat ng Sunsparks dito, kung saan pumasok ng malalim si Devil J dito. Despite the Sunsparks being able to get yung dragon na yon, hindi pa rin sila lumamang doon. Medyo nahirapan pa rin talaga sila ng gusto kasi, well, no questions asked, matik yan talaga, no? Talagang mahihirapan sila doon dahil nga yung every time na nag-initiate sila dito, naka-counterplay sila with the Wukong na may Cyclone. And of course, the master of the match, wala na tayong questions dito dahil siya nga naman ang nagbigay ng pinakamaraming damage dealt throughout the entire game. 95% kill participation. Gambit ang master of the match natin sa ating game 1.
95%. So, halos lahat nandun siya sa clash natin, and nakita na natin 95%, pero on deaths niya lang isa. And we see naman na kung paano ginagawang box out or initiation yung ginagawa dito ng ibang miyembro ng Liyab Esports, especially Miggy with the follow-up of Exos. Laging nakakuha dito si Miggy ng 3, ng 2 champion. Never siya kumuha ng isang champion using the Cyclone, and we can say na ito talaga si Miggy is talagang nasa laro niya para dito sa game number 1 natin. If wala ang nahuhuli dito si Miggy, napakalaki ng chance talaga dito ng Sunsparks na makuha doon. Kasi dikit na dikit lang talaga yung laban no, Chong? And wala lang akong masabi, grabe yung laban natin sa game number 1. Sunsparks dito just proving themselves na talagang deserve nila na makasama dito sa top 4 sa South Luzon group stage ng Icon Series natin. GG Sperigaw, ano ba ang pwede mong i-comment sa dalawang teams natin?
talagang worth it talaga no for these two teams na makita natin na mag-go sila head to head. And alam mo yun, kudos as well for the Sunsparks being able to put up a good fight nung laban na yun. Hindi natin in-expect na ganun yung mangyayari. Alam mo yun, even Exosen is actually winning the, you know, yung winning niya yung kanyang bandang mid game dito after siyang ma-first blood kanina ni Galio or ni 5722. Nagawa niya ng paraan na makabawi dito. Nakakambak siya ng maayos, hindi siya nagpatalo kaagad in terms of the laning phase. Tapos unti-unti sila nakabawi after ng unang dragon fight. You know, lahat ng dragon ng lahat ng mga first 3 dragons actually did go to the Sunsparks dito. Pero the Elder Drake, napunta ito sa kamay ng Liyab Esports kung saan mas nagkaroon sila ng opportunity para mag-spread out ng maayos, make sure na makuha nila yung kanilang tamang objective. Katulad kanina, you know, the Cyclone, yung Cyclone na yun talaga is really the big deal dito no for Exosen na ma-secure niya yung kanyang last breath dito. And one thing I would say is hindi ganoon kadali yung ginawa ng Exosen dito kasi normally when you use Yasuo tas nag-cyclone dito yung kalaban, pwede mo kasing ang last breath mo lang is yung isang champion. Pero lagi niya nahuhuli yung dalawang knock up. Kasi alam mo yun, ano yun, targeting yun eh. Minsan pag tinarget mo sa champion, yung isang champion lang yun. Pero pag tinarget mo sa gitna nila, dalawang knock up, dun dalawa sila tinatamaan ng last breath.
Yep, and ang ganda rin talaga ng mga huli. May mga pagkukulang din ni Sunsparks, especially si Seds and si Mace, yung Seraphine and the Zona natin. Medyo malapit sila dun sa position dito ni Miggy to the point na lagi nga sila dito na huli dito ng ni Miggy or yung Wukong natin using the Cyclone. And because of that, if ever kasi na mahuli ka talaga ng Cyclone, expect mo ng pagbaba mo patay ka na eh. Dahil ang dami nilang pwedeng ibato sa'yo. Meron silang Glacial Fissure dito. Meron silang Last Breath ni Yasuo, Cyclone nga, and the first damage na pwedeng ibigay mismo ng Corki. Doon mismo sa mga na-knock up ng mga players dito ng Liyab Esports. Pero ito mga kaibigan, sa mga bagong pasok sa live stream natin, ito nga pala yung previous picks and previous bans ng Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks. And as you can see, the duo Manggagamot or duo Albularyo ng Sunsparks, Seraphine and the Zona hindi tumalab or muntik nang tumalab pero naagapan dito ng Liyab Esports. We can say comeback comeback talaga no? Kasi dikit naman talaga yung laban, nagkamali lang dito yung Sunsparks dun talaga sa bandang baba ng ating mapa.
Medyo hindi ko na rin gaanong makita yung yung heroes entrance na maayos itong si 5722. I would say na nag-struggle na siya ng sobra after nga makita nila na nahuhuli lagi si Sona with the Cyclone and si Sets. Kaya nahihirapan na rin si 5722 na mag-decide saan siya papasok at saan siya gagamit ng kanyang heroes entrance dito. Even though nakita naman natin na kahit din si si Fate mismo, si Olaf ay nahirapan na din na makapagtas ng mga champion dito kasi he's more on focus sa damage. And the problem is kapag nawala si Sona dito, wala na silang healing galing, bawas na yung kanilang healing dito. The shield as well coming from Seraphine, hindi enough. So wala na siyang pang-defensive.
Kasi si Sona yung may mas malaking heal na binibigay dito sa side ng Sunsparks. Yung Seraphine kasi hindi naman talaga siya totally malakas na heal. Ang usually kasi binibigay ng Seraphine is the barrier, also the heal. Pero onti lang heal pero more on barrier. Parang redemption, moving redemption siya eh. Pero kasi kay Sona talaga parang 2 to 3 seconds lang ata yung heal niya. Tapos meron ka pang barrier na kasama. So sobrang masusulit mo talaga no. Pero dahil nga nahuli dito ni Miggy ng ilang beses itong Sona, yun yung naging reason kung bakit talaga natalo itong Sunsparks. Pero it is what it is. Liyab Esports dito, GG Spear, the third Hokage ng Icon Series. Sa kanila, itong game number 1. We still have game number 2. Let's see kung yung Sunsparks dito ay mag-i-stick ba sa ganitong klaseng strategy or may ilalabas na silang mga bagong champions like the Yasuo na na-deny mismo kay 5722.
Yep, malalaman natin yan, no? But mukhang sa first game na ito talagang pinatunayan ni Exosen na sige, kung hindi yung mga gusto nyo gamitin, I will be using Yasuo na alam mo yun, na ina-expect natin na makakuha ni 5722 pero we'll see kung ano magiging responde dito ng Sunsparks sa ating next game. Kasi itong next game natin is the match point na kagad kasi best of 3 lang to mga kaibigan. So kapag nanalo dito ang Liyab Esports, they will be the winner sa ating Series 2 and they will earn 50,000 Globe Cup points. If ever naman na manalo ang Sunsparks, magiging 1-1 ang ating score.
Yes, sobrang laki, no? 50,000 kaagad if ever na manalo ka. And we know naman dito sa Icon Series natin, group stage, kailangan na kailangan yung manalo ng mga series. And take note, 2 teams lang po ang kukunin sa kada group stage natin for North, South, and Visayas and Mindanao. And nakita nyo naman yung North Luzon dito, NXP and Team Secret, sila yung waiting dito sa ating playoffs. While Liyab, Sunsparks, Execration, and the Omega, naglalaban-laban sila kung sino ba ang nararapat na makapunta ng playoffs natin. And syempre, Gigi, super excited din ako para sa Visayas and Mindanao kung sino ba yung mga sino ba yung mga superstar players and superstar teams doon mismo sa dalawang natitirang bracket natin. Ikaw ba, meron ka bang idea yung mga players para doon sa Visayas and Mindanao?
Wala pa ang exactly info na nakikita when it comes to, different teams coming from Visayas. Pero I know for sure na marami sa kanila magagaling. Visayas and Mindanao, to be exact. Kasi kung ewan ko lang kung familiar ka, no? Pero yung mga nagiging top 1 to top 10 ng LOL PC Challengers is mostly coming nanggaling sa Iloilo, sa Visayas, or sa Bacolod, na mga players na kilala talaga. Kung kaya't malaki yung expectation ko, no, na dito sa Wild Rift is some of them will also come from the Visayas and Mindanao. So hopefully nakakapaglaro na rin sila ng Wild Rift ngayon kasi baka mamaya iba pa din yung mga games na nilalaro nila, or maybe they're still playing LOL PC, or baka gusto nilang mag-try na ng Wild Rift ngayon. So alam mo yun, I'm expecting a lot, no? But so far, I think I only know a few teams na hindi ko pa confirmed na talagang nakasali sila or sasali sila sa ating qualifiers. But looking forward to that, no? Especially after ng ating week 2 ng South Luzon. Sila naman ang ating ikakas.
Yep, and speaking of teams, for sure may mga players din na or teams na nanonood sa atin dito sa live stream na nag-i-scout dito mismo sa South Luzon. Tinitignan kung ano ba yung mga galawan, ano ba yung mga meta picks nila. Dahil in the future, for sure, makakalaban nila itong Sunsparks and the Liyab. And dito sa game number 1, napakita na itong dalawang teams na to na humanda kayo sa mga susunod na tournament dahil hindi kami basta-basta teams. Even though na Sunsparks and Liyab, bago lang ang Wild Rift, pero kung mapapansin mo yung gameplay nila, para talaga silang para silang mga ninja, sobrang bilis nilang gumalaw. And nakita mo rin yung position lagi ng Liyab, lagi silang nasa bush. Naghihintay sila ng champions or players in Sunsparks na magpi-face check. Pero Sunsparks, they know na yung strategy na yun na hindi masyadong gagana sa kanila. So, before they check the bush, talagang nagbabato sila ng skills. Never sila magpi-face check. Lalong-lalo na pag nakikita nila sa mapa, walang champions. Puro minions lang. Doon sila doon sila nagiging maingat talaga. Which is good, no? Kasi aware ka sa map. Meron kang map awareness eh. And this is a professional a league. So, expect lahat ng players dito talagang magaling.
Tsaka yun yung nakita kong playstyle dito ng Sunsparks, no? They're more on passive play na lagi sila naghihintay na mapasok ng kanilang kalaban nito. That is why they don't wanna check out itong mga bush natin unless merong important objective. Kung kaya nakita mo na the only part or the only moment na ginamit ni Olaf yung kanyang palakol dito is yung to check the bush nung nandun na yung dragon. Doon lang sila nagsimulang mag-try na mag-attempt ng take ng objective dito kahit may mga bush pa mismo. So, yun yung nakita kong playstyle ng Sunsparks dito, no? In this game, they're more on passive lang muna. And antay sila na magkaroon ng objective dito tapos saka sila papasok. Meanwhile, sa Liyab Esports, wala silang hinihintay dito. Every opportunity for them na makapasok sila dito with the use of the Cyclone, andun kagad sila.
Yep, and para sa talaga Miggy, sobrang galing niya gumamit ang Wukong dito. And may kaibigan ako, Wukong din ang gamit ng tournament kanina lang. Pero ang Wukong niya 07 pero di na natin papangalalan yun. So kung kilala nyo guys, i-mention nyo na lang sa comment natin. Pero it is very risk. Mukhang malapit na mga kaibigan natin game number 2 between the Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks. 1-0 in favor of Liyab Esports. So pagdating sa game number 2 natin, kailangan mag-step up dito ng Sunsparks or kailangan nilang maglabas ng mga barahan nila para matalo itong Liyab to the point na mag-game number 3 itong series to natin. Dahil we know naman, pag natalo ang Sunsparks, it's gonna be a GG call para sa kanila. 2-0 ba? Or we gonna go to game number 3? Tingin mo ba, GG Phil, meron pa tayong adjustment na mangyayari?
Malalaman natin yan, no, sa ating next game. Pero in terms of going for the game 2 or game 3, mag-game 3 nga ba tayo? There's a high possibility na magkaroon tayo ng game 3. Kasi yung first game, hindi naman natin in-expect na magiging ganun yung outcome ng game eh. We actually did expect a lot from the Team Secret, Team Secret kasi yung lineup nila coming from Team Secret from the Sunsparks dito, no, na yung ganong klase ng lineup nila na I think medyo yun yung inasahan ko na baka this time they'll actually have the chance to win the Liyab Esports, which is start naman na, no, na early part of the games they're always winning the team fight, pero yun nga lang kahit nasa kanila yung mga objective hindi pa rin yun magiging sapat para manalo sa game.
And feeling ko they will open the Yasuo dito for the side of for the side of Liyab Esports, or ang inaano ko kasi dito GG Spear is the Sunsparks, kung i-open ba nila yung Diana, kung ibibigay ba nila dito yung Diana ni Execration, kasi if ever na ma-open yung Diana, kasi nakita naman natin yung impact ng Diana doon pa lang sa Execration meron talagang damage, talagang hindi lang talaga gumana doon sa side ng Omega. Pero for this series kasi, this is a different story. The Sunsparks and Liyab, and we know naman Execration is one of the players as of now na gumagamit talaga ng Diana champion, and feeling ko yung Sunsparks din talaga nag-research din talaga na ay, itong player na to sobrang solid na itong Diana, why ba't di natin i-try, no, na i-respect ban, tas try nating gumamit ng ibang champions to counter this person. Pero Execration still have the Yasuo dito. Ang naging problema lang talaga is the laning na meron dito yung Sunsparks, kasi hindi natin nila expect na magiging bottom lane Yasuo.
Yeah, in terms of the laning phase, sinabi naman natin kanina na gano'n yung malaking pagkakataon na gano'n yung mangyari, kasi kailangan iwasan dito ni Exhausted na tumapat sa dalawa, lalo na kung Seraphine tapos Sona yun, siguradong makapag-farm ka siguro doon pag nasa loob lang ng turret mo. Pero knowing these two players, sigurado they will control or freeze the mid lane dito para ma-freeze nila na maayos. Makakuha sila ng XP, and on the other hand, mahihirapang magka-XP at makaipon ng gold ang iyong kalaban dito. Pero nagulat tayo sa solo kill na ginawa ni 572 kay Exhausted in the botting kanina.
Hindi ko nga alam kung ano nangyari doon, kasi busy tayo doon sa may bandang Baron lane, no? Hindi ako nagkakamali na pinorman rotation dito ng Sunsparks, which is good. Nakita rin natin pagdating talaga ng early game, lamang GG Spear itong Sunsparks because of the rotation na meron sila. Pero pagdating talaga dun sa mga initiation, execution ng team fights, Liyab Esports ang lumalamang. May times lang talaga na lumalamang dito yung Sunsparks if ever na hindi napapansin yung Seraphine, also the Sona. Pero nung nakita natin na wala kaagad din Sona, wala na magawa dito yung Seraphine, hindi na kaagad siya makapag-sustain. So we can say dung game number 1, si Sona talaga yung isa sa mga pinaka key factor dun sa side ng Sunsparks. Pero Miggy and Exhausted, these two players, they know kung paano i-execute ng tama yung gantong klaseng sitwasyon. And yeah, they get the game number 1. Nakapag-momentum kagad sila at nakuha pa nila, hindi sila nakakuha ng mga Drakes, pero ang nakuha naman nilang Drakes sa huli is the Elder Drake na Cloud, diba? Tapos naka-BR pa sila. Pero eto na, mga kaibigan, the game number 2 between Sunsparks and Liyab Esports. Sunsparks, they will ban all up para dito sa side ng blue team. Samantalang Liyab Esports naman, they will ban the Akali. So I think Sunsparks, they will respect ban the Diana of Exozen. Gaya nga ng sabi natin, etong champion na to, isa to sa mga champion na nabuff nung 2.2A patch natin. So we can say na isa to sa mga pinakamalakas na champion as of now pagdating sa mid lane.
Yep, totoo yan, no? And hindi siya ganong napipili sa mga players ngayon kasi just a very hard champion to use, no? Medyo, alam mo yun, high risk, high reward. And mas effective siya kapag nasa maayos ka na team talaga. Maayos na team meaning yung team na nakatagal mo na nakasama sa mga games mo. Kasi if you're gonna play Diana sa mga solo queue, medyo delikado ka dito dahil, you know, most of the time walang follow-up na mangyayari coming from your teammates. Pero Yasuo and Akali has been banned out by the Liyab Esports dito. Alam mo na yan. Hindi na gagamitin ni Exhausted si Yasuo. So, hindi niya ibibigay ito kay 572.
Yep, and there you go. Lee Sin will be picked for the side of Sunsparks. Open pa dito yung Brom. Also, the Kaisa. But Nixu with the priority pick for the side of Liyab Esports. That will be the Gragas. Kaisa will be picked pa para side dito ng Liyab Esports. Let's see kung ano ba mas priority dito. We still have the Galio para dito sa side ng Liyab. Marami pang champions ang pwede i-pick, pero Corki again para dito kay Gambit. So mukhang Sunsparks ang pipick ng Galio and Kaisa. What do you think, Spear?
Kai'Sa, that's for sure, no? Kasi they don't have the ADC na pwedeng tumapat dito aside from Kai'Sa in the current meta. Pwede naman si Draven, pero Draven, alam mo yun, medyo risky din siya at this point. And hindi natin gaano namin mention kung gaano kaganda yung performance si Gambit nung ginawa niya si Corki, no? Pero Corki, no questions as naman yun, naging master of the match siya doon because he's the highest damage dealt na champion dito or na player sa buong game natin. Kung kaya't, ito rin ang isang kailangan bantayan ng Sunsparks dito, no? Kailangan nilang ma-make sure na mahuli nila si Miggy in the backline. Na nakita ko naman ginagawa din ng paraan ni Devil J kanina. Pero mahirap talaga kasi may mga Valkyrie yan eh.
Yup, with the Valkyrie, no, talaga mamba out lang. Pero Oriana, para dito sa Sunsparks and Liyab Esports with the Lux and the Camille para sa kanila. So we can say na pwede na lang i-pick dito ng Sunsparks is the Fiora, one of the champions na pwede nyo gamitin to counter the damage na pwedeng gawin ng isang Camille. And there you go, ang Alistar, ang Baka, ang Toro, ang Sangyupsal ay ilalabas na mismo ng Sunsparks. Matagal na mamahinga itong Baka na to, GG Spear, pero ngayon muling nagbabalik para dito sa game number 2 of South Luzon, and Ezreal is here as well. So this gonna be a mid lane Corki. Tama ba?
Yeah,
mid lane
could
Corki.
be. Probably Exhaust will go for the mid Corki. Ginagamit din yan before, no? Sa ating, even in the preseason, I think I've seen him once nagmamit ng Corki dito in the preseason with sa mid lane. And ito na, ang Beef Bulgogi ng team of Sunsparks dito. No? We have si Alistar para sa kanilang lineup. Very interesting lineup coming from the members of the Sunsparks dito. No? They have, the Alistar na pwede mag-pulverize headbutt combos. Bigyan mo ng bola yan ni Oriana. Shockwave, sigurado, secured yan. Huwag lang sana siya mag-selfie. Kasi nangyayari yan minsan, yung selfie na shockwave. Ayaw natamaan. Pero, Fiora and Lee Sin as well, very interesting coming from the lineup of Sunsparks dito. Pero, Liyab Esports, in response to that, they have 2 AD carry na alam mo yun, most likely magre-rely sa pagiging scaling dito. Kasi alam mo yun, they need Ezreal have to pick yung kanyang mura mana muna na manam yun muna, mabuo niya ito, no? So medyo kailangan nila magpatagal ng konti para maging mas effective si Ezreal dito.
Yes, and speaking of Ezreal, no, ang kunat factor lang dito ng Sunsparks will be the Alistar, while the Liyab Esports, they have the Gragas, also the Camille. So we can say na mas tatagal itong Liyab Esports pagdating sa Clash. Pero kasi ang ginagawa kasi dito ng Sunspark is more on the crowd control. They have the pulverize para dito kay Alistar, the Shockwave, the Dragon Rage. Ang titignan talaga natin dito is paano rotate etong jungle ng Sunsparks using the Lee Sin, because we know naman pag meron Lee Sin sa lineup, expect the unexpected. Level 3 or actually level 2, there's always be a rotation para dito kay Bulag. Pero Liyab Esports, nakita na natin itong Liyab Esports. We always say nung game number 1 na lamang yung Sunsparks, but Liyab with the late game or with the late game potential na meron sila for this game number 2, no? Sobrang laki ng chance dito ng Liyab na pwede silang manalo sa late game because of the Corki and the Ezreal lineup na meron sila.
Yep, totoo yan, no? And medyo delikado nga ito for the Sunsparks. They really have to make sure na mahulog nila si Ezreal dito and si Corki pag nagkaroon ng mga team fight. Pero kaya naman yan because they have Fiora, no? They have Fiora na pwedeng mag-initiate ng team fight dito at pumasok deep inside the backline of Liyab Esports. Kung kaya't meron din naman ang team ng Liyab dito na si Lux to give out the shield, and of course meron silang Camille na pwedeng pumasok din naman sa backline ng Sunsparks dito. So I would say na in terms of lineup, the advantage would pretty much go for the Sunsparks dito because they have Kai'Sa, no? Kai'Sa being the queen of a late game, kung saan sobrang effective talaga niya dito dahil sa mano pa na killer instincts na pwede niyang gamitin para makapag last hit siya dito or para makapag-back away siya with the shield na meron ang kanyang skill dito.
Yep, and ito na mga kaibigan, yung ating mga laning for the game number 2 between Liyab Esports versus the Sunsparks. Tingnan natin kung 2-0 ba ang laban na to or baka naman mag-e-extend pa tayo sa game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the second series para sa South Luzon, Sarutobi or third Hokage versus Boruto ng Icon. GG Spear, bakbakan na kagad. Kita mo naman yung early hard leash ng Liyab Esports dito sa may bandang blue box natin.
Yep, early hard leash, giving the opportunity for Miggy na makapag-rotate kagad at mapunta kagad sa kanyang next jungle camp after niya makuha yung kanyang blue sentinel. Would go for the red bramble kasi kailangan niya yon. kung maayos pa yung clear niya dito at makuha niya yung kanyang mga jungle camps dito, mas malaking pagkakataon sa kanya makapag-rotate ng maayos. Pero take that mga kaibigan, we're seeing that ang team of Sunsparks dito will do the 1-2-1 laning phase.
Oo nga eh. With the Kaisa, no? With the Kaisa Alistar, we can say na pwede, anytime pwede nilang i-punish etong si Execration using the Corki, while the bottom lane natin or the Dragon lane, same situation rin naman eh, with the Lux and the Ezreal. 5722 dito, medyo delikado siya, and we know naman itong Orianna ni 5722, isa to sa mga most picked champions niya nung pre-season. So ang ginagawa lang dito ng Sunsparks, just stalling para dun pagdating in the late game, magkakaroon na tayo ng mga power spike pagdating dito sa side ng Sunsparks. And Sunsparks dito, GG Spear, early invade sa red buffs kagad at mukhang makukuha ni paring Fate yun.
Oo, that's a free red buff na dito for Fate. Pero alam ito mga kaibigan ng Liyab, no? They're aware that nakuha na ngayon ni Fate yung red buff nitong si Miggy. So may pagkakataon silang maggawa ng counterplay dito, which is why we're seeing na si Morita Boy nasa top lane na ngayon. Sinusubukan niya na mag-responde mga kaibigan. Wala tumama dito sa kanyang light binding. Fate was able to get away freely. Trabaho lang walang personalan. Kumuha lang na kanyang jungle camp dito. Pero si Maze, Morita Boy napili na mag-flash dahil mahirap na ba na ng Sam Gift Sam. Hindi mo alam kakainin mo siya or babawasan mo at papahirapan mo siya ng gusto dito. Now we're seeing that 5722, medyo delikado naman yung buhay dito, last malalim siya sa turret. Pero Miggy and Exosen is there to give out the pressure.
Eto na yung pressure na ginagawa mismo ng Liyab Esports. Talagang pinapakita nila dito sa side ng Sunsparks na anytime pwede kaming mag-rotate sa mapa nyo. And nakita mo medyo na nasira rin yung rotation ng Sunsparks dito because of the 4-man rotation na ginagawa ng Liyab Esports, especially dito sa Dragon lane natin. Bumalik sa baba si Mace dito para supportahan si 5722 kasi alam niya anytime na pwedeng pasukin nila Miggy etong si 5722 at baka makakuha pa ng first blood nating Gigi Spear.
Baka nga makuha pa ang first blood dito pag nagkataon. Pero sa ginawa ngayon ng Liyab Esports, no, nag 3-man push attempt sila in the bot lane. Alam natin lahat na before the 4-minute mark, mahirap pang mag-push dito dahil makunat yung turret. The more champions you have in a single lane, sumusubok na sirain yung turret dito. So, for on, alam mo yun, kailangan na maghintay ng 4 minutes dito para mawala yung buff na yun ng turret natin. Which means, kailangan na maghintay ng first Dragon 5 bago sila magsimula na mag-push dito. Pero Nixu giving out the pressure against Devil J. Sinasalo lang niya yung damage dito. No? Meron siyang ignite. Tapos si Nixu naman ay may barrier.
Yup, and onting minuto na lang, no, Gigi Spear, lalabas na yung DR natin, but look at this, Sunsparks Maze, just waiting dito sa may bandang damo. Baka mamaya kasi maglakad lang yung Camille pupunta dito sa ating DR, but no, Nixu will recall. Kailangan niya mag-reset, Gigi Spear, kasi kailangan kasama dito si Nixu pagdating sa clash natin. Same with the Exosen and the rest of Liyab Esports. Gusto nilang mauna dito sa Dragon Pit natin para makapwesto na kagad sila kahit paano, which is yun usually ginagawa nila eh, lalo na ng game number 1.
Yes, Infernal Drake is up. Meron na rin package mga kaibigan si Exosen dito, so pwede niya gamitin yan para sa mga mangyayaring upcoming team fight dito, which is now inisimula na ng Liyab Esports dito ang first Dragon of the game. However,
bilis,
wala na nga tayong 4-minute buff mga kaibigan. So pagkakataon na for the Sunsparks to get that first Dragon of the game, hindi na nila ikakontest to, hindi na nila susubukang agawin itong Dragon na ito, pero magpupush sila sa second turret ng Baron lane ng Liyab Esports.
Yup, nakuha dito ng Sunsparks yung unang tower natin at mukhang gugusto pa nila ng pangalawa dahil sa Sunsparks dito, wala silang pakialam kung nakuha yung DR and they will get the second turret dito mismo sa Baron lane natin in just 4 minutes. Ganun lang, Gigi Spear. Samantalang Liyab Esports, ang sagot naman nila, walang iba kundi the first torrent dito sa may bandang Dragon lane. Also the VR na meron tayo, which is the Infernal Drake.
Sobrang mapayapa ang buhay ngayon ng Sunsparks, no? Dahil nakuha nila yung objective dito, getting the turrets. Pero take that mga kaibigan, the first Dragon did go to the Liyab Esports dito, and having the Infernal Drake in the hands of your team, malaking bagay ito, malaking opportunity, especially in the late game kapag meron kayong ganito kalaking additional AD and AP sa inyong champions.
And look at the item, no? Lamang na lamang dito si Devil J, Gigi Spear. with the Trinity Force na kagad, while Nixo dito, wala pa siyang Trinity Force, mga ano pa lang, mga page, mga machine, yun pa lang, stinger, yun pa lang yung item niya. Pero I think in just a little bit of time, mayroon na siyang Trinity Force dyan. Pero kita mo na naman din yung ginagawa mismo ng Sunsparks dito. Talagang ito, nilalabas na ng Sunsparks yung mga strategy nila pagdating sa mga objectives, and in just 8 seconds, Gigi Spear, eto na, lalabas na yung pangalawang objective. So power game, walang iba kundi the Heraldry.
Yep. Referral is up na
Referral.
mga kaibigan. So this gonna be the problem for the Sunsparks kapag nakuha na naman ito ng Liyab Esports. They really have to try and contest this one. Lalo na si Lee si Fate dito. So dito na ngayon, siniset mo na ng Sunsparks mga kaibigan. Maze, Fate, and Set is already there para subukan. Pero nahuli pa nga dito si Maze. Sinubukan labanan ng 4 dito. Tatlo, ginamit na kanya. Ginamit na Execration sa kanya. Sinubukan niya dito lakin. Palayo dito. The grand challenge, nag-heal lang dito si Devil J. Nasa loob pa rin mga kaibigan. Sinubukan to get one champion. Sinay mga palayo with the Dragon Trade. Fate dito, pero double kill for Double J. Devil J pala. Samahan pa ng isa dyan. That's gonna be the quadra kill para sa kanya. Ignite, face off. At naiwan lang si Gambit mag-isa.
Grabe naman yun. And nakita mo yung Dragon Rage dati sa 3-man knock-up mula dito sa Sunsparks. Fate using the Lizard. Kanina muntik niya nang mahuli si Exocen, pero because of the Valkyrie na meron mismo si Exocen, na-prevent niya yung sipa pabalik dito ni Fate. Pero nang ganda na nangyari doon sa may bandang Y bush natin or Cry bush with the knock-up Dragon Rage dito, and Sunsparks getting a 4 kills or 3 kills rather doon mismo sa unang clash natin, at sila pa ata nakakuha ng Herald natin.
This could be really a big thing for the Sunsparks, no? Dahil nakakuha sila ng magandang objective doon, nakakuha sila ng enough kill to actually get ahead of this game, no? Lamang sila dito sa ating network. We're seeing that around 2,500 is in favor of the Sunsparks dito. And ito yung malaking opportunity para sa kanila na ma-utilize na ng maayos, no? Kailangan na lang i-keep up yung kanilang current pace dito in this game. And we're seeing na talagang ginagawa nila ng paraan na mabigyan ng pressure ang Liyab Esports sa mga nangyayaring teamfight dito. Ang ganda ng Dragon's Rage na yun.
And kung mapapansin mo 4-0 para dito kay Devil J with that BRK and that Trinity Force. Sobrang sakit na, sobrang ahead niya kagad pagdating sa item kumpara mo kay Nixon na merong Trinity Force. Exocen still wala pa siyang Trinity Force dito. Pero ang tanong kasi dito Gigi Spear, kaya bang i-maintain ng Sunsparks yung kalamangan nila in this game? Dahil 8 minutes pa lang naman yung laban natin, so marami pang time para dito sa Liyab Esports na mag-stall para makapag-online mismo yung mga ADC nila o yung mga pinaka-main damage nila, including Gambit and Exocen.
Sinabi ko na yan kanina this is gonna be the problem for the lineup of Liyab Esports dito, no? They have Ezreal and Corky na parehong scaling champion na kailangan they need to have enough items para maging maayos yung damage output nila dito. And currently, nabuo na yung mana yun dito ni Gambit, no? Pero wala pa siyang Trinity Force. So, kailangan at least na Trinity Force na itong si Corky and si Ezreal. Pero nagkakaroon ng bagbaga si top lane, ginamit ng tactical para makapag-engage. Pero inahabol sila sa top lane. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari. Hindi ko nakikita ano nangyari sa lapin. Naka-shutdown pa nga mga kaibigan si Devil J dito. Si Fate nakakaliwa kanyang buhay. Sorry, it was Nixon pala was able to do a shutdown dito. Nakakuha sila ng dalawa. Nice pick-up coming from Liyab Esports. Pagkakaroon nila para kunin ang second dragon of the game.
Yep, that is a good shutdown, no? Mula dito sa Liyab Esports. Hindi lang natin masyadong nakita yung while the mid lane, they will punish 5-7-2 to dito. There go the shockwave, also the body slam, but the flash of Exocen and Miggy will be popped. So, kailangan nilang pasagit ng torrent na to at mukhang kukunin na rin nila yung Ocean Drake dito sa game number 2 natin. So, we can say na medyo nag-bounce back etong Liyab Esports because of the multiple shutdown na nangyari sa side ng Sunsparks. Di lang yun, nakakuha pa sila ng objectives, Gigi Spear.
Yep, masyadong malalim dito ang Sunsparks, no? Si Devil J and si Queen at the top lane, and yun ang naging mitya na kanilang buhay dito. Now Sunsparks gonna try to secure this Ocean Drake. Will give them the Spell Vamp, Omni Vamp. Nakuha nga ba? Akala ko naagaw dito ni
Final Spark.
Morita Boy with the Final Spark. Pero not enough damage. Syempre, smite yan.
Secured yung smite Pero ngayon Liyab Esports, mga kaibigan, gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, dahil dun sa shutdown na nangyari, dun mismo sa may bandang taas, also dun sa gitna natin, medyo lumamang or medyo dumikit na pagdating sa gold lead. Etong Liyab Esports at di lang yun, nakuha pa nila yung gitnang turret. We know naman, pag nakuha mo yung first tower sa gitna, ang laki ng potensyal na pwede mong kunin yung mga resources ng Sunsparks dito, which is yung mga jungle. Pero Sunsparks, nagiging maingat din sila dito sa laban natin dahil buhay na yung Baron natin, GG Spear, and anytime pwede tayong magka-clash. And sa Liyab Esports naman, look at this, sa team mabandang baba, naghihintay lang din sila, tamang bait lang, and the Herald will pop. They want to get the first torrent dito, GG Spear.
Gusto nilang i-clear yung mga first turret ng Liyab Esports dito, no? That is why they summon the referral to bot lane dito. And mukhang magkakaroon sila ng opportunity para i-bait lang ito habang the rest of the members of the Sunsparks will actually go for the Baron na ngayon. Will they initiate the Baron fight? And
Let's
we're
see.
seeing that magre-reset ang ibang members dito ng Liyab Esports. Alam nila, meron silang ward dito. They have the vision here na kailangan nila exhaust, and wala siyang package dito, pero he will just try to teach out damage.
Uy!
Coming in mga kaibigan from Gragas. Is Gragas?
Fate!
Magius! Ito na, wasok na kasi Miggy mga kaibigan. Fate! Naggamit na kanya stage edge siya, sinubukan niya mag-flash in para sipahin palapit si Exocet dito. Salamat, Chabi, sa pagbigay sa inyo ng pressure. Nag-shockwave, kawalan, walang tinamaan. Mace is still inside, was able to get one once again dito. Namatay si Setstone, 5-7-2-2. Ikaw ang next target namin. And that Baron will fall into the hands of Liyab
Oh
Esports.
my God!
Uy, sayang.
5-7-2-2 trying to do the wombo combo mula dito kay Mace, pero masyado siyang malayo sa range ng bola niya, to the point yung shockwave niya nawala na mismo at walang tinamaan. Ang ganda ng 3-man pulverize mula kay Mace, pero the position na meron siya, hindi tumama yung shockwave na pwede sanang maging dahilan ng pagkalamang nila dun sa clash. And as of now, Liyab Esports, GG Spear, just like that, ganun-ganun lang, nakuha kagad nila yung BR.
Ganun lang, indeed. At yun na, nag-imit siya ng pagkatalo nila doon sa teamfight na yun. No? Pero Morita Boy, nag-recall sa harap ng mga malalaking tao dito from the Sunsparks. Muntik na siyang maisahan doon. Final Spark will secure that kill. Buhay pa si Mace dito. Pero hindi pala yun. Meron pang true shot barrage. Gamit na. Ginamit ko niya si Legend dito. Siniba palayo. Para mag-deliver lang mga kaibigan. Umuwi ka doon. Iiwan si Level J dito with the Hextech Ultimatum. Pero dahil doon, that's gonna be a 4 an exchange in favor pa rin sa Liyab Esports at earning them at tirit pa sa mid lane.
Yup. Eto na yung, we can say this is the choke point mula dito sa side ng Sunsparks. Hindi natin pwedeng i-sugarcoat to dahil Sunsparks dito, ang dami nilang naging ma-error. Especially doon sa may BR. Yun yung naging reason kung bakit mababasag mismo lahat ng towers ng Liyab Esports. Ng Sunsparks dito mismo sa gitna. Also dun sa taas, at susunod na rin syempre yung baba dyan, at mukhang gusto nang tapusin ng Liyab at nanaig ang mga third Hokage dito sa game number 2 natin. Pero sabi dito ng Sunsparks, hindi pa tapos mga kaibigan. GG Spear, bakbakan!
Ginagawa nila lahat ng pangkain nila para pigilan na Grand Challenge will be used against ito kay Morita Boy, pero hindi niya mahuli dito. Shockwave tumama sa isa, pero hindi pa rin yan sapat para mag-beat ng damage against the enemy team. The Liyab Esports dito, pagkakataon na for the Liyab. Meron pa rin silang Baron buff dito, pero hindi na nila ipipilit. Uuwi sila dito, mag-reset sila para mag-dragon afterwards.
Yes, and because of that, look at the gold lead na meron tayo. Kanina dikit lang yan, pero ngayon ang laki na ng lamang ng Liyab Esports dito. Pinapakita ngayon ng Liyab the experience gap na meron sila kontra Sunsparks. And look at this, they will get the third DR of the game. Walang iba kundi the Cloud Drake. Ladies and gentlemen, sunod-sunod na yung advantage or yung snowball na nangyayari dito sa laban natin sa side ng Liyab Esports. And next to just clearing the wave sa may bandang minion, ay sa may bandang lanes natin, just putting some pressure para makapag split push etong si Exozen sa baba natin. At mukhang yun din ang plano mismo ng ibang miyembro ng Liyab Esports na mag-pressure lang sa other lane para ma-open yung baba. And mukhang magkakaroon din tayo dito ng 5v5 clash. GG Spear, ano ba ang tingin mong pwedeng gawin ng Sunsparks dito sa laban natin? And look,
At this point, I would say na ang isa sa mga kailangan gawin ng Sunsparks dito is subukan pa nila patagalin ang laban, pero mukhang imposible na mangyari yun dahil pinapasok tayo mga kaibigan dito. Si Gambit sa loob. Gambit wala siyang pagkakataon para makatakbong. Ito na, Sunsparks, pinasok nila sa loob. Meron silang manpower advantage dito kasi 3v4 situation natin. Sorte naman ang Shockwave galing sa Nicole. Nasa loob na Killer Instinct si Seth dito. Nakapitas na naman ng isa. Grabe na pala kasi Take-Two. Still inside the team fight, pero Gambit is there as well. With all the damage that they need. Double kill para sa kanya. May red buff pa sila dito. Hindi pala sila namang sa manpower doon dahil si Devil J ay busy sa pagde-defend ng kanilang base dito. Ngayon, tatlo sila. Naiwan si Devil J na isa.
Tapos na ang laban natin, mga kaibigan. Hindi kinaya ng isang demonyo na depensahan ng kanilang bahay dahil Liyab Esports. Mga kaibigan, kukunin nila ang series na to with a 2-0. Sila ang mas mainit sa laban ng Sunsparks. What a good game. Same story. GG Spear nung game number 1. Lumamang yung Sunsparks in the early game and in the mid game. But Liyab Esports dito mismo sa late game, dito tayo magkakaalamanan. And because of the BR clash na meron tayo, that is one of the reason kung bakit lumamang at nanalo ang Liyab Esports. And look at this Gambit, no?
Gambit na naman mga kaibigan ang may MVP ngayon.
Grabe, no?
Nakita natin na sa kanya halos lahat ng damage dealt dito na nanggaling from the team of Liyab Esports. As I mentioned, one of the reason why na nagpo-fall off sila nung ating early game is because wala pa silang damage doon. mga late game scaling champion itong mga meron sila. And kapag nabuo na ni Gambit at ni Exosin yung enough item para sa kanila, para manalo sila at magkaroon ng power spike during the team fight, yun na yung naging susi para sa kanila na ipanalo yung game.
Yup, yun na talaga yung time nila, no? Yun na yung late game na talaga. So we can say na talagang may items na power spike na dito ni Exosin and the Ezreal. Kung mapapansin din natin dito guys, yung last clash, ang ganda ng ginawa dito ni 5722. Pre-to-pre dito si 5722, but still hindi enough yun kasi naubos na rin kaagad yung mga teammates niya, and busy rin din talaga si Devil J na mag-dep dun sa Nexus. And yeah, it is what it is. Sunsparks, sayang kinapos sila dun, but still that is a good game for them. At least pinakita dito ng Sunsparks na even though na bago kami pagdating sa professional scene, pinakita nila na anytime pwede namin kayong talunin. But Liyab Esports, no, talagang with the experience gap, talaga naging maingat itong Liyab Esports. Talaga nagkintay sila ng tamang oras or tamang farm para dito sa game natin, at sila rin yung nanalo dito sa series natin. At ito na yung ating Oppo Reno 5 play of the game, mga kaibigan. Look at the replays na meron tayo. Ito yung times na may magandang Dragon Rage kick si Pate dito, at naubos din yung ating Liyab Esports.
Yep, ang dami rin nakuwang kill doon ng Sunsparks dito, no? Devil J was able to get a quadra kill if I'm not mistaken doon sa teamfight na yon. Pero alam mo yon, ang pinaka nag-matter dito yung sayang na shockwave na na nangyari doon coming from 5722. Medyo mali yata ng takbo siya, no, si Mace.
Masyado siyang malayo kasi takbo.
After niya mag-pulverize na headbutt combo, doon siya papunta kay 5722. Parang hinintay niya mabigay sa kanya yung bola. Without knowing nasa kanya na pala mismo yung ball dito coming from 5722. Now, nakita naman natin na of course in this game kung gaano din kaganda yung naging lineup dito ng Liyab Esports. Despite the Sunsparks winning the first few minutes of the game, it's all about yung, alam mo yon, yung maayos talaga na synergy and playstyle na meron ang Liyab Esports dito, no? It's all about kung paano nila napapabayaan lagi sa kusina itong si Gambit. During the team fight, lagi siyang free hit
Ayun na si Setso. Ito yung last clash na pre-hit dito si Sets. But medyo masyado na malayo rin And that's it. Game number 1. Game number 2, mga kaibigan. Master of the match. Para dito sa game number 2 natin, walang bago. Siya na naman. Walang iba kundi si Gambit. Using the Ezreal with the damage per minute 1,458, and sobrang sakit talaga ng naambag netong champion na to, also ni Gambit dun mismo sa mga team fight natin. Even the Alistar GG Spear talagang nangangati or nanlalambot sa kanya.
Master of the match indeed, no? Talagang nanlalambot sila doon, lalo na. Feeling ko ito yung susi dito eh. Mga may kulay kasi yung buhok nila, kaya last talaga ng team ng Liyab Esports, di ba?
Kailan ba
Nakita
yan
mo
pag may
naman.
kulay?
Sila Exosin, ikaw din, di ba? Ano naman yan? And once again, that's pretty much the game to mga kaibigan. No? Ang ganda ng performance dito ng Liyab Esports. Very consistent. Alam mo yun, despite having the lapses yung sa early part of the game, they were able to get a comeback freely. No? Maayos yung kanilang pagbawi dito. Nakuha nila yung kailangan nilang kunin dito, which is the face, yung face nila during the entire game. And kudos lalo na kay Miggy dito and kay Nixu being able to give a lot of pressure
si Nixu,
against the Sunsparks.
Grabe si Nixu dito, sobrang nag-improve dito si Nixu. And alam na natin guys kung bakit priority pick ang Gragas ng Liyab Esports because of Nixu. Nakita nyo naman kung paano dumalaw itong taon na to. We can say na talagang karapat-dapat siyang katakutan pagdating sa Baron Lane. Pero still, it is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, GG pag-usapan natin yung sa BR Pops. Yun kasi talaga yung naging reason kung bakit nanalo dito yung Liyab Esports. Masyadong naging maaga ata yung pag BR Pops netong ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks. And napansin din natin dito si Fate or yung Lizzie ng Sunsparks. Low HP na kagad siya. Kalahati na kagad yung buhay niya bago pa lang mag-clash. Siguro yun din yung nakita dito ni Nixon na right opportunity na i-dive in itong miyembro ng Sunsparks. And meron pa siyang ginawa, no? Tinaray niya mag-flash in para ma-Dragon Rage pabalik or mapasa yung mga kalaban dito sa teammates niya. Pero with the damage na binibigay mismo ng Liyab Esports, hindi niya na nagawa yung planong dapat gagawin niya dun sa bandang BR natin.
Yes, pero again mga kaibigan, that's it para sa ating Game 2. Again, napakagandang performance from the Liyab Esports. But of course, Sunsparks as well. What a performance from these two teams. We're looking forward sa magiging adjustment ng Sunsparks dito sa mga susunod nilang laban dahil yan ay mangyayari lang maya-maya. Walang iba kundi Sunsparks versus the Omega Esports ang ating magiging Series 3 ngayong araw na ito. Kung kaya't maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga nanonood. Kung nanonood kayo ngayon, make sure na nandyan lang kayo hanggang mamaya. Kami ang mga naging chatcasters ninyo for today. I'm the Sphere together with Berting Magiting. We'll be right back after a few minute break.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook Gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
League of Legends Wild Rift with Globe.
Oh no! Our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
Welcome to Wild Rift.
You know what? Everyone keeps predicting a 2-1, but all we're seeing today are 2 zeros as Liyab
I know,
Esports
right?
takes the second series against Sunsparks
The
and
Yuka
taking
post.
home 50,000 Globe Cup points as well. It's all 2 zeros. But I should add, these have been really, really, really close games. Now, we're just going to break this down a little bit more closely because, again, these were such close games. But before that, I'm actually really curious. Yuko, I remember you had a marathon casting job at the preseason. I actually want to know how different is the Liyab team from then compared to now because they are, you know, quite literally on fire.
Yeah, they are literally on fire. And the improvements that they shown us basically is the fact that they can position very well now. And they're more firm with the decision making. Like, should they get Dragon? Should they contest? Should they get Baron or go with the turret instead? And they basically just played around the meta a lot better now compared to how they were in the preseason. And to
Yeah.
top it off, they just have a wider selection of champions now. So it just helped a lot for their team.
You know, a few months can do wonders. A few months of training can do wonders. And I guess this Liyab just looks so different from how they were playing during the preseason. And they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. And you know what? I do agree. They seem a lot more focused now. You can really tell when the team just goes for all of those objectives. And, you know, they're just like of one mind currently. You can all see when they're, you know, focused on one lane or when they're focused on one champion. And I believe Kaisaya mentioned it as well that they were extremely focused during this game, and that's what made them a little step higher than Sunsparks in this certain series. Now, going into game one, I like the idea from Sunsparks. Yuko, you mentioned how they were trying to, go for a split push, or they do like favoring that strategy, and we saw that with Devil Devil J, he was trying to go for that, but why exactly didn't that work out or work towards Sunsparks' favor?
All right, so let me talk about that split push or the last few minutes of game number 1. Camille, Devil J should have just went back to base. And I understand that maybe he thought he can just try to take out Nixu on this Gragas, but the fact is, it's pretty tanky and he was able to play around the Nexus. And by the time Devil J realized he needed to go back, yes, he casted the TP, but it was in an area that Nixu can just easily cancel. So he was not able to go back. And for the composition of Sunsparks, yes, I'm looking at my notes again, my trusty notes. Basically, it was just if Olaf gets taken out, it's gonna be a problem for them. And yes, they had the sustain. Their spike was actually in the early or in the mid game. Second half of early game up until the mid game. Of course, you have Enchantress, you have Seraphine, you have so much CCs, right? And we also saw a Galio there, so it was really good. But I believe in this series, Sunsparks, they did well. They're really good in the early game, even in game number 2. But I guess they just had few struggles when it comes to closing out the games.
What about you, Osiris? I'm actually wondering what Sunsparks could have done to turn the game around, because it really was a close match. I mean, we did see the charts, we did see the graphs, going over to Liyab and going over to Sunsparks, and by mid game going over here to Liyab. So what could they have done to turn that around? Just focusing first on game 1.
Yeah, I also talked with Crazy Apple, one of the analysts from League of Legends PC, and we both noticed that this is a Olaf and Camille team composition that's well fed already. So we are talking about a split push type of Sunsparks, but they're also forgetting that this is a team fight type of lineup. So what happened was there's no Camille, one of the well-fed. So technically, same as what Yuko's pointing out, that when there's no Olaf, there's no game. But you have Camille as your substitute. But if there's no Camille and there's no Olaf, you definitely have nothing to go on with all of the utilities. So what Liyab did, they removed Seraphine. They started out with Sona, removed Seraphine, and it's the raid boss alone that's being left out with no heals, no shields, no mobility, and Camille is split pushing. So there's a lack of punch from the lineup from the get-go of the Baron. And one takeaway was that is he was thinking that they're going to push into the mid. It's already super minion. You still got second tower, but what happened was there's a huge crashing wave from top side with 5 siege minions. So Liyab went in to top side, and that's the time that they realized that Olaf can defend alone. There's no utility at all. So he tried TPing in, but the cancel was there, and it was history.
And going into game number 2, as we check out our series highlights, Yuko, I want to get your thoughts on this as well, because I actually thought we were going to see our very first 1-1 here, because Sunsparks had the lead for quite a good period of the game. But Liyab, as Kaisaya mentioned, actually they were just a lot more focused here, which was really, really important. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I do agree with what Miss Kaisai said, that Liyab is a lot more focused now. And we said this earlier, decision making is on point now, and the highlights, it just shows us so much tension. Like, we thought there was going to be a game number 3, but Liyab just proved us wrong. They want to apparently go home early. They want to end the series early. And even in game 2 earlier on, Camille, Devil J was able to get a quadra kill. And that's a huge advantage, especially you're the Baron laner. You're Camille, you're very mobile, you have a CC type of composition. Also, let me just throw in this real quick. If you guys saw Camille pop that Hexic Ultimatum earlier in the Dragon Pit, that is basically where Gragas throws his cast or his barrels. Like, they know, of course, there's gonna be their teammates, and there's gonna be at least 2 or 3 people from Sunsparks within that dome. So and he was in the safer side. So that's just a free hit for him, basically.
I mean, look, we just saw it just now, just like, that cast coming in from Gragas, and everybody just, runs away on the opposite direction. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this?
This is more like emphasizing what Yuko told us, that the Hexic Ultimatum plus the explosive cast, we are talking about this a baby Ziggs type of play. Because when you drop the cast, there is a less chance of you putting him on a safe side because you got the dome, you got the baby arena. So you still got the burst. By having also the light binding will be surely is going to hunt someone down. You're also putting on the mystic shots inside the Hextech ultimatum. So everything is in line with that single target coming in from Camille. One good point also that we've been noticing alongside with Crazy Apple is that the wave equilibrium. Bottom side, Exocen, mid side, Exocen was having a hard time on the core key, supported by the Braum, but on the bottom side, it was Gambit who's doing the freeze. And you saw a 4-man gank on a level 2 Orianna because of the freeze. So there's a big play coming in on the minds of Liyab that the equilibrium is in their favor and they can just do plays all around. The desperation play that you wanted that Kaisa to go online on the earliest stages puts him on the mid. But Orianna suffered on the dragon lane by those freeze lanes and they came out empty-handed and it was a snowball coming in from Liyab.
I mean, it's so interesting that you point that out, because this is the meta game coming in. These are the mind games coming in from the team, and this is what puts them on a whole other level. Yuko, do you agree with this? What are your additional thoughts as we wrap this up?
I do agree, yeah. And to ponder a bit more on what Osiris said, freezing and the minion wave freezing that he mentioned earlier is basically you make sure that your opponent does not get that much minions, which is why Orianna had a very, very low level the moment she got ganked to where she is. And we usually see this in TC. I barely see it in Wild Rift, honestly, but seeing Liyab do it now, I'm so happy. So props to Liyab for showing us that.
And I really love that you guys are, talking about that and bringing that into this discussion because it just shows how much of a step up, players from League of Legends PC have going into Wild Rift. We can say that's a new game. We can say that it is, mobile, works differently, but there are still some fundamentals that carry over. And this is where, the old guard, the professional players from way back when have that edge now. Going into our standings, of course, we're checking out who is on top of our Globe Cup points over here. We do have Omega Esports and Liyab Esports tied both with 50,000 Globe Cup points. Execration and Sunsparks still yet to get on the board. But hey guys, it's day one. We know that these guys are, need a little bit of time to warm up and eventually they will be back with a vengeance. And you know what? I feel like going into our third series of the day, this will definitely shake things up a bit. I have a feeling, since our third series of the day is between Sunsparks and Omega, I have a feeling that Sunsparks may have had some time to download some information from Omega and vice versa. Just looking at how the first two series went, how different do you think this is gonna go? Osiris, let's start with you.
Well, this definitely a big change. We saw Omega doing their own thing, and then Sunsparks as close as this on those decision making. So I think Sunsparks still can go ahead of this, but Omega surely they will put a really solid fight right now.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the Sunsparks lineup first and foremost, Yuko, refresh our minds over here as to who these guys are and how do you think, based on their performance earlier, how do you think this match is going to go down?
All right, so you guys see these dashing men in your screens with their IGNs down below. Yes, they lost their series, but this is a huge opportunity or huge opening for them to just, calm down, recuperate, and just go back to the drawing board and just see their plans again. Again, they have a very, very good early game. I cannot stress that enough. Game 1 and Game 2, they honestly have it. They have the aggression and they know what to do. But if they're gonna be up against Omega's strength is literally in the mid lane and late game. So if they want to shut down a team or in this day one, it has to be Omega.
And because of that, I feel like this has to be, they have to get that edge in the early game and the mid game and end this quite quickly if they want to go on. But let's check out our solo player highlight right now. We are going to be highlighting Maze over here from Sunsparks. Osiris, let me hear your thoughts on Maze and his performance earlier as well.
Well, May's doing supporting still really good in terms of feeling, saving his comrades. Really had a hard time against Liyab, but no questions from this guy. He is excelling whenever that they wanted to do a split push, whenever that they want to go in. Yes, we saw them on his own Seraphine. One thing about that is this guy assisted the jungler just to make sure that they get the triple buff. So you're getting the shenanigans also from this guy. So it puts a lot of help and assistance from the support to take those early advantage, and Maze is not a big of a question.
And it's really, I find it really interesting that, you have Sunsparks coming in from the previous series. I would
Mhm.
say they are riding on a little bit of momentum as well, because they did have a very close game against Liyab. That might have been, like a really good workout. You're really warmed up now, and I feel like they're really going to bring it for Omega Esports. But then again, Omega Esports, they are riding the momentum from their earlier win. So just checking out again, Omega Esports' lineup over here. And Yuko, I just want to know what your thoughts are on these guys. We saw an amazing performance from them earlier. How do you think they're going to match up against Sunsparks?
Basically, this team, they start the actual fight even in the pick and ban phase. So expect maybe a handful of respect bans, or they're gonna ban out champions that will stop their composition from going with the snowball. And I would love to keep my eye on JLC, because he, even though Impressive was the MVP in game 1 and game 2, JLC was basically that guy in the back lines that made all of these things possible, opened a lot of opportunities and chances for his team to actually go with the gank. And again, you have time lapses in the back line and Stronger. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what kind of support or what kind of playstyle will Stronger show this time.
Yeah, and you know what? We were talking about how he was in the back line. He was in the front line as well. I mean, I remember him, tanking a whole lot of very, very close team fights too. So JLC definitely want to look out for. But right now, we are going to be highlighting one very impressive player over here. I mean, 3 guesses as to who we're highlighting, and the first 2 don't count because it will be Impressive and Osiris. Just let me know how impressive this guy is.
Well, Impressive, no questions from this guy. He's been on the roll. He knows what to take, what to play. But right now, player stats, we got Stronger. Not a big of a question too. One of the supports that we are seeing, the Braum ultimate from his match 1 against Execration. It was on point. He keeps on canceling anyone on the other side. Plus, adds up to JLC's power Garen. The duo is working well.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. And you know what? Just going straight into our Globe key player clash over here, we are going to be having Fate here versus Impressive, and 2 very powerful junglers that we have here. Yuko, I mean, let us know who exactly you think will come out on top in this clash. I am scared to give out to try and give any guesses right now, because these guys are just too good.
You know what? Why do I always get the very controversial questions and difficult questions? Just kidding. I'm so happy. Basically, it's a battle of the junglers. Impressive showed us what he is made of during the series. Fate being very, very strong as well in their series. So basically, these 2 being up against each other, just gonna duke it out. Oh no. I'm gonna give it to Impressive just because I saw that once he clears the neutral jungle creeps, he just literally ganks every lane he sees. Like the first lane he laid his eyes on, he's gonna go there. And just a quick trivia, Impressive is actually one of the very first players in the Philippines to reach master rank during the beta.
Oh, that is very interesting. And Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on Fate over here?
Well, Fate is the one who's keep on denying the dragons against Liyab. So I think this guy can go on par with Impressive as quick as that.
Yeah, well, you know what? We will see in just a short while. Before that, here we go again. Now I'm scared. I want to get your predictions on this. I honestly don't know what to say. Osiris, what do you think? Sunsparks or Omega?
I wanted to go with a 2-1, but it's raining 2-0s, and everyone is really good right now. But I wanted to go with Sunsparks with 2-1. Omega is still there, but they might be doing a 2-0s again, but I'll go with Sunsparks.
And what about you, Yugo?
2-0 Omega.
Whoa!
I'm gonna,
Okay.
I'm gonna throw in the towel. I'm just gonna go all in. If my predictions were wrong, okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's raining 2-0s, and you can just feel the momentum that Omega has right now, and I'm feeling it. That's why I was feeling brave enough to say 2-0.
You know what? I agree with that. I agree with riding on the momentum of Omega, but I also agree riding the momentum of the 2-0. You know what? Maybe I will agree with you there and give it a 2-0 in favor as well of Omega Esports. But let's see. We nothing left to do except to jump back into the rift. So casters, over to you guys.
Magandang gabi at nagagandahan ng mga dilag natin sa mga comment section. Kami nga pala ang maghahatid sa inyo ng bakbakan between Sunsparks versus Omega Esports. Ako nga pala si Yasumia at kasama ko dito ang napakagiting na si Berting Magiting. Kamusta ka, par?
Okay lang ako, Yasumiyaw. Napakainit ng mga laban natin nung game, nung series number 1 and the series number 2. Dito mismo sa South Luzon at andito na tayo, Yasu, para sa last series para sa araw na ito between the Sunsparks versus Omega. Nakita naman natin yung performance nitong dalawang teams na ito, especially the Omega with that 2-0. Kalaban nila walang iba kundi the Execration and Sunsparks. Natalo sila ng Liyab. Kani-kanina lang, pero para dito sa series na ito, tingin mo ba makakabawi etong Sunsparks natin?
Well, it's all about, I think, momentum. Kasi, honestly, Omega Esports yung may momentum ngayon kasi naka 2-0 sila against Execration. But Sunsparks, nag-try naman sila eh. Nag-try sila, nasa kanila yung bola ng mga early game. Yun nga lang, hindi lahat ay mag-i-stay. So, Sunsparks, hopefully, parang reset back to square one.
Yep.
When it comes to composure and also yung confidence nila kasi parang natalo ka 2-0 tapos nasa inyo na eh, pero nawala pa eh, di ba? Parang nakakababa yung nakakababa ng confidence kumbaga. Pero hopefully dito sa matchup na to makapag-reset sila, talagang keep their head in the game on this Omega Esports kasi hindi mo pwedeng sabihin Omega Esports lang yan, hindi pwede. Sunsparks, nakita ko sila maglaro on the pre-season and so far so good. But yung ngayong game nila, medyo very light, man. Pero Omega Esports, how I wish na napanood ko sana to. Pero anyway, Omega Esports, I believe na nanatili pa rin silang solid. Pero what do you think, ikaw, Berting?
Yep, speaking of solid, sobrang solid talaga dito ng Omega Esports, especially JLC using the Garen nga kanina, Yasumiyaw, nung game number 1. 2 beses nag-Garen to and nakita natin doon, 5 champions na yung bumabanat sa kanya. Ginamitan na lahat ng skills, lahat binuhos na. But still, JLC, buhay na buhay pa rin. Siya yung literal na tanker dito. Gaya nga nasabi natin, John Lloyd Cruz to si JLC. Parang popoy lang, inahanap niya yung basya. Pero para dito sa series number 3, makikita ba ni JLC yung inahanap niyang lakas? Kasi nakita natin nung series number 1, parang kulang yung damage yung nakuha niya sa Execration. Pero for this series number 3, we know naman Sunsparks with the surprise lineup using the Seraphine and the Sona, more on burst potential din tong teams na to and more on aggression team as well. So we can say na baka magulat din itong Omega, lalong-lalo na sa galawan mismo nila 5722, nila Fate, kasi hindi rin naman biro yung pinagdaanan ng Liyab Esports nung series number 2. And by the way nga pala, Yaso, pagdating sa anime reference Omega Esports, sila ang Madara ng Naruto. Samantalang eto si Sunsparks, kung tama ba Madara ba guys or Hashirama? Nakalimutan ko Hashirama o Madara. Pero I think Hashirama ata, tapos Madara si NXP. Tapos Sunsparks, eto ang bagong Sibol. Si Boruto, ang anak ni Naruto. Tingin mo ba? Kasi kanina tinalo sila ni Sarutobi, ni Third Hokage. Eto mas matanda to. Eto yung founder ng Konoha. So we can say na baka mamaya magulat na naman ang Sunsparks dito with the experience gap. Dahil we know naman yung itong Omega Esports is one of the teams na talagang veteran play, yung mga players nila is mga veterans galing sa iba't ibang games, di ba? Especially JLC, a legendary player. Same stats sila ni Exosin eh. Si JLC kasi sobrang kilala niya sa League of Legends, pero ngayon transitioning into Wild Rift, we can say na all the knowledge na meron siya dito sa League of Legends is matatransfer niya dito sa Wild Rift natin.
Yun nga ang advantage. One of the advantage dito ng Omega Esports is yung experience. While Sunsparks, sabi mo nga, is baguhan. Sila yung bagong salta, kumbaga dito sa game na to. But then again, hindi yan makakapasok nang hindi sila magaling. But Omega Esports, ikaw na rin nagsabi na yung mga natutunan nila from the previous na mga laro nila, I think LOL PC din, galing din sila ng LOL PC yung iba sa kanila, no? And also, nasa professional league din, men. So imagine niyo yun, men. Ang tagal ng panahon na yon na hinasa mo ng hinasa yung skill mo, tapos may a-apply mo pa rin siya dito sa Wild Rift natin. Well, imagine that, the experience, the ups and downs, man. Dito mo may a-apply yan eh. Habang Sunsparks dito, meron din naman silang ups and downs, pero you know, mas madaming ups and downs yung mas maraming taon na i-google sa esports. But anyway, Sunsparks, I think meron din namang advantage yung pagiging bagong salta nila dito sa ating tournament. Since bagong salta, bagong lasa, bagong gulat, bagong ihatid sa atin ng mga meta. Malay mo sila pa yung maging isa sa mga meta shaper. Diba? Parang imagine that, man.
Pwede, no?
Sunsparks din dito, hindi na ako magugulat kung medyo mag-try sila ng iba't ibang tactics, iba't ibang hero. Kanina napanood ko yung laban nila with the Sona and Seraphine. Andun yung, sabi natin, ginaya nila yung Team Secret. Yes! Okay lang naman nagayahin mo yung ibang team, men. Kasi parang tinitimpla mo pa. Tinitimpla mo pa yung juice mo, men. Kung alin yung pinakamasarap na lasa. Kung alin yung kumbaga sa inuman, men. Ikaw man yung bago dun sa magtotropa. Pero ikaw yung nagtimpla ng juice, men. Papatikin mo sa kanila kung masarap ba talaga yung timpla mo. Di ba?
Kung saktong-sakto ba yung pagkakahalo, no? Kung nagbi-blend ba yung mga champions nyo. And Sunsparks, ito yung teams, gaya nga ng sabi mo, gaya rin ng sabi natin dati pa, sila yung bago dito, sila yung mga bata. So we can say na there's still a lot of potential dito sa mga players dito ng Sunsparks, especially si 5722, you know, sa mga kilalang Yasuo player pagdating dito sa Wild Rift na hindi natin nakita na gumamit siya ng Yasuo, pero for this game, because of the strategy rin na ginagawa mismo ng Omega Esports, more on Brusco ang ginagawa ng Omega Esports, while the Sunsparks is more on burst and the sustain. Tingnan natin kung kaya bang counterin ng Sunsparks itong Omega Esports sa game number 1. Mga kaibigan, this is gonna be the last series para dito sa araw na ito between Omega Esports versus the Sunsparks and Omega Yasumiao. They will ban the Olaf at sumunod na nga si Yasuo.
Respect ban at I think parehas respect ban. Kasi pwedeng gamitin ulit ng Sunsparks yung ginawa nila kanina laban sa Liyab, which is threatening actually. And proven na yan, sabihin natin, ang side ng Team Secret. Yun nga lang, medyo nag-fall off sila doon. Nung pag-execute nila ng tuloy-tuloy sa Sunsparks dito. But all in all, ang effective nung kanilang lineup doon. But anyway, Abano the Yasuo and an Ola para sa side ng Omega Esports, parehas respect ban. And I believe ganun din naman yung Sunsparks. Banon the Gragas and Banon the Garen, especially Garen. Talagang respect ban. Pero napa-O ka yata dyan nung nakita mo si Akali. Napa-O mo, Berting?
We can say this is a jungle Akali, no? Dahil dito sa side ng Omega Esports, ang nakapagtaka dito, Sunsparks, talagang nirespeto nila Yasumiao, yung Garen ni JLC, and because of the game, series number 1 na nakita dito ng Sunsparks, ibang klase din talagang gumamit dito si JLC ng Garen dito, talagang binan nila, and tinanggal din nila ng Garen, so napilitan dito si yung Omega Esports na i-pick etong Camille, but we still don't know kung jungle ba to, dahil pwede rin tong maging jungle, or baka ito na yung final champion ni JLC. While Sunsparks, they will pick the Akali and the Ziggs as well. Also the Ezreal. Open na open pa yung Braum natin, but Omega Esports pala ay makukuha Braum and Kai'Sa. And with the Alistar, Yasumiao, tingin mo ba sino ang lamang ngayon dito sa mga picks natin?
Well, Omega Esports, ito yung classic, El Clasico na picking, kumbaga, ng side ng Omega Esports.
Diana.
Pero may makikita tayong Diana, kaibigan. And tumaas yung pick rate kapag nung pag-update kay Diana, pagka-buff dito kay Diana, ang daming binago sa kanya. But then again, kung magagamit na magagamit, pero totoo ba to? Totoo ba to? Papakitaan ba tayo ng panibagong
Actually,
hindi tayo sanay, men?
Si JLC gumagamit siya ng ng Singe Baron Lane, guys.
Okay.
Same with the Execration. So basically, this gonna be a Camille jungle for the side of Omega and Sunsparks. Ladies and gentlemen, ang pwede na lang nila i-pick is the Bai or the Wukong ang gugustuhin nila, or a J4, but Wukong will be locked, and this gonna be the last champion para dito sa side ng Sunsparks. As of now, Yasumiao, look at this, the lineup na meron tayo. For me, lamang na lamang dito pagdating sa burst damage and the panghuli rin or the crowd control. Walang iba kundi the Omega Esports, but the Sunsparks. Sila yung teams na merong power spikes, especially the Ezreal, also the Akali, more on objectives, no? Para dito sa Sunsparks. Kasi yung Alistar kasi pwede mong i-headbutt yung Torre.
Oo,
pero wala na kasi yun parang na-nerf na kasi yun na-nerf na kasi. So hindi na nila magagawa yung mabilisang basag dito. Pero ang tanong kasi, kaya bang ma-objectives ng Sunsparks itong gantong klaseng ng lineup ng Omega because of the Siege lineup din? We can say na after the Righteous Glory and the Riley stop, pwede na ito sumama sa clash natin, Yasu?
Well, it still depends, man. Kasi, hindi naman yung lineup dito ng Omega pang late game yan. Especially on Kai'Sa. Ang pinoprotektahan nila dito, mainly, is Kai'Sa. Kailangan mag-scale ni Kai'Sa ng mas maaga. And in order para makuha nila yon para sa Kai'Sa ng Omega is gagawa sila ng mga plays. Gagawa sila ng paraan para mapataba nila tong Kai'Sa so that yung ticking time bomb nila sumabog mamaya. While in Sunsparks, ikaw na yung nagsabi na they have the power, they have the damage, then Akali, sabi natin kombohan pa ng Wukong Ezreal, and also objective, they have Ziggs, and etong ang headbutt ni Alistar. Yun yung kailangan nilang mag-focus dito para sa side ng Sunsparks. Kung ano yung composition nila, kung ano yung klaseng composition yung meron sila. If they're going for the push, go for the push. If they're going for the execute, go for the execute sa mga kalaban dito. Kasi they can't have it all. Actually, pinapanood ko yung Sunsparks. Depende din sa laro nila. And may mga times na yes, very effective kapag sama-sama sila. Pero once talaga nagkawatak-watak sila, dun sila na audition dun sila talaga napipitas So I guess Sunspark stick to one composition siguro, to one kung objective kung laban-laban. Ganun, I'm not really sure, pero ikaw na din nagsabi, I guess medyo lean tayo sa Omega dito. But let's see.
Yup, and ang ano lang dito ni JLC, dun sa may bandang Baron Lane, if ever na talagang buo ang loob na itong Akali sa side ng Sunsparks, pwedeng mapunish itong Singe kasi hindi naman to yung champion na malakas in the early game. Ang ginagawa lang naman talaga dito ng Singe is just putting some poison dun sa area ng Baron Lane para magkaroon mismo ng damage yung enemy champion dito. Pero in the early game, we can say na lamang ang Sunsparks. So, ayun ang kailangan alagaan dito ng Sunsparks. Kailangan nilang alagaan yung kalamangan nila dito sa umpisa ng laro natin. Dahil kung hindi, at kung makapag-snowball itong Omega Esports, we can say na anytime na pwede silang i-burst netong Diana, especially the Ziggs, dahil sobrang lambot. Lalo yung Ezreal pag nahuli. Or si Sets, pag nahuli to ng Smart ng Omega, mahirapan sila.
Yep, indeed. Gaya nung kanina, kaya I think one of the reason kaya sila natalo, nung may lamang sila na may Serapin and Sona, napunit yung likod nila, men. They have the Olaf kanina against against Liyab. And nung time na nahiwalay and na-pick off itong si Sona at si Sera, wala namang gawa na yung Olaf So I guess yun lang, Sunsparks, kailangan hindi mapunit yung likod nila dito. The backlines, the Ziggs, and the Ezreal kasi ito yung magiging main damage nila. Kumbaga, range damage nila, yes. Akali, oo. Pero Akali, ang job ni Akali is to snipe away either itong si Kai'Sa or maybe kung may chance siya, Diana sana kasi sila talaga yung magdi-dish out ng napakadaming damage sa side ng Omega. Anything else, any champion, sila yung mahuhuli, kumbaga. Pero anyway, tatalo na tayo sa ating first game between Sunsparks versus Omega and titignan natin talaga kung sino may pinaka-effective na draft and kung sino yung malakas as of now.
And speaking of Alistar, no, itong Alistar kasi yes na nerf dito yung Alistar, pero ang habol kasi dito ng Sunspark is the hard crowd control na nanggagaling mismo sa pulveris niya. Also yung unbreakable will na meron siya, yung kunat factor nitong Alistar, and yung potential niya rin talaga na makipag-zone out dito sa backline ng Omega Esports. Pero as of now, no, Yasumiao, kung mapapansin mo si Timelapse, this is gonna be at 2-1-1 para dito sa Omega Esports. Same strategy sila nung unang series natin. Talagang tinatapat dito ng ng Omega Esports, yung Dragon Lane nila, dun mismo sa Baron Lane ng kalaban para makapag-farm dito si Timelapse.
Yeah, I think as well as sabihin natin medyo maabuso din, pero mukhang papasukan yata ni impressive, pero not very impressive yung kasi naka-iwas itong si 5722. Medyo maiba lang tayo Ang unique talaga ng pangalan ni 5722. No? Akalain mo
Number, no? Ano kaya meaning yan?
Wagka parang
meaning yan?
Ewan ko nga iniisip ko kung galing ba to sa keypad ng cellphone, kung ano ba yung 5722.
Na mali lang.
Anyway, baka may chance tayong itanong kung sakaling i-interview siya one of these days. But, okay, going back in the game, man, medyo na-amaze lang talaga ako sa pangalan ni 5722. So, going back into the game dito, ang ganda ng dodge doon ni 5722. Nagamit man yung kanyang flash, if I'm not mistaken, and also barrier, nagamit na rin doon, man, mabuhay lang. Pero, may time pa rin naman para magpa-cooldown at bumalik mamaya kung sakaling gusto ng Omega Esports na pumasok dito, Bertie.
Yep, siguro yung 5722 yung yung sa mga silver kung totoo. Yun ba yun?
Sa mga silver ba yun?
Hindi ko alam kung
iba-ibang silver naman yan. No?
Pero number yun no? Pero as of now, Omega Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they get the scatter dito sa may bandang taas. While Sunsparks, they will get the scatter din. So dito sa may bandang baba. So even lang tayo in just 2 minutes. So we can say na parehas safe play etong magkabilang grupo natin. Pero pagdating kasi ng 4 minute mark, Yasumiao, dito na tayo magkakaalaman kung sino ba ang lalamang sa clash. And look at this, medyo nahihirapan si Devil J. But the damage mula sa kanya, yung mga dagger niya, yung mga kunay niya, sobrang sakit din talaga.
Talagang napakasakit nga. Akali, men, itsura pa lang assassin na. Huwag mo masyadong iiwan yung kaysa nyo dun sa taas kasi baka magdilakado siya. Pero yung mid lane natin, Arise, tamang poke lang on 5722. Pwede nating sabihin na nire-ready niya itong si 5722 sa pag-rotate neto ni Camille. Maybe on the middle lane. Para later, kung gusto nila ng pick-off, konting patsi-patsi na lang, pwede na nilang mapatay. And remember, medyo cooldown pa yung flash neto ni 5722 na parang ganito na pinasok na siya dito ni Arise. Pero Arise, MIB, hindi na maaarayan si Arise, men. Kayang-kaya na ni Arise pabagsakin. Ito si 5722, sinasabi pa lang natin, wala na siyang flash, wala din siyang, nagamit niya yung barrier niya, yes, pero hindi din naman siya masyadong nakasurvive doon and wala talaga siyang mobility, Bertie.
Yep, sobrang sakit talaga ng nandito ni Arise, and gaya nga nasabi mo, no, walang flash and the barrier, ito si 5722, so anytime talaga pwede siyang i-go dito sa may bandang mid lane. And as of now, Omega Esports getting the first blood at malapit na rin lumabas yung unang dragon natin. This gonna be the Ocean Drake, mga kaibigan. So we can say na medyo importante to because of the slow na pwede nga ibigay. And Sunsparks dito, lamang sila sa gold lead, pero nakuha naman ng Omega Esports yung first blood doon. Pero ito na yung hinihintay natin, Yasu, 15 seconds bago lumabas yung unang dragon natin. Sa may bandang baba, kita mo naman yung bruskong ginagawa ni Stronger.
Yeah, ngayon pa lang magpo-position, I think, yung side ng Sunsparks dito habang mauuna naman yung Omega Esports na nauna na dito si Impressive. Of course, kukunin nila etong Scattler, additional movement speed and also vision lang din. Kumbaga, hinanda na nila ang labesa para sa ihahain mamaya kung ano man ang idadala sa kanila ng Sunsparks dito. Pero meanwhile, at the bottom lane, Stronger, being so strong, tatama pa rin yung kanyang future, pero may iwan yata dito si Maze. Masyado pang nakunat and hindi niya pa nagagamit yung ultimate niya dito, the Unbreakable Will, hindi niya pa nagagamit yan kasi piniprepare niya pa yan later on. Pero tandaan nyo, walang ulti ngayon dito si Brom and the Dragon is up. Sila na yung pumuposition dito, Sunsparks. sila kaya makakakuha ng Dragon dito, Berting?
Yup, and let's see Sunsparks dito, mga kaibigan, positioning themselves dito sa may bandang DR pit. Pero nandito yung scuttler natin, ito na si JLC and the rest of Omega Esports. Yasumiao, mukhang meron tayong bakbakan na mangyayari dito sa may bandang Reaper. There you go!
Yeah, pumasok na nga dito si JLC at sino ang pipiliin nila. Mukhang nag-iipit dito sa may gitna si Fate na nagpaikot-ikot na. And as well as Fate, low health na talaga siya. MIB tatama sa dalawa kasi wala pa siya masyadong damage doon. Blue team has played itong si Bukong and also Akali is dead. Hinahabol nila dito si Maze. Flash will be used pero andito na yung killer instinct ni Timelapse sa habol sa dalawa or tatlo pa nga kung gusto nila. Pero si Zeds, talagang flash away na lang, talagang takas kung takas na lang talaga yung magagamit nila doon. Dash away, parang dashing through the snowman, pero nakuha pa din ng Omega Esports yung Drake, and that's the Ocean Drake, Berting.
Yep, and Ocean Drake, para dito sa side ng Omega Esports, nakita mo yung Moonfall dito ni Arise to cancel Fate para hindi niya ma-secure yung DR doon. Because of that, na-execure naman ng Omega Esports yung kanilang objectives na hinahanap. At ang galing din ang ginawa dito ni JLC to go at the backline. Talagang plano lang dito ni JLC is manggulo or mangulit lang dito sa side ng Sunsparks to the point na nakaka-preheat na dito yung ibang membro ng Omega Esports. But look at this, stronger. Walang malakas sa apat. What is the flash na meron siya? But still, he will fall down dito sa may bandang Dragon Lane natin, Sunsparks, with the good rotation dito. And Omega Esports, Yasumiao, they will start the Herald.
Yeah, they will start the Herald sa Omega Esports dito. Pero exchange lang yan kasi Sunsparks nakuha nila yung bottom turret. Pero meanwhile, the middle lane, buhay na buhay pa si Devil J. And I guess MIB hindi rin naabot yan kay JLC. Dalawa yung mga duguan, pero the Herald will be taken ng side ng Omega Esports. Exchange lang, men. Palitan lang, parang exchange gift. Hindi pa Pasko, Berting.
Oo, kapalitan lang talaga makikita mo dito yung dalawang grupo na hindi nagpapatalo. Pero pagdating sa Torre, ladies and gentlemen, lalamang ang Sunspark. But look at this, impressive. With a red buff still, na de-delay niya ngayon. Si Fate sa level 8 pa lang siya. Kung mapapansin mo, level 9 na si impressive dito. Napakalaking halaga niyan guys kahit sa isang level gap, kahit level 1 gap ka lang, napakalaking halaga niyan dito sa League of Legends Wild Rift natin dahil we know naman mabilis lang ang game natin. And as of now, lamang na lamang dito ang Omega Esports pagdating sa gold lead, pero pagdating sa Torrent Destroy, Sunsparks ang lalamang doon.
Yep. Pero meron din kasi silang potential para makapag-push dito. They have the Rip Herald sa side ng Omega and na kay Camilla, na kay Impressive yan. Pwede nilang i-take yung mid or pwede nilang gawing diversion yan later kapag ka nag-spawn na dito yung Drake natin mamaya. Pero ito, ginamit na nga nila yan ang the middle lane, sabay the wars lang, preparing the dance floor para sa Omega Esports dito for their team. Pero si Fate, talagang, si Sets, ginagawa niya na lang yung mga kaya niya para makapag-farm. Kasi kailangan niya din mag-scale eh. Actually, nauuna pa nga si Kaysa na mag-scale dito and napakadelikado niya kung mauuna mag-scale ito, mag-online itong si Kaysa against Sunsparks.
Yep, and look at the Herald sa may bandang gitna. And there you go, Yasumiao, bakbakan na naman nata dito sa may bandang blue buff natin.
Uy! Bakbakan, agawan. Actually, walang bakbakan na naganap pero nakawan ang nangyari doon, kaibigan. Not really sure kung sinong, di ko nakita kung sino nakakuha. It might be Kaysa kasi siya yung huling, may umi-sniper doon eh. But anyway, nagkasindakan lang, men. Hawakan mo nga tenga, kapag magtapang ka.
Nagkasindakan lang. Nagkabigayan lang. Nagkabigayan
Berting.
lang ng mga skill. Pero maganda yung ginawa dito ng Omega Esports, Yasumiao, using the Herald sa may bandang gitna. And kung mapapansin mo, they have a 1-3-1 laning kanina dito sa middle lane natin. After they pop the Herald dito, yung tatlong miyembro mismo ng Omega Esports, nag-rotate sila sa may bandang blue buff, while Diana or Arise just busy na makuha mismo yung tower dun sa may bandang baba. So, it's still a win-win situation for the side of Omega Esports dahil nakakuha sila ng dalawang objectives. And speaking of objectives, Sunsparks going to the Baron lane.
Mukhang nangyayari yata, may nangyayari sa top lane habang busy si Impressive dito kumuha ng Dragon. Sa top lane naman, nagkakabakbakan na, mamen, and eto na nga, feeling ko nagamit na yung headstack dito or hindi pa kasi humahabol pa dito yung side ng Omega Esports. Duguan yung mga Sunsparks. Fate, meron na siyang GA Guardian Angel pero mukhang mapapabalik pa nga. And naiwan pa nga dito si Sets para pagpiestahan ng tatlo habang nasa likod. Ito, si Diana! Apakaganda nung kanyang moonfall dito, men. Dalawang nahuli, dalawang hinain, dalawang lechon namin dun sa may table. But anyway, a tower as well ang masisira pero abang-abang sa may damuhan. Si Devil J. Not so Devil Ari, pero papatayin at papatayin niya pa rin. Etong si Singe, one has been taken down sa side ng sa side ng Omega Esports dito. Hindi naman siya fair trade, pero still lamang doon sa side ng Omega, not only for the Dragon but also for the turret berting.
Dito nyo nakikita guys kung gaano pa kabata si Boruto dito sa series natin because Omega Esports, they are the Hashirama para dito sa series natin. Napapansin nyo yung discarding ginagawa ng Omega Esports. They always play against 4 champions dito sa side ng Omega. Hinayaan nila si Impressive kumuha ng objectives to get the torrent as well. Nakakuha sila ng 2 DR ng uncontested, nakakuha ng torrent dito si Impressive na wala ring nag-contest. So we can say Omega Esports talagang mina-mind games lang nila in yung Sunsparks and ang sobrang sakit din ng ginawa dito ni Arise to get at 2 players sa side ng Sunsparks dun sa may bandang Baron lane natin. As of now, talagang kinukuha na yung Sentinel Blue buff dito ng Sunsparks.
Oh men, sinasakop na yung lugar dito ng Sunsparks ng side ng Omega Esports. And kita mo naman, yung mga mata natin sa mapa, 3 ang kulang nakikita ko sa side ng jungle ng Sunsparks as of now. And sisimulan nila yung Baron. Pero I don't think na may information dito yung Omega Esports. Wala silang vision na pumasok itong Omega Esports sa loob ng Baron. Pero feeling ko nakakaramdam sila ng pagyanig ng lupa dito sa may bandang Baron lane. But I think this is going to be too late. Hindi na din naman silip yan. Pero JLC, medyo papasok. Very, very light lang. Hindi rin naman siya i-all-in ng side ng Sunsparks. And napagamit lang doon ng Proto Belt, kaibigan.
Oh my God, lahat ng objectives na ginawa mismo ng Omega Esports ay walang contest na nangyari. Doon lang ata sa unang DR na meron tayo. Pero as of now, Omega Esports, ladies and gentlemen, with the BR buffs, we can say na anytime pwedeng mabasag, Yasu, etong lahat ng tore, especially the mid lane, also the Baron lane na meron tayo. Pero Omega Esports, nagiging maingat din dito yung ibang players sila, especially JLC, na mag-commit sa mga bushes na meron tayo sa mapa natin dahil Sunsparks, anytime pwede nilang i-punish etong Omega Esports pag nagkamali sila ng galaw.
Yeah, indeed. And Omega Esports, talagang dumediretso na sila dito sa may middle lane at mga babasagin na talaga nila itong middle turret ng side ng Sunsparks. Pero Sunsparks, nood-nood mo na, hindi sila makakapag-def dito eh. Masyado na mababa yung HP ng turret na to. And the best that they can do is to defend yung mga inhibitor turret nila. Pero mukhang may bakbakan yata 1v1 with the Great One at the top lane. Pero doon pa nga dito si Devil J. That will be used. Pero nice stun coming from Maze. Napakagandang ligtas nun. Pero si Maze, masyado yatang nagda-dive in 2D. Pinahabol niya dito itong si Arise. Arise, hindi naman siya masyadong low health doon. Pero Fissure on 2. And dalawa pa nga yung mahuhuli niya na doon habang pre-hit lang dito itong si Timelapse. Pati lang killer sting, hit sting. Extend pa pare. Plus pa. Pero impressive at the bottom lane. Being impressive at the bottom lane nga. Trying to damage the Nexus. Pero hindi enough yan. Kasi nahuli niya pa nga itong si Akali. Pero meanwhile, katok-katok, men. Wala nang choice yung Sunsparks, hindi binibigyan ng Omega Esports dito. They are being the dictator ng ating laro, Berting. Nexus na lang ang natitira.
Yes, ito na yung nagiging problema ngayon Yasumiyaw talaga pag nakuha mo yung BR buff, ang laki ng potensyal na makuha mo lahat ng tore sa kalaban nyo at yun na yung ginawa mismo ng Omega Esports. Kung mapapapansin natin, 4 na players again sa Omega ang nasa taas while Impressive just doing his things na kumuha ng objectives mismo dito sa may bandang baba. Di lang yun, nakuha niya yung 3rd tower, napatay niya pa si Devil J to the point na kailangan bumak ng ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks para depensahan yung baba nila, and because of that, na-open din yung gitna and the mid lane, at ito yung naging resulta, Yasu. Wala na silang tore, Nexus na lang ang natitira dito, and look at the golded na meron sa atin. Ito na yung huling dragon, and there goes 2-man cyclone, Yasu Meow.
Yeah, 2-man cyclone na, pero enough ba yan para mapabagsak? Pero parang pumasok lang sila dun sa may kamatayan na bumfall coming from Arise, habang sa likod, Execration na nahuli si Ezreal. Real na real, kaibigan, at mukhang this is it, pansit. 4 ang lumuhod sa side ng Sunsparks, isang diretsong marcha coming from the side ng Omega Esports, at mukhang hindi nila papaligtasin itong si 5722, ihahatid pa nila, mukhang mamamanhika namin kay 5722, but anyway, this is the game, Berting. Omega Esports, hibubulsa na ang Game 1 against Sunsparks.
At eto na, look at them, nag-iikot-ikot pa para silang mga carousel. Omega Esports, the Hashirama ng Icon Series natin, defeating the Sunsparks, aka Boruto. Masyado ka pang bata, iho, sabi dito ng Omega. Look at JLC using the Singe, and impressive. Talagang ginawa lang dito, no, Yasumiyaw, na impressive. Just doing his job na makakuha dito ng mga objectives natin. 2 dragon, yung uncontested doon. Even the Herald, also sa Baron, walang nagawa mismo, Yasu, yung mga Sunsparks, kundi panoorin kung paano kunin yung mga gusto nilang objectives na dapat nilang kunin.
Yep, indeed. Actually, yung mga ibang objectives, hindi nila napanood kasi nga, wala silang vision, pare ko. Lalo na dun sa may Baron. Wala silang vision, wala silang information na pumasok na pala at patapos na silang mag-Baron dito para sa side ng Omega Esports. But, sa una lang, I guess, nag-lean ng kaunti yung ating XP and also the gold. Pero pagdating ng bandang mid-game, bulusok paside ng Omega Esports. Kasi that mid-game, I guess, ang pinakaunang turning point talaga ng side ng Omega Esports dito is yung sa unang Dragon. Doon sila unang nanalo, nakasecure nila yung Dragon, and simula ng time na yon, talagang nagdire-diretso na sila. Sila na yung nag-dictate dito sa mapa kung saan sila po-position, kung saan nila gustong po-position yung Sunsparks. Alam nila Alam nila, parang Berting.
And Yasumiyaw, look at the damage, no? Dito sa, also the items na meron tayo. 8-0 mula dito kay Rice. We can say talaga hindi siya napapatay dito. And yung item din talaga dito ni JLC, more on the kunat factor. He have the Riley staff, the Force of Nature, kasi alam niya rin na more on burst damage and execution nga dito yung ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks. Talagang ginawa lang ng Sunsparks dito, ng Omega Esports, let Impressive do his things. Wala tayong pakialam dyan kay Impressive, basta gumagawa siya ng sarili niyang trabaho. Tayo makikipag-clash tayo ng 4v5. Minsan yung Sunsparks, napipilitan sila makipag 4v4 dahil ayaw nila makuha na ng objectives. Pero hindi sapat yung 4 na players Kailangan talaga 5, Yasumiyaw. Pero still, nakita mo naman yung last clash dito. Impressive killing Akali dito sa may bandang baba. And after i-kill Akali, napilitan yung Sunsparks na makapag-depensa dun sa may bandang baba. To the point na open na yung gitna and the top lane. And it is what it is. Omega Esports, Yasu, just proving themselves na kami ang Hashirama, the first Hokage dito sa Icon Series natin. And we know naman pagdating sa di ba, Hashirama to si Boruto, sobrang layo ng henerasyon noon, di ba? Yung we can say in the final natin dito, guys, yung skill gap ng dalawang teams, sobrang laki talaga, sobrang laki. Individual skills, also the experience na meron dito.
Tama
yung
ka
Omega
dyan,
Esports.
Yung jutsu.
Yung jutsu ng
Men, yung pabilisan ng daliri. Men, sakto pala talaga, Naruto. Pabilisan ng daliri pumindot sa cellphone, tapos sa Naruto, yung jutsu, pabilisang magagaganon, no? So, mas madami silang alam na jutsu, kumbaga, sa side ng Omega Esports. Pero ito, ang ating Oppo Reno 5 play of the game. Ito yung first dragon natin na na-secure ng Omega Esports. From this point onward, sila na yung nag-dictate ng game. Hinabol nila si Maze. And yun nga yung very remarkable na pasok dito ni Arise, ni Diana. And before pa mag-start nun, napakalaking panggulo talaga ni JLC. Talagang tinutont niya yung parang sige, papasok ka. Pero this is the time na nakuha nila yung kill. Kay Stronger, I think mali din ni Stronger yun kasi hindi siya nag-back agad.
Yup, and kung mapapansin mo, meron palang ritual na ginawa yung Omega Esports dito sa last, bago nila basagin yung Nelly. Ito yung magandang moonfall, no? Duulin dalawa sa side dito ng Sunsparks. Kung mapapansin mo rin dito, Yasumiyaw, this is one of the last clash na meron tayo. Medyo nag-overextend si Mace dito to the point na nag-glacial fissure sila ng ni Stronger. And the momentum as well, time-lapse with the pre-hit. Ang hirap din talagang kalabanin ng isang Kaisa pag naka-pre-hit na. And there you go, the last clash na meron tayo. Yun na yung ating reason kung bakit nanalo ang ating Omega Esports, ang ating master of the match. Walang iba kundi Arise, using the Diana, mga kaibigan, with 1,072 gold per minute, 11 KDA, and 79% killing participation. And kanina nga pala, no, Yasumi, binabanggit ko merong ritual na ginawa yung Omega Esports,
Oo, man.
which is umikot-ikot pa sila sa Nexus bago nila tapusin yung laban.
Merry-go-round.
Parang sa alam mo naman, uso yung mga parang pinoprovoke mo yung kalaban, di ba?
Oo.
Ganun din yung ginagawa ng Omega Esports.
Yeah. Omega Esports, feeling ko sumisignature kapag patapos na yung laban. Yung talagang bulsang-bulsado na talaga nila yung laban. So, yun ang kanilang ritual. Kumbaga, ang paikot-ikot sa base.
Dinurog-durog, pinaikot, kakatayin.
Actually, bago pa yun, hahatid pa sana nila si 5722. Kala ko mamamanhikan namin Halos ihatid na ng bahay Saka nag-ritual pa ikot-ikot. No? But anyway, umpisa pa lang yan ng Omega Esports versus Sunsparks natin. Nakaisa na nga itong Omega. So nakita natin kung ano yung mga nangyari on the first game. Omega Esports, sila talaga yung nag-dictate. I guess this is just the Sunsparks na composition, I think okay lang din naman. But then again, the execution is medyo nag-fall off. Hindi sila nakapag-farm ng maayos. And sila yung napasukan dito. I guess, masyado lang din mabilis gumalaw dito yung Omega Esports sa mapa. And also yung execution nila na sabi nga ni Berting is 4v5, tapos iwan si Camille, push. Talagang iniiwan nila na walang no choice yung Sunsparks dito. And Sunsparks, wala silang magawa kundi mag-react. Yun lang ang gagawa nila.
Wala silang magawa. Kumbaga, ang Omega Esports, mga kaibigan, ang nagdidikta na laro. Kumbaga, yung Sunsparks nandito nasa palad ng Omega Esports, naglalaro-laro sila doon. Maswerte pa daw ang Sunsparks dahil sa mundo kayo ng Omega. Parang ganoon ang ginagawa ng Omega ng game number 1. Sila talaga yung nagbibigay na. Sila yung parang nag-ano ng tempo ng laro. Okay, pag di kayo nag-react, matatalo kayo. So, anong gagawin ng Sunsparks dito? Kailangan talaga nila mag-react. Doon mismo ka-impressive. And Omega Esports just doing their things. Like, alam nila kung ano yung dapat nilang gawin pagdating sa mga ganong klaseng sitwasyon. And Sunsparks dito, we can say na almost one-sided game yung game number 1, pero because of the 5-7-2-2 and the rest of Sunsparks, medyo umangat sila kahit papaano in the early game, pero pagdating talaga na ng mid game, doon na dumating yung point na even JLC hindi na nila kayang ipanis. Ganun katindi itong Omega Esports. And hindi na rin talaga natin nakita na nagkaroon tayo ng 5-on-5 flash More on 5v4, diba? Dahil si Impressive nga talagang wala na siyang pakialam sa mundo. Talagang niluksa na siya ng mundo na maglaro na rin siya mag-isa dito sa Icon Series natin sa South Luzon. Pero Sunsparks, just they need to adjust para dito sa game number 2, Yasubiao. Kasi nung drafting pa lang they ban Gragas and Garen, which is yung champion ni JLC, pero meron pa palang Singe itong taong to, at mukhang marami pang champion na pwedeng lumabas dito mismo sa side ng Omega Esports.
Yes, man. The respects are very high dito sa laruan natin ito, sa tapatan natin ito. Kasi knowing Omega Esports din naman talaga, sabi natin, veteran na yung mga yan So, definitely, malawak yung champion pool niyan So, hindi mo din siya masasabi na parang next play ba? Kahit iban mo to, meron silang susunod pang card, meron pang plan B, plan C. Feeling ko hanggang plan Z hanggat maubos nila yung champion dito sa LoL, merong isasagot. Just to exaggerate things But anyway, yun nga, even though the respects are high para dito sa match-up na to, hindi pa rin masyadong pinalad yung Sunsparks doon. Kasi the respect is high pa rin sa kanila ng Omega Esports. Kita mo, binandin yung mga champions nila from before na ginamit nila, The Olaf, talagang naging effective naman yun sa kanila. Kasi yun yung pinaka key champion na ginamit nila against Liyab kanina. So, ayaw harapin, I guess, ng side ng Omega. It's either ayaw harapin, as for now, ng Omega Esports, yung Olaf Serapinson na composition na pwedeng gamitin dito ng Sunsparks, or hindi pa talaga nila aralado. No, but anyway, eto nga pala yung previews natin na picks and ban. And binan out din nila dito si Yasuo, of course, to respect yung gagamit, para kay 5722. Talagang respects are high, man.
Yeah, kailangan mo talaga respetuhin yung mga kalaban mo, dahil kung minamalit mo yung kalaban mo, anytime pwede kayong matalo. And ito Sunsparks, Omega Esports kasi dito, Yasumiao, I feeling ko kaya rin nagiging malaking impact yung Garen dito ni JLC kasi lagi niyang tinatapat ito sa duo, which is the Dragon Lane. And we know naman yung Garen naman talaga hindi siya yung champion na talagang panduwel pagdating sa laning. Most likely ang ginagawa nito is to sustain the damage na pwedeng ibigay ng kalaban niya. And sa early game talaga ang ginagawa lang ng Garen is to clear the waves, then kuha kagad ng other objectives or the scuttler, which is yung ginawa mismo ni JLC nung series number 1 nila, nung kalaban nila yung Execration. After clear the waves, kumuha ng scuttler, pumupunta ng mid lane, hinaayaan niya yung Dragon Lane dito, tapos babalik ulit siya sa lane. Ganun lang parang late game potential lang talaga eh. Feeling ko kaya rin din binan ng Sunsparks itong Garen kasi nakita rin nila yung potential na baka gawin ulit din ni JLC yung ginawa ni JLC nung kalaban nila yung Execration, na pag nag-swap lane yung Dragon Lane also the Baron Lane, ang gagawin din nila susundan ni JLC yung Dragon Lane. So parang ang nangyayari, niloloko mo lang yung sarili mo. Kumbaga si JLC talaga yung panggulo sa laning dito sa side ng Omega Esports na super effective, di ba?
Yeah.
Ngayon lang natin nakita to na nire-respect man ang isang Garen, di ba?
Man. Syempre, hindi ko sure kung since from the tutorial, man, inaral niya na talaga ng gusto etong Garen na to, man. Pero to see a Garen na respect ban, kasi ganun kakatakot dun sa potential na napanood mo on the first game nga against Omega Esports, against Execration kanina, men. Meaning, wala ka pa talagang proof. Kumbaga, sabihin natin hindi ito yung isa sa mga champion na ready kang makita, na hindi mo, kumbaga, ang papasok ka pa kasi pagka mag-aaral, honestly ako, pagka aaralin ko muna yung mga champion na laging ginagamit, Kaysa, Brom, Camille, Akali, di ba? Hindi mo ine-expect yung mga champion na nasa baol na, ni-revive pa, men. Binalik pa sa buhay dito. So, kumbaga nasa dulo siya ng notebook mo na kailangan mo pang i-flip tapos wala pa masyadong notes, men. So, ganun yung sitwasyon dito. So, better keep it on the ban. Pero, let's go sa pickings dito. Medyo, sabihin natin, medyo nabitin ako actually dun sa Ziggs na pick ng side ng Sunsparks kasi hindi siya nakapagbigay ng a lot of damage. Pero, other than that, Ezreal siguro ang naging problema lang sa kanya, hindi siya nakapag-farm ng maayos and hindi siya nakakuha ng masyadong early item. Mas maagang nakakain ng lunch break etong si Kaysa.
Lunch break,
Oo,
nahirapan gaya nga na sabi mo, yes, agree ako doon na nahirapan din makapag-farm to get a lot of resources din kasi maaga nabasag yung mga torrents dito ng Sunsparks because of that nakuha dito ng Omega Esports yung mga jungle, which is yung isa sa mga second na isa sa mga plan B sana ng mga teams if ever na natalo ka sa lane kasi doon ka lang talaga pwedeng kumuha unless medyo deep na yung lanes yung pwede mong kunin yun. And with the Ezreal and the Ziggs combination, hindi natin nakita dito yung objective sa mabilis sa turrets. Kung mapapansin natin, Yasu, lagi silang nahuhuli. Kumbaga huli sa balita lagi ang Sunsparks. Talagang alam din ng Omega kung paano i-counter itong gantong klaseng lineup natin. Well, yung akali kasi ng Sunsparks dito, she have the damage. Nakita mo naman yung perfect execution, di ba? Sobrang tindi. Pero ang nangyayari lang talaga is hindi tumatagal sa clash etong ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks. Even the Alistar, yung Unbreakable Will, kahit yung Will to Live niya nawala na rin. Na-break na yung Unbreakable Will niya. Ganun katindi ang Omega. Take note guys, pag yung Unbreakable Will, nawala na ng visa, nawala na talaga ng will, alam nyo na, masakit na yung kalaban. Ganun lang kasimple yun. Nakita mo, di ba? Parang yung Unbreakable Will, kumbaga nagpatagal lang, gusto mo lang to mag-take ng maraming damage para lang may madagdagan yung score mo dun sa stats mo, di ba? Ganun na lang yung nangyayari. Parang ang nangyayari sa Sunsparks, nagiging punching bag sila ng Omega dun sa clash eh. Ang kukunat din talaga kasi sobrang even time-lapse, di ba? Time-lapse, hindi nila nahuli sa time-lapse dito. And time-lapse, using the Kai'Sa dito, ang hirap habulin din. Dahil din sa lineup ng Omega, they have the counter-initiate. Ang daming pang-protekta dito sa ADC nila. Yet, Sunsparks Sunsparks, kailangan nila mag-adjust Yasu dito
Yup.
sa game number 2 natin.
Yup, kasi ang naging lagay dito ng Sunsparks, hindi ko nakita si Akali na nagkaroon ng chance na ma-sniperoo. Etong si Kaysa sa may bandang likod, hindi siya nagkaroon ng moment na malikuran talaga completely yung team ng Omega Esports, wherein Kaysa, siya pa yung mismong humahabol dun sa mga champion neto ng side ng Sunsparks. Ang nangyayari din kasi sa side ng Sunsparks dito, I think medyo natutont sila dun sa ginagawa din ni JLC. Kasi si JLC yung literal na pumupronta dun sa grupo. Kumbaga sa suntukan, men, si JLC yung pasimuno kung bakit nagkakaroon ng gulo. So anyway, hinahanap nila yung Kaysa muna eh. Kasi si JLC yung nakikita nila sa mapa eh. So,
Hindi nga nila makita dahil dun sa poison ni JLC.
tapos
diba?
ang Kaysa dito, pumapasok siya kapag ka talagang bugbuga namin, pagkasapakan namin. Kumbaga si Kaysa, siya yung si JR. Siya yung backup. Siya yung backup ng tropa, men. Kumbaga
Si
siya,
JR.
huli man dumating, hindi naman siya actually huling-huli. Siya yung pinaka-bully ng grupo. And kita mo naman, nagpipreheat muna talaga siya. As long as abot niya pa, pipreheatin niya. Sa kanya gagamitin yung killer instinct. Now, Sunsparks, kala nyo buhay na sila. Kala nila buhay na sila, pero wait, there's more pa si Kaysa, men, with a killer instinct. And I guess, it's all about the positioning din ng Omega na Sunsparks, hindi talaga nila marikuran yung mga nasa likod or key champion ng side ng Omega Esports dito.
Yup, and speaking of key champion, no, for the side of Sunsparks dito, hindi lang siguro nakapag-farm ng mabuti or gaya nga nasabi natin dito talagang JLC na talagang siya yung humaharap dito even though na mag-take siya ng a lot of damage. Pero ang ginagawa rin kasi dito ng taong to is, yes, magpapakita siya sa harap, tapos pag gino na siya, tatry niya makamambaw, tapos lilikod na kagad siya. Kung mapapansin natin, yun lang yung ginagawa netong player na to. And ginugulo lang talaga ni JLC yung positioning ng mga Sunsparks and time-lapse. We know naman yung Kaysa pag na-damage yan ng kampi mo, kahit hindi ikaw yung makadamage, just lang ma-damage mo yung kalaban, automatic meron ka ng range ng killer instinct. So anytime pwede ka na kagad mag killer instinct sa likod kung nasan mismo yung siege or the rest of your team. Pero Sunsparks talaga dito, because of the siege lineup na meron ng Omega, napipilitan silang maghiwalay to the point na kanya-kanyang takbo na lang sila kumbaga sa kalsada. Nakakita kayo ng maraming aso, tapos kanya-kanya kayong takbo. Ganun din nangyari sa Sunsparks. Pero Yasumiyaw, gaya nga nasabi natin, di pa tapos ang laban. We still have the game number 2 para dito sa best of 3 series natin. Sunsparks, even though na 0-1 sila dito sa unang laban natin, marami pa or meron pa silang tsansa or para dito sa game number 2 natin. Malay natin, di ba? Malay natin, medyo mag-Stockton tumalon etong Omega Esports at makakuha sila ng 1 game dito sa best of 3 series natin at mag-extend to the game number 3.
Tsaka, I think hindi to yung first time na nagharap tong dalawang to. And from the preseason, men, actually, Sunsparks, nasa kanila yung respect ko nun na during the preseason. Kasi ang lakas nila. Honestly, malakas yung Sunsparks sa preseason. I believe mas malakas pa, mas better pa kesa sa Liyab. But then again, I guess, talagang panahon, nababago ka. But anyway, eto na nga, yung Liyab, natalo nila yung Sunsparks. Ngayon, yung Sunsparks nga yung literal na binabata dito ng ibang mga teams natin. Pero alam mo, men, despite Sunsparks na wala pa silang naipanalo na game, kahit isa, men, balita ko ang malakas sa Sunsparks ngayon, yung mga bebe girls nila sa comment section.
Yun nga sabi sana no? Kumbaga, ito daw mga Sunsparks, meron daw silang cheering squad. Ang mga cheering squad ng mga players ng Sunsparks dito. So, sana all, no? Pero ito na mga kaibigan, pupunta na kagad tayo dito sa game number 2, drafting phase between Sunsparks versus the Omega Esports. And 1-0 na po tayo in favor of Omega Esports. Take note, this is a best of 3 series. If ever na manalo dito ang Omega, tapos na po ang series natin at makakuha ulit sila ng another 50,000 points for the South Luzon. So, technically, meron na sila 100k if ever na papanalo nila itong series natin. Pero Yasumiyaw, look at the bans na meron tayo sa magkabilang grupo. Sunsparks, they will ban si Taba or si Gragas. Susunod si Camille and Olap para kay Omega Esports. Feeling mo, Yasuo?
I'm not sure, pwedeng Yasuo dito or pwedeng pakawalan nila kung may sagot man dito yung Omega Esports. Pero binan out nila dito si Akali. I guess, I think nasa isip dito ng Omega Esports, sige pakawalan natin si Yasuo, pero Sunsparks, sila na ang mauuna kumuha dito ng Diana para sa side nila. Kasi nga naman, kung hindi mo maibaban, kunin mo na lang. Deny pick. Eh, nakita naman natin yung ginawa ng Diana ng Omega Esports na first game natin. Pero may sagot pa rin dyan ng Omega Esports, which is the Lee Sin and Garen. Eto na, si Garen, men. Hindi man siya dragon, pero napaka...
Fiora?
Eto na yun Garen ni
I think Fiora is one of the best champion na pwede mong pang-counter sa isang Garen Baron lane. But look at these Sunsparks. They will pick the Kai'Sa. Also, the Braum, I guess. Open pa ang Braum. They can still pick the Braum. And Omega Esports, there you go. Braum will be picked for the side of Sunsparks. Omega Esports, Yasuo, they can still pick the Yasuo. Pwede lang ipang-counter Yasuo para dito kay Diana. Actually, mas feeling ko mas okay para sa akin feeling ko kayang i-punish ng isang Yasuo yung Diana pagdating sa duel. Pero Galio we will pick for the side of Omega Esports. We can say this is gonna be a support Galio because of the first series na meron sila kontra Execration. Nakita na natin tong Galio support mismo ni Stronger, but Orianna for time lapse, mga kaibigan. Pwede rin, okay rin kasi with the range, no? Yung range difference ng dalawa na does the protect as well. You can still use the shockwave, no? Para ma-cancel mo yung ibang animation dito ng Diana sa side ng Sunsparks. Pero Yasuo, for this last two picks ng Sunsparks, who will be the champion para sa kanila? Pero Graves. Wow, Graves jungle.
Ewan ko pero I mean, malakas si Graves. Pero in a team fight, siguro, so far, lahat ng Graves na nakita ko na na-pick, I think wala pang win rate for the Icon series. Wala pang win rate if I'm not mistaken. And yes, the damage is there somehow. Pero, ewan ko lang, I'm not really sure sa Graves. And I guess, ang masasabi ko lang is may better pa sigurong jungle para sa kanila. Better
okay, Galio mid lane. This is gonna be a Galio mid lane, Orianna Dragon lane. So, walang ADC etong Omega Esports. Kung mapapansin nyo guys, more on sustain because of the barrier na binibigay ng Janna and the Orianna. Also, the crowd control for Lee Sin and the Galio. While Garen, syempre JLCR, we know naman kung anong gagawin ng isang Garen dito. Trying to cut yung ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks. But Sunsparks, look at the lineup na meron sila. More on physical damage, burst damage as well para dito kay Diana. Pero ang tanong, Omega Esports, kaya ba nilang manalo sa ganitong klaseng composition na meron sila?
Yun ang tanong natin. Parang Berting.
Parang napaisip ka rin doon
Oo nga Hindi talaga ako sigurado sa Graves, man. Kasi parang may mas better jungle pa. Sana na mapipick sila for siguro kung pwede na gamitin si Ramos, no? Oy, medyo maiba tayo. Ramos mukhang mabenta. Wala pa. Pero mabenta siya ngayon sa mga rankings, rank games if I'm not mistaken. And so far, ang chismis sa akin is parang medyo parehas sila halos ni Dr. Mundo, kumbaga, when it comes to the power spy. Pero ang tanong natin na hindi natin masagot agad-agad ay mukhang masasagot na kasi magsisimula na tayo ng second game between Sunsparks versus Omega Esports. Titignan natin kung ang lineup ba ng side ng Sunsparks ay lalaban like talagang palag-palag against Omega Esports. Pero makikita natin yan, parang Berting.
And papakita na dito mismo na magkabilang grupo, mga kaibigan, ang game number 2 between Sunsparks versus the Omega Esports. Yasuo, kung mapapansin mo, same situation ang ginawa dito ng Omega Esports. JLC using the Garen. Mga kaibigan, ganun pa rin ang reverse mirror lane, no? Talagang tinatapat dito ng Omega Esports or ni JLC yung Garen niya sa dalawang players ng Sunsparks.
And ang ginagawa niya lang talaga is to survive, and survive, clear the waves, making sure na hindi makapag-push din ng ganun kadali yung side ng Sunsparks dito, at least dun sa turret at the bottom lane. And meanwhile, nasa top nga yung kanilang Orianna dito. Pero at the middle lane, men, nagkakabalagbugan tayo with 5-7-2-2. May Visita Iglesia at the middle lane. Pero safe pa rin naman itong si Arise and untouchable. Hindi naman siya masyadong na-touchy doon. And wala naman din siyang nagamit na utility, parang Bertie.
Yup, and look at the movement, no, Yasumiyaw, na ginawa mismo ng Omega Esports. Yasumiyaw, bakbakan na agad kagad.
Yeah, bottom. Nag-try mag-go ng tatlo sa bottom lane with Fate. Kasama yan with the Graves. Kaso nandito din si Stronger to protect etong si JLC. And mukhang may napagamit nga yata ng heal doon. And si Maze pa nga yung napagamit ng healing wala sa top lane. Si Timelapse pinapasukan dito ni Devil J. But Devil J, mukhang siya ang delikado. Pwede siya pasukan dito ni Timelapse. Flash for you, flash as well. Pero hindi na siya aabutan nung bola-bola and also ng dissonance neto ni Orianna as well as yung follow-up ni Lee Sin. Di na rin makakahabol. Safe na.
Yep.
Etong si paring Devil J.
Yeah, pero okay lang yun kasi napop naman yung flash dito ng both teams. Pero look at this. Sunsparks with the early invade dito sa may bandang blue buffs mismo sa side ng Omega Esports. While Arise using the Galio, just waiting for the level 5, no? Talagang kumukulit yung ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks dito. Just getting a lot of objectives, mga kaibigan. While sa top lane, Yasumiyaw,
yeah, pinasok na nga nila dito. Itong si Devil J at wala nang no choice, man. Sandwich kung sandwich. Hinipa na ni Impressive. Tinatakan pala ng Sonic Wave pero wala na talagang takas eh. Orianna sa harap. Lee Sin sa likod, man. And anyway, that's a first blood na masesecure dito ng Omega Esports.
ang ganda, sa totoo lang, ang ganda ng ginagawa dito ng Omega Esports. Kung mapapansin mo, Stronger dito, going to the bottom lane or sa may bandang Dragon lane natin just to support JLC. Kasi alam niya yung kapasidad na baka mapatay etong si JLC ni Maze and the set. Look at the tankiness na meron siya. Yasumiyaw, sobrang kunat niya. Grabe, Stronger, literal na Stronger. Ang lakas. Hindi na matatawagin Stronger yan, kundi strong yan eh.
Oo nga, men. Pang mga malakas ang mga champion lang dapat ang binibigay dyan kay Stronger. Biruin mo yun, dalawa na yung kumakana sa kanya sa bottom lane. Buhay na buhay pa, men. Talagang winawagay-way pa ang bandera, pero mukhang may bandera na naman tayong babagsak sa bottom lane. Pero Shockwave magagamit na yan. Kala niya papasukan siya doon si Timelapse. For defensive lang, yung Shockwave na yun. Kung sakaling pumasok dito, itong si Devil J. And good decision din yon. Actually, parang Berting kasi nag-back away siya agad.
Yup, and hindi lang yun, na-clear waves niya rin yung minions niya dahil malapit na rin naman lumabas yung ating DR in just a few seconds dito. Ladies and gentlemen, kung mapapansin nyo yung items na meron tayo, mga kaibigan, going for the Roa, etong si Arise to get a lot more on HP. While Impressive, papunta na rin siya dito sa ating Guardian Angel. And I think etong si Zed, mukhang naghihintay na rin siya pumunta ng BRK or baka mag-BF Sword muna siya para ma-upgrade niya yung Ikatian rin niya dito sa game number 2 natin. And as of now, Yasumiyaw, nagre-recall na yung mga players natin dahil 10 seconds, lalabas na yung Infernal Drake natin.
Yeah, nagre-ready na nga sila dito for the Infernal Drake. And do take note, walang ADC yung side ng Omega Esports dito. Kaya I think when it comes to range damage, I guess kailangan nilang mag-step up talaga. Talagang all-in. But anyway, sinisimula na nga dito ng side ng Sunsparks itong Infernal Drake habang si Jana lang, Jana lang sapat mo. But anyway, andito na yung kanyang mga tropa, JLC and Arise to join the game. Pero walang pakialam si JLC, talagang lakad ng tatag dun sa may harapan habang sa may likod. Napakagandang ulti coming from Stronger.
Una si JLC.
Hindi masyadong effective pero meanwhile at the back, man. Masyadong strong pero walang strong sa madami. Di man na yung kinana niya. Di man na yung humabol sa kanya doon, parang Bertie.
Yeah, pero ang problema kasi dito sa side ng Sunsparks, they get the DR, but look at this, Omega Esports is trying to get the first storage sa may bandang taas. Yasumiyaw, di pa tapos sa laban natin.
Yeah, napabagsak pa nila dito. Itong si Gaio na nasa may middle lane. Pero follow up naman din with this Impressive, kicking everyone in his way. Pero here comes the Moonfall! Ang laki ng damage, kaibigan. And GA will be popped. Tamang abang lang. Mukhang aabangan pa nila dito si Impressive. Here comes the dash! And natali pa nga si Jana sa may likod. While Impressive, nabawian niya din naman. Itong si Diana, he is dead. While Sets, taking down that Lee Sin as well. But that's a 4-4 na yung ating palitan when it comes to the kills, man. Talagang salitan lang, kaibigan.
Yep, grabe, Impressive with the Dragon Rage. Mga kaibigan, that is a 3-man knockup mula sa kanya. Nakita mo yung Moonfall mula dito kay 5-7-2-2. Burado yung buhay ni Impressive and also ni Stronger dito sa mid lane natin. But still, kung mapapansin natin dito, Yasumiyaw, Sunsparks, and Omega Esports, parehas silang pantay dito mismo sa game number 2. Talagang ayaw magpatinag ng magkabilang grupo. Nakuha dito yung mid lane, nakuha rin naman yung ating top lane. Pero ang lamang lang dito ng Sunsparks, walang iba kundi sa gold lead na meron sila kahit paano. Also sa DR na nakuha nila kaninang 4 minutes.
Yep, indeed. And mukhang magpupwestuhan na sila dito para naman sa Rift Herald natin na sisimulan ng side ng Omega Esports. And medyo malayo malayong malapit itong si Graves, pero hindi din naman mabuburst down agad ng Omega Esports yan. 5 ang nasa side ng Omega, papasok dito sa may Rift Herald natin. Nandito na ang tropa, pero here comes the Moonfall para sa tatlo yata yun, but the Rift Herald will be claimed by this Lee Sin. But anyway, siya din naman, Garin ang mapapatay habang sa may likod. Sinuzone lang ni Devil J Shockwave para bumalik siya, pero sa 5-7-2-2, pinapasukan na si Jana na nasa protection na ng tower niya. Meanwhile, we have Impressive doing impressive things sa may bandang likod na sinipa sa mukha itong si Maze. Habang si 5-7-2-2, meron pa bang low health dyan? Marami-rami, pare ko, pero mukhang hahabulin nila dito si Stronger with a barrier. Kaso nga na Stronger, hindi na mag-survive. Sa kamay ni 5-7-2-2, pero impressive! Grabe yun, man. From here to there, And mapapatay pa rin naman doon si Impressive, pero hindi pa tapos. Time lapse and 3 lang dito ni Kaisa, pero Kaisa pinasukan ni JLC, ikot-ikot, parang Sarah G, mapapabagsak niya yata dito si Fate with a flash out, pero Fate mukhang tatagain nila sa mukha, pero hindi enough. Nandito na si Maze para protektahan itong si Fate. Fate though, konting habol, kapag dumikit ka, patay ka, pero JLC, talagang mamba out as well as Fate. Teka lang, pare ko, reset muna tayo.
Grabe ang laban natin, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the sustain nung barrier na binibigay dito ni Stronger. Also ni time-lapse sa mga teammates niya. And impressive, literally impressive yung pinapakita dito ni Lee Sin sa game number 2. Same with the Sunsparks. Nakita natin na hindi talaga nagbibigayan itong dalawang teams natin. Even though Omega Esports getting the Herald, talagang pinagpatuloy nila yung clash nila dito sa may bandang Baron Lane hanggang sa mapunta tayo sa second tower. And with the death timer na meron tayo sa Wild Rift, Yasumiyaw, naka-recover pa kahit papano itong Omega Esports dun sa kalamangan mismo ng Sunsparks.
Yep, indeed. Pero lamang pa din, on the team fight yung Sunsparks sa network sa mga nabuhay na na-claim nila against Omega Esports. And mukhang pa-up na naman yung dragon natin, Mountain Drake, kaibigan. And also, mukhang po-position na agad dito yung Sunsparks. Piniping na nga nila, unahin daw natin si Impressive. O kaya si Oriana, siya yung nasa unahan Siya yung nasa fronta, men. Pwede nating unahin, either of the two. But anyway, middle lane, mukhang magkakahawakan yata ng tenga. But also dito sa ating B. Pero wait lang daw, inahayaan nila na umpisahan ng Omega Esports para papasok na lang sila sa Sunsparks net. Inahayaan nila yung Omega yung handa dito ng lamesa, pero medyo matagal yata yung pagpasok dito ng Sunsparks. Nandito na si Fate, medyo malapit na. And here comes the flash! Fate! Nakuha niya pa nga yung dragon na yun at tinahabol nila dito. Impressive, sinusong nito si Fiora sa may bandang likod. Habang Omega Esports nag-aklasan na sa malayo yung Sunsparks. I am Mr. Steal Your Dre, pero hinahabol pa rin dito ng Omega Esports. They have the Rift Herald. Looking forward na lang na maipush yung middle turret, pero nakaabang si Impressive. Baka may mahuli, pero the turret will be taken down sa side ng Sunsparks dito at mukhang mamarcha pa sila sa may bandang likod. May tatak dito si 5-7-2-2, pero mawawala na yan. Pero wala na silang minions Medyo malayo-layo pa sa Shockwave. Medyo may tinamaan doon, pero Devil J, tamang protect na lang sa mga kanya-kanyang kasangga habang back away na muna dito. Yung Omega, takbo muna and reset everything, Berting.
Grabe, Omega Esports dito after by stilan sila ng Sunsparks. Nakuhanan sila ng lollipop na parang bata ni Fate sa side ng Sunsparks. And that is a good sacrifice, no, Yasumiyaw? Para sa kanya. Kasi if ever na hindi niya nakuha yun, sayang lang pagpapakamatay niya. But with the smite secure mula dito kay Fate, talagang yun na talaga yung tadhana niya na may steal niya. Etong second DR natin at buhay na Yasu. Etong Baron and all the players of Omega Esports, they will reset. But look at this, Impressive, Sonic Wave, Yasumiyaw, magpaka na naman.
Tatlo ang nakahuli dito kay Impressive, hindi na nakahawak doon sa may damo habang sa may likod, tinapuhan na ni Jana, Munson will be used, pero that's the flash in just to get that kill on that support. Pero Impressive, bumalik pa nga, napaping GA niya, natatakan. Ito si 5-7-2-2, pero Impressive, hindi na nakatalon sa kabilang banda. Napatay na nga siya dito ng Sunsparks and sinis sinisimulan na ng Sunsparks dito. Yung Baron, kompleto pa sila. Nandito yung Kaysa, nandito lahat ng damager. Pero papadating si JLC sa may bandang baba. Pero here comes, I think that's a Shockwave. Pero isang taga sa mukha. Nakuha pa rin nila ng Sunsparks yung Baron Nashor. And mukhang hahabol pa sila. Low health na dito. Etong si May, sinahabol siya ni JLC. Ikot-ikot lang na para sa G. Mapapatay nila dito yung Brom. Pero trap na siya. Dito sa sandwich, baby. And hinahabol na siya dito ni Devil J. Sige, tusukin mo, tuhugin mo, JLC. Mukhang ito na ang huling halakas niya. Hindi niya na makukuha itong honey fruit to survive. Paring Berting.
Oh my God, muntik lang may steal ng Omega Esports yung BR dito. That is a good shockwave for the side of Omega. Time-lapse, no? Napakatindi na ginawa niya. Pero Sunsparks, Yasumiyaw, hindi pa rin tapos ang laban natin. Even though na nakuha nila yung BR doon, medyo delikado pa rin ang buhay nila. Pero kung mapapansin mo kasi Yasu, they have all the objectives for the side of Sunsparks. Nakuha nila yung dalawang BR, nakuha nila yung Baron dito, and look at the goal lead na meron tayo. We can say na ito na ba yung tamang opportunity ng Sunsparks para manalo dito sa game number 2? Dahil Omega Esports medyo sumasakit na rin yung lineup nila as of now.
Yep, indeed. Hopefully, man. Hopefully. Kasi parang ito yung umpisa nila nung may Serapin Zona lineup. Nasa kanila ang ball game pagdating ng early game. Pero tingnan natin, late game, sana makip up nila yan para madala tayo ng third game para sa last series na to, man. And Sunsparks dito, masakit na rin naman yung Kaysa, lalo na yung Kaysa, and also itong si Fate na nagka-item na on that jungler. Pero anyway, at the bottom lane, 1v1 with a great one. Habang pinapatsi-patsi ng the rest of the Sunsparks yung middle lane. Kanya-kanyang lane sila, pre.
Shockwave?
Pero Shockwave, para dito kay Sets. Hindi nga lang na-follow up yan, pero 5-7-2-2, medyo nag-tower dive yata dito. At siya nga yung mapapatay dito ni Impressive with a shutdown. Gamit lang ang kanyang mga paa, sipa-sipa lang. 1v1 at with the great one din para sa top lane. Pero ubos ang mga second turret nila dito, paring Bertin.
Yap, ubos na kagad ang second torrent dito ng Omega Esports. Pero kung mapapansin mo, no, 5-7-2-2, Killing Arise dito sa may bandang baba ng ating mapa. Dati sa under the torrent, pero hindi pa tapos ang laban natin. Omega Esports, there you go. Yasumiyaw, bakbakan ulit.
Yeah, be sure para sa isa, si JLC lang ang tinamaan dito. Medyo nahihirapan pang humabol dito ito si JLC. Doon sa mga kalaban nila, kasi na-blind siya with that smoke coming from Fate. Pero the dragon is up. Sinisimula na nga yan ng side ng Sunsparks. Here comes the ward. Pero may nagte-teleportation sa may harap nila. Tropa nila yan, men. Tropa ng Sunsparks yan, JLC. Taga sa mukha. Pero nearsighted, na-blind siya doon. And makukuha pa rin talaga yan ng Sunsparks. Here comes Galio. But anyway, sila pa rin ang mapapanis dito para sa side ng Sunsparks. Habang sa may likod, pinatsi-patsi nila si JLC. Matapang ka pala. Si Sets na iwag mag-isa. Hinahabol ng 5 or 4. Mapapatay nila dito si Sets. At si 5-7-2 na lang yung matitira. Here comes the normal attack, Normaline, and all the other skills. Patay ang Sunsparks dito, men. Nakuha nila yung dragon, pero 3 ang lumuhod sa kanila.
Yap, 3 ang wala. 27 seconds. I think Omega Esports, they can still get the second turret. At di lang yung second turret, pwede rin nila kunin itong pangatlong turret sa may bandang gitna. Nakita mo si JLC dun sa Dragon Pit, wala siyang pakialam. Sobrang kunat niya. At as of now, Yasumiyaw, bakbakan ulit.
Yeah, mapapop nila dito yung GA. Maaga yata yung shockwave na yun. May nahatak naman yata sila dito na isa. Pero si Impressive mukhang hindi na siya makakawala nga ba. Si Maze lang naman yung mahabol sa kanya. Andyan pa rin si Fate. Pero wala siya na Sonic Wave para makatakas. Pero mapapatay pa rin, men. Bogsa sa mukha. Si kuya nyo, Lisin. Si kuya nyo, Impressive doon. Hindi na siya nakatakbo. Akala ko lakad matatag na yung Omega Esports sa mid lane diretso na eh. Pero I guess, medyo asim moments yon. Talagang try lang. Pero ikaw ba, Berting? What do you think?
I think tinaray talaga ng Omega Esports basagin yung mid lane natin. Pero as of now, walang jungle dito yung Omega. But look at this, talagang binabanatan nila si JLC. And Yasumiyaw, bakbakan na naman!
Yeah, here comes the teleportation from Galio and the other tropa na side ng Omega Esports dito. Pero the damage is very great. Coming from this guy sa tinagana nga. Itong si Kaysa pero hindi enough yan para mapapagsak siya. JLC is dead at hinahabol nila dito si Stronger. Not too strong, RV! Mapapabagsak siya dito. Di 5-7-2-2 sa may bandang likod. And meron silang karapatan na magbaron sa side ng Sunsparks dahil wala silang casualty. At tinabangan niya pasad mo, ito si Impressive, men. Medyo makate, medyo masakit. Walang pan-damage, pero walang pang-stop ng TP. Pero, men, 5-7-2-2, the burst. Literal burst.
Oh my God. The damage mula dito kay 5722. Kulang din talaga sa manpower Yasumiyaw, itong Omega Esports doon mismo sa may bandang BR, maganda yung ginawa dito ni JLC to buy some time para dito sa side ng teammates niya, pero yung death timer talaga yun impressive, masyadong matagal and Sunsparks with the advantage dito, that's a 5v4. So we know naman pagdating talaga sa ganong klaseng clash, lalo na kung lamang na lamang kayo, mas lalong tataas yung chance na maubos sila. And look at this, Omega Esports, nahihirapan sila. Yasumiyaw
5722 with the moonfall, pero cancel that with the monsoon, pero dugudugan dito ito si
Shockwave
Stronger,
sa dalawa.
Shockwave sa dalawa sa bandang likod. Uy, grabe ang lalim dito ni 5722 flash out just to be safe habang free hit itong sila kay Sasbron sa may bandang likod. Arise, talagang kinarge na Galio, mapapatay na nga dito, but also mabubogso na rin yung mukha ni JLC, ni JLC, tama, sa may bandang likod, at hinatid na nga na naman dito sa base yung Omega Esports, and this is the game. Sunsparks taking back what they lost sa first game natin. That's a 1-1, paring Berting.
Grabe, Sunsparks dito, mga kaibigan, nakaisa rin si Boruto kay First Hokage. Ladies and gentlemen, and Sunsparks, what a game for them to get the game number 2. Medyo kinulang sa physical damage ang Omega Esports because of the lineup na meron sila. Kung papansin nyo, more on magic type etong Omega, and we can say pagdating sa bala, isang bala lang ang meron dito ang Omega. After nang ibuhos yun, kailangan nila mag-reset. Pero sa Sunsparks, para silang naka-machine gun with the right click mula dito kay Fiora, kay Kaisa, also kay Diana, 5722, and the rest of Sunsparks. Look at the XP graph, look at the gold graph na meron tayo. Sobrang taas ng lamang dito ng Sunsparks. And the MVP para dun sa laban na yung walang iba kundi si 5722 with 7 kills, 5 deaths, 13 assists, Yasumiyaw. Grabe. Also impressive, well commended, impressive talaga dito sa game number 3. Just trying his best na makuha mismo or ma-pick up yung ibang mga players ng Sunsparks. Pero syempre, still not enough kasi you're playing against 5 players dito sa Icon Series natin, di ba?
Yeah, hindi pa rin naman natin madedena yung effort na ginawa dito ng Omega Esports. Pero I think it's 1-1 actually for Sunsparks and Omega Esports. And Sunsparks, nakahanap sila ng loophole against Omega Esports, and ito na yung magiging simula nila para mabalik yung confidence nila from that loss against Liyab kanina, and also the first game against Omega Esports kanina. And I guess mali ako dun sa sinabi ko na hindi masyadong maganda yung Brom pick.
The Graves.
The Graves pick. Medyo na mental block tayo doon. But anyway, mali ako na sinabi ko yon. But yung blind na binibigay neto ng Graves, ang daming I think 2
Puro melee kasi,
Oo, hindi sila makakuha ng dragon kill. Whether be it yung Omega yung nag-uumpisa or talagang magi-intercept lang sila dito para sa side ng Sunsparks. Ang laking bagay nung blind kasi hindi din makapag-initiate dito si JLC, hindi rin makahabol itong si Impressive kapag wala ka nga namang makita, men. So wala kang magagawa. And more on, napupunta sa kanila yung objective talaga with that blind na binibigay ng isang Graves.
Yes, and with the blind, sobrang laking tulong talaga, lalo-lalo na sa team fight natin. And napansin din natin na kailang steal etong Graves natin or si Fate dun sa side ng Sunsparks. And Omega Esports dito, kinulang lang talaga sila sa PC, sa right clicker na champion, which is the ADC natin, dahil nag-focus yung Omega dito sa more on magic, which is naging online naman pagdating ng late game. Pero yung pitas kasi kay Impressive, yun yung naging reason kung bakit din natalo yung Omega, dahil kakabuhay lang yung Baron nung namatay dito si Impressive. And napilitan dito yung Omega Esports na makipaglaban to 4v5, no? Sayang ang kunat ni JLC, but Sunsparks, Yasumiyaw, pinakita nila dito na hindi pa tapos ang laban natin. Gusto namin makakuha ng series para sa araw na ito, at mukhang malaki ang tsansa nga talaga nila na makakuha dito ng another panalo bar. Kaya ba nilang idala ng Sunsparks yung momentum nila dito sa game number 2, o babasahin na sila ng maayos ng Omega Esports?
Ang tanong na yan kasi Berting depende sa cheer ng Bebe Girls natin. But anyway, here is
Baby
the
Girls,
Oppo Reno 5 play of the game. Kitang-kita naman natin, Sunsparks sila ang may hawak ng bola in the early game. I think this is fate. Ito yung blind na nanakaw niya pa nga, yung Dragon against Omega Esports. That's one. At ito pa, this is Casual 5722 with his Moonfall, though in this highlight, hindi nga lang siya masyadong nag-shine on that highlight since apat yung katapat niya doon, men. Walang malakas na marami. Impressive. Yung Sonic Wave dito ni Impressive, parang gusto niyang makakuha sana ng Sonic Wave on that jungle creep, pero walang jungle creep na para makataka siya. Wala eh.
Yup. And gaya ng sabi mo, jungle kit, no? Sakit talaga yung nakita mo. Nauna pa si Galio. Nauna pa si Arrays mamatay kaysa kay JLC. Ganun kakunat yung Garin neto. Pero with the momentum na meron mismo, sila 5722 and the rest of Sunsparks, the snowball. Kakabuhay lang ni Impressive. Trying to teleport sa may bandang BR dito. Just trying his best na makakuha. Actually, yung Moonson din dito medyo napaaga. And ang ganda rin ng mga yung ibang shockwave ni time-lapse, Yasumiyaw. Pero walang mabilis sa follow-up yun sa side ng Omega Esports.
Alam mo kasi kung bakit, men. Masyadong lineup dito ng side ng Omega Esports is like skill dependent. Pero master of the match natin is of course 5722 with the beautiful Moonfalls coming from this Diana, man. I think this is item lock if I'm not mistaken, or almost item lock. Parang Berting may kunat factor and the damage din, men, ng isang Diana. Berting, ano masasabi mo dito?
Grabe, ganda. Feeling ko last item niya is the Gunblade, no? Para dito kay Diana. Sobrang ganda ng ginawa niya. Kung mapapansin mo, first item niya is the Nashor Tooth. Or ano ba tawag? Nashor Tooth kasi, pero yung iba din, Nashor Teeth daw eh. Pero, with the Nashor Tooth, di ba?
Ilan bang ipin yung nakita nila?
Hindi pala Nashor yun. I think Leech Bane ba yun? Nalimutan ko, Leech Bane, nalimutan ko. Pero, nakita mo yung items dito or atomization dito ni 5722. More on physical damage din talaga siya. Pagka person damage niya, isang palo lang, nabubura mismo yung mga champions sa side ng Omega Esports. And ang gaganda rin ng mga Moonfall na ginagawa dito ni 5722. Lagi siya nakakahuli ng 3, ng 2. And one of the reason din dito sa side ng Sunsparks kung bakit sila nag-i-inflict ng maraming damage. And yung sustain na binibigay ng Jana, also the Oriana, hindi sapat yun, hindi sapat yung Monsoon, hindi sapat yung barrier kasi kasi yung Kaisa or si Seth nakaka-preheat talaga. Yun isa sa mga factor talaga ng Omega Esports nung game number 2. Wala silang physical damage eh. More on more on magic talaga. Isang bala lang sila eh. And nakita naman natin, Sunsparks mas naging active sila, or mas naging maganda yung rotation nila dito sa game number 2. But still, Omega Esports, they need to adjust dito sa game number 3 para makuha nila yung series natin. Kasi sayang naman yung 50,000 points, di ba?
Yeah, sayang talaga. Bro, pang stars na yan later, bro. Pero anyway. Anyway, Sunsparks dito, nakabawi na nga against Omega Esports. Hopefully, makip nila yung tempo and sila naman ang makapanalo ng 50k points against Omega. But then Omega, paano to sila? Balik sila ng best of 1. Best of the best. Kasi 1-1 na sila parehas. Best of the best na talaga to. Manalo, matalo, matatalo ang matatalo, men. Mananalo ang mananalo. And I guess that's just Omega. I'm not sure kung nag-try lang talaga sila dito ng composition talaga, like without ADC, kasi nakita natin hindi nag-work. And talagang masyadong skill-based yung kanilang champions dito. Hindi gaya ng may Kaisa ka na at least kung cooldown man yung mga skills mo, meron ka pa naman ding power ng pang preheat lang o normal attack. Comparing dito sa line-up ng side ng Omega Esports na kailangan mong hintayin yung dissonance mo, yung sonic wave mo, dragon's rage, and everything. So, may hintayan factor dun sa line-up dito ng Omega Esports.
Yep, feeling ko game number 3 kailangan talaga mag-stick dito ng Omega Esports dun sa usually lineup na pinipick nila. Hindi sila pwedeng magbigay masyado dito sa Sunsparks kasi once na nakakita dito yung Sunsparks na opportunity na pwede nilang i-pick itong champion na to, hindi sila magdadalawang isip na pipiliin talaga. Alam mo naman, itong mga players ng Sunsparks, mga bata to, marami pang, ito yung mga, alam mo naman pag bata, pagdating sa professional scene, mga walang takot, no? Magutom na manalo. And yun yung difference pag veteran kayo. Kasi pag veteran kayo, nag-iisip ka pa eh. Pag bata ka kasi, laban lang ng laban.
Laban lang.
Kumbaga ang pundasyon mo doon is yung galing mo pumindot and yung game
Tapang
IQ
mo
mo.
din.
Pag veteran ka naman kasi is yung game knowledge, also the experience na meron ka sa mga past tournaments mo. Yun yung parang nagiging pundasyon ng paglalaro niya. Pero for these two teams na naglalaban ngayon, Yasumiao, nakikita natin na Sunsparks, kayang-kaya talaga nila sumabay sa mga top tier teams dito sa Wild Rift natin. Especially this is one of the best teams dito sa Pilipinas, no? The Omega Esports. And with the game number 2, nakita natin na talagang ahead sila pagdating sa bigayan. For game number 3 ba, tingin mo, Yasu, ano ba ang pwedeng mangyari?
Well, depende. Una niyan is Omega Esports, pwede silang bumalik dun sa nakasanayan nila. And baka kumbaga balik sila sa mas komportable sila or baka sila nga yung makapanalo ng this series. Or Sunsparks, pwedeng medyo may nabasa na sila dito sa side ng Omega Esports. Or lumakas yung cheering squad natin and all the Sunsparks.
Yung mga yung
mga
mga
buffer.
mga pom-pom girls ng ng Sunsparks, no? Well, hindi lang naman Sunsparks ang may taga-suporta dito. Syempre, Omega Esports. Meron din sila meron din silang sariling cheering squad. And for sure nakikita naman natin 'yan sa mga comments. And we know naman maraming fans itong magkabilang grupo na to. Pero for me, mas marami ata ang Omega because of the players, no? Dahil ang tagal na nila sa professional scene, especially for the League of Legends. So, nahihikayat nila yung mga fans nila na maglaro na rin ng Wild Rift, which is good, di ba? Dahil, eto na, mga kaibigan, yung ating previous picks and ban between these two teams, Sunsparks and the Omega Esports. And kung mapapansin nyo, they ban the Gragas and the Camille for the side of Sunsparks, while Omega Esports, bila naman nila dito yung Olaf and the Akali. More on jungle, no? And the Baron lanes, yung banning natin.
Yeah, indeed. Pero yung sa picking natin, parang Berting, pinakawalan nila nga itong kay JLC na si Garen. Medyo
si Garen.
Si Garen, men. Si Garen. Pero sa totoo lang, men, JLC o the Garen, hindi siya nag-fall off pagdating sa kakunatan. Hindi siya nag-fall off pagdating sa tapang din ng loob, men. And so far, so good. Maganda talaga yung Garen dito ni JLC. And maganda naman actually yung ginagawa nila. All of them performing well on that fight. It's just, hindi lang talaga enough. Wala silang enough damage. Wala silang ADC para mag-preheat lang from the backlines. Kasi, basically, ang pinoprotektahan mo lang dito is itong si Impressive. Impressive, hindi din naman siya always na nasa paligid ng isang Oriana or ng Janna. Kasi, ang isang Lee Sin, ang likot niyan, men. Ang hirap niyan sundan. And Oriana, Janna, wala naman yan masyadong mobility sa kanila. So, ang hirap nun kapag ka yung talent mo, men, tapos ikaw manager, tapos ikaw makeup artist, yung talent mo talagang takbo ng takbo. So, ang hirap habulin, pare koy. So, yun lang talaga yung pinoprotect nila, which is impressive. Always here and there, hindi mo masabi. Parang gumagawa nga siya dito ng pang-highlights niya, which is good naman din sa side ni impressive. It's just, I think hindi lang masyadong worth na protektahan. Kumbaga, may mas better pa sana na maproprotektahan na makakapag-preheat sa backlines.
Yup, and kung feeling ko lang din sa side ng Omega Esports, if ever na pumix sila ng sideline na mabilis bumasag sa mga turns, siguro pwede nating sabihin na pwedeng gawin ng Omega Esports yung ginawa nila nung game number 1, which is yung ginawa mismo ni Impressive using the Camille, no, na nag-split push niya. Kasi nakakita tayo dito ng clash in the early game na 4v5 dun sa may bandang DR. Pero ang ginagawa dito nung Oriana natin is nag-split push siya, di ba? Pero ang bagal niyang bumasag ng tower dahil hindi naman totally pang split push talaga itong Oriana. More on clash talaga siya doon. Siguro yun din yung naging reason dito ng Omega Esports or isa sa mga naging factor kung bakit din nahihirapan sila kumuha ng mga objectives. And gaya nga rin sabi mo, yung laking tulong ng smoke screen dito ni Graves dahil nawawalan ng vision mismo. Especially the smiter of Omega Esports.
Yeah, Lee Sin. But anyway, yun lang talaga nag-fall off yung side ng Omega Esports. The lineup, very skill dependent, and also poprotektahan mo yung isang champion na hindi masyadong worth or kumbaga hindi mo mahabol na protektahan. And I guess kung babalik talaga dito yung Omega Esports sa nakasanayan nila kung saan sila mas komportable. I think kasi kanina ang kinuha nila on the game 1, that's Kaysa, di ba? Sa kanila yan, sa side ng Omega Esports. What do you think? Draven? Kasi ang konti na lang nung marksman, nung ADC na pwede nilang piliin, kumbaga, na nasa current meta ngayon, which is Draven. Nakita natin yan paulit-ulit bago mag-end yung ating North Luzon Icon Series. So, pwedeng Draven dito, andun yung damage, and then also early, maybe hanggang late din. What do you think?
Dami. May Corky pa eh. Ang daming pwedeng i-pick sa totoo lang ng ng both tips natin. Pero kasi priority pick kasi dito ng Omega kanina is the Lee Sin and the Garen. And I think mas okay siguro kung pinik na lang nila mismo yung yung Garen. Tapos nagkaisa na lang din kagad sila kasi matik kasi pag kinuha mo yung Kaysa, usually may kasamang Brom eh. Siguro yun din yung inaalala dito ng Omega 9. Hindi natin priority etong dalawang champion na to. Mas priority natin yung kunat also the objectives na meron tayo. Pero dahil nga din sa late game potential mismo ng Sunsparks, Yasumiao, yun din yung naging reason kung bakit din wala ang sobrang kunat na rin or ang sakit na rin talaga ng mga normal attacks netong Sunsparks, especially dati sa Diana, Agrave, sa Fiora, and the Kaysa. We know naman itong apat na to, sobrang sakit ng damage. And even JLC, talagang nararamdaman niya yung damage. And take note yung second skin, hindi second skill. Second skin ni Kaysa, yung passive ni Kaysa is sobrang sakit lalo na pag nag-proc. Para siyang Bane para siyang bullet ni Bane yung silver bullet si Bane, di ba?
Kasi puputok din yan para sa isang Kaysa. And also, yun nga, pre-hit nga dito si Kaysa, may killer instinct pa siya, men. So, daman-dama din talaga dito ni Garen, lalo na yun dun sa bandang, yung tinry niya na i-contest sana ng mag-isa ni JLC, yung Baron. Well, ang dami niya namang katapat doon. Talagang damang-daman niya na walang takbuhan, men. Wala ka nang tatakbuhan. Parang maling barangay yung tinrash talk mo doon eh. But anyway, we're just waiting para sa draft and hopefully a better draft yan para sa side ng Omega Esports. And Sunsparks, hopefully magkaroon din sila dito ng draft kung saan sila komportable na gaya nung second game natin kung saan makakasabay sila dito sa Omega Esports.
Yan, speaking of better draft, yes, kailangan talaga nila na may magandang draft para dito sa game number 3. Dahil nga sabi natin, Yasumiao, sayang naman yung isang series, sayang naman yung 50,000 para dito kung matatalo ka lang, di ba? And take note, Sunsparks, hindi pa sila nananalo miski isang series and they really need this series para magkaroon din sila, masecure nila yung 50,000 points. Dahil alam naman natin, pagdating dito sa mga qualifiers or group stage ng Icon Series natin, only 2 teams lang ang kukunin natin sa kada bracket. So, this is sa South Luzon, tapos na po ang North Luzon. Naalala na ang King of the North, walang iba kundi ang Team Secret. And sumunod naman dyan is the Team NXP. At sino naman ba ang maghahari dito sa South Luzon? Maraming 4 na teams ang naglalaban-laban dito. Omega Esports, Sunsparks, Execration, and Team Liyab. At 2 lang po ang pwede makasurvive dito sa bracket natin. And as of now, this is the series number 3 for day number 1, game number 3, Sunsparks versus Omega Esports. Yasu, gaya nga nasabi natin, adjust lang ng adjust. Kailangan mo lang talagang mag-adapt sa game. Kailangan mo lang basahin ng mabuti yung players ng kalaban para mas lumamang kayo pagdating sa mga duel na meron tayo dito sa game natin. Pero ang tanong, Omega Esports, makakapag-adjust ba dito sa game number 3 or talagang tuluyan na silang babatain ng mga batang player?
Mga wise words coming from a wise man, Berting Magiting. Hindi naman mag-aapelido ng Magiting yan kung walang mga ganyan, men eh. But anyway, kung babatain nga ba ng Omega Esports dito, yung Sunsparks or I don't know. But anyway, lahat ng nasa South Luzon ngayon, ito yung leg na wasakan ng pangarap, kaibigan. Sado pa lang, men, qualifiers pa lang, wasakan na talaga ng pangarap. Ang daming known teams din, known na mga grupo dito na nalaglag at hindi pinalad. At itong 4 na to ang napili. Pero Anyway, lahat sila parang mga kings na rin kasi dito sa mga pangalan nila, no? Lahat na sila parang kings, parang mga lords. So, naisip ko, sinabi ko na to kay Gigi nung nakaraan, kung ang North ay may King of the North, men, Kings of the North, sa South, Overlords of the South. Diba? Kasi parang mga lords na yan, men, malalakas na yan sila Pero kailangan may isa lang natatayo sa kanila at the very top. Overlords of the South.
Isa lang ang pwedeng maging King of the Hill, mga kaibigan, sa buong Icon series natin. Pero dito sa South Luzon natin, dalawa naman ang pwedeng umupo. Pero ito na, Yasumiya ang ating drafting phase between Sunsparks versus the Omega Esports. Game number 3, our last game para sa araw na ito. And look at the draft or ban na meron tayo. Gragas and Camille, same bans to para dito sa side ng Sunsparks. No? Same din sa Omega Esports.
Same nga lang yung bans natin
so,
dito. And,
Diana?
Diana, yan.
Diana, tapos Lee Sin Garen ba ulit? Or Galio, I think. Galio we will pick or the Kaisa. Let's see. I think hindi mo na kailangan i-priority yung Garen ni JLC kasi if ever na gustong kunin ng Sunsparks yun.
Oh?
Camille ba?
Wait, ban si Camille
mali ata, mali
yata yung nakalagay sa ban natin, men.
Mali ata, pero okay lang yan. It is what it is. Naban na siya, pero na-pick pa rin siya. Pero Camille will be picked for the side of Omega Esports. Maganda ang first two picks nila. They pick the Brom to counter the Kaisa for the side of Sunsparks. So, ibig sabihin nito, if ever na pinik ng Sunsparks, etong Kaisa, mapipilitan silang gumamit ng isang Lux. But the Fiora is good to counter the Camille pagdating sa duel natin. Tama ba, Yaso? And there you go, Lux will be picked.
Yeah, pwede nga may pick. I mean, Fiora, magandang panapat nga yan kay Camille. But then again, pagka nag-lock sila dito para sa side ng Sunsparks, pwede nilang makuha yung Kaisa para sa side ng Omega Esports dito. Kaisa Brom, that's a duo na sort of ayaw mong makatapat and lalo na sa late game pero mas ipaprioritize pa nila dito etong si Ziggs. Going for the turret, going for the objective ba? Parang Berting.
Yap, ito yung usually lineup talaga.
Okay.
Ito talaga yung lineup. So wala pala talagang
Kaisa.
Wala pala Kaisa. Sorry guys, ngayon lang kasi natin nakita. Pero this is the normal lineup ng Omega Esports, Ziggs and Ezreal. We know naman kasi itong Omega Esports is more on the objectives, team play, and more on rotation as well. So we can say na Ezreal and the Brom is one of the most explosive duo pagdating sa Dragon Lane. But Sunsparks will pick the Cyclone guy and that will be the Wukong. And Draven is here with the Lux combination. Let's see kung kaya bang i-punish ng spinning axis ni Draven ang shield ni Brom dito. Pero last pick, syempre, Yasumiya, walang iba kundi the Garen, JLC.
JLC, Garen pa din. Kasi effective naman talaga yung Garen dito ni JLC. Ganina, ninonostra natin Kaisa. Well, Kaisa is ban. And I think this is the first time na ban etong si Kaisa. And then again, I think pantay na yung pickings natin. They both have ADCs. But Omega Esports dito, ito yung lineup na pang push strat nga, sabi mo. And with JLC on that Garen, men, kung meron ka ng secured na ADC na magpe-preheat, JLC, talagang buo na yung loob netong humarap, men, sa kahit anong sakuna na ibibigay sa kanya ng Sunsparks.
Eto, Yasumiya, mahihirapan si JLC dito na gawin yung ginagawa niya kanina. Also nung first series na tatapatan niya yung Dragon Lane because JLC is facing Draven and the Lux. We know naman, if ever na ma-light binding ni Lux, etong si JLC for sure, mapapanish no. And alam mo kasi pag Draven ka talaga, pag meron talaga nasisi in the early game, sobrang pwede mong patayin talaga yung champion. And with the lineup na meron dito yung Omega, we can say na this gonna be a 1-2-1 strategy. Ezreal mid lane or baka mag-stick sila sa 2-1-1. Tatapat pa rin dito yung Ez and the Brom dun mismo kay Fiora. Dahil Ziggs naman to, nakita naman natin kung paano maglaro yung Omega Esports ng Ziggs. Just clear the waves, wait for the level 5, tapos yun, tsaka siya maghihintay ng tamang opportunity na makapag-sideshell in the normal dun sa mga torrents natin. And Sunsparks, Yasumiya, more on physical, more on the crowd control as well. Cyclone mula dito kay Wukong, also the Moonfall para ka dito kay Diana. We can say na pag mayroon Cyclone, mabilis ang burst damage lang, no, para sa kanila.
Mabilis na huli lang. So, kailangan kapag may nahuli, bigay agad, buhos agad. Kasi they do have the damage coming from the Sunsparks dito, while Omega Esports, medyo Ezreal, hindi din naman masyado malakas sa una, and as well as talagang kailangan din talaga ng items para mag-scale siya later on, mid to late game. But also, you have to watch out for Ziggs. Yung mga bomba din kasi dito ni Ziggs ang lakas pang gulo. And also the Satchel, men. Pwedeng manggulo kasi dito yung Satchel neto ni Ziggs. Pwedeng ma-auto position dito si Diana, ma-stop yung Moonfall. But enough of us, more of the game. We are starting now the last game para sa last series ng ating Sunsparks versus Omega Esports. Tignan natin kung sino sa dalawang to ang mag-uwi ng 50k for the first day.
And eto na mga kaibigan, look at the lineup para dito sa mga teams natin. Also yung mga lanings na meron tayo. Sunsparks, Yasumiya versus the Omega Esports. Last game, gaya nga nasabi mo, mainit ang tarima na magkabilang grupo dahil anong oras na mga kaibigan at kailangan nang matapos itong laban na to. At ito na yung huling laro nila para sa araw na ito. Look at this, a 1-2-1. Ganun talaga ang ginagawa ni JLC, talaga mabilis ang clear hits, pupunta kagad siya dito sa baba.
Yup, indeed. And this time kasama niya na agad itong si Ziggs, itong si Arise, agad-agad, men. Light binding para sa dalawa. Hold up. Wait lang daw.
Level 2.
Picture muna. Tamang ano lang, tollgate lang. Pero napakasakit na nga na light binding. Arise, mapapakumit yan ng flash out. Pero konting pitik na lang kay Arise. Yatarp na siya. Pero he's still alive, he's still safe. Mapipilitan siya ditong mag-back. And that would be space para kay Draven na makapag-farm palalo at the bottom lane.
Yup, sobrang sakit. Nakita mo yung physical damage dito ng isang Draven. Talagang tumatagos yung damage. Pero ngayon na, lamang dito yung Sunsparks because Arise, napop niya dito yung flash. Also the barrier na meron siya. So we can say anytime na pwede siyang igo. Yasumiyaw ni 5722 dito sa may bandang gitna. While look at the Baron lane na meron tayo. Talagang pumapalag si Devil J dito kay Timelapse tsaka kay Stronger.
Kasi early pa lang naman wala pa masyadong damage dito itong si Timelapse unless i-receive niya lahat ng first kill dito ni Timelapse. Pero he will be committed ng isang Braum just to survive. Pareha silang low health doon. And Devil J, kahit medyo early, talagang tapat na tapat dito sa taas natin. Meanwhile, umiikot na yata si Wukong sa may bandang taas at pinasukan na nga sila doon sa may turret, under the turret. Pero still, buhay na buhay pa rin si Stronger at itong si Timelapse. And that would be space naman din para kay Devil J para makapag-farm ng maayos sa top lane. Pero meanwhile, at the bottom lane, JLC, medyo nawala yung tapang niya kanina. Sino ba naman tatapang doon? Light binding, sabay ka na neto ni Draven, Bertie.
Yung mga normal lang ni Draven dito, no? Ganyan-ganyan lang niya, pero masakit yan. Pero ngayon, mapapansin mo, Yasumiyaw, medyo nahihirapan dito. Pumesto si JLC because of the light binding na meron mismo yung ating Lux or si Maze. While Omega Esports, impressive, just waiting for the right opportunity na makapunta sa may bandang baba dahil warded dito and madedelay yung ibang membro ng Omega. Pero look at that, sasagayo, Yasumiyaw.
Yeah, meron ng Hextech, ultimatum dito, itong si Impressive, pero napakagandang light binding para hindi na makahabol dito si Impressive dun sa dalawa na nasa side ng Sunsparks. But here comes the ultimate coming from Draven. May tatamaan nga ba? No. Walang tatamaan. Whirling Dead. Kung natamaan siguro dito si Timelapse, I guess pwede pumasok si Devil J. Pero nandito rin naman, itong si Fade, nabibigyan na ng Fate. Itong si Ezreal. That would be the first blood na masesecure ng side ng Sunsparks. And I think transition on the tower or turret, hindi pa naman kaya.
Hindi pa naman kaya. Pero kita mo, yung ginagawa sa may bandang baba natin, Yasumiyaw, talagang nila-like bind nilang if ever na may pumuntang ibang miyembro ng Omega. But there you go, the recall, hindi aabutan ni Stronger yun para ma-delay mismo si si Fate. And as of now, Sunsparks, ladies and gentlemen, they have the advantage dito mismo sa 3-minute marks. Pero ang pinaghihintay talaga natin dito, Yasumiyaw, is the 4 minutes para dun sa unang dragon na meron tayo, and that will be the Cloud Drake.
Yep, indeed. Kailangan na lang mag-position dito kasi konting kembot na lang, konting segundo na lang, mag-i-spawn na yung ating Cloud Drake. And I think lahat gustong mauna doon sa pit. Pababa na ang lahat sa side ng Omega Esports at sa Sunsparks and ready na para sa mas malaking bakbakan para dito sa Cloud Drake na yan. We have Camille na maybe una silang mag-position. Talagang aurahan lang muna, parang Berting.
Tama ang Aura Bells lang, no? Yung magkabilang grupo dito. Aura Bells lang. Pero Omega Esports, mga kaibigan, ang unang pupwesto dito sa may bandang baler ng Dragon Pit natin. And look at this, walang katakot-takot. Yasumiyaw yung ibang miyembro ng OMG or Omega Esports. Yun ang tawag ng mga fans sa kanila. Samantalang sa may bandang top lane natin, Fiora, busy-busy. Pero dito sa may bandang banda, Yasumiyaw, magkabilang grupo.
Yeah, Hextech, pero Moonfall, magagamit yan just to dodge away. Tatlo yung humahabol sa kanya. And that would be a sure fall para kay 5722. One down para sa side ng Sunsparks habang Sunsparks dito tamang patsi-patsi na lang on the turret. I don't think na magko-contest pa sila on this Dragon, men. Kalahati na yung buhay ng Drake dito. Nandito si Fate na may slow pa siya ng mga bomba. Dito ni Arise, sure na nakahuli. Itong si paring Fate na paikot-ikot na lang doon sa may malayo for the Cyclone. But nakuha na nga ng Omega Esports yung Dragon na yan. Fate though, mukhang hindi pa siya ready harapin ang kanyang tadhana ng pagkamatay. May buhay pa si Fate, but then mawawala sa kanila yung Drake para sa side ng Sunsparks.
Yup, nakuha dito ng Omega yung Drake, pero ang kapalit naman nun, Yasumiya, walang iba kundi the first blood torrent for the side of Sunsparks. Alam natin dito, pagdating sa Fiora talaga, trabaho lang ang ginagawa. Kanina, ang ganda ng Moonfall dito ni 5722 sa gitna, pero hindi enough yung damage niya para ma-shutdown niya yung isang champion doon. And Omega Esports will get a kill doon, and hindi lang yun yung objective as well. Pero ngayon, lamang kahit papaano yung Sunsparks, Yasumiyaw, pagdating dito sa gold lead na meron tayo.
Yep, indeed. At mo ang Omega Esports. Ito yung mga moment na kailangan mong mag-face check sa mga bush kasi yung Omega Esports kapag pumuposition sila sa mga bush na yan, talagang nakakagulat yan eh. And Sunsparks, nakakaramdam din ng mga pagyanig sa lupa, men. Hindi rin sila nag-a-advance eh. Pero Rift Herald, mag-i-spawn na yan like right now. And Omega Esports, sila na nga na naman yung unang nag-umpisa ng laban sa Rift Herald. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, Arise, flash out, and flash in naman. Itong si Kuya nyo, Devil J, just to get the kill sana on Arise. Pero buhay pa rin naman siya doon with the help of JLC. But then, itong Rift Herald na to mukhang mahuhuli na sa party. Ang side ng Sunsparks, pero ito na ang party. Light mining para sa dalawa, and also the final sparks. Kaso nga lang, hindi masyado nang deal ng damage. Habang sa may likod, 5-7-2, magawa ng milagro sa may bandang likod nga na napabagsak niya. Itong si Timelapse with a double kill pa nga. The Cyclone on 3, I guess. At hinahabol pa nga nila itong si Stronger. Not too strong. Mapapatay pa, I guess, ni Fate or not. Buhay pa siya. JLC na lang tayo na tinagasa mukha itong si Wukong. Wukong is dead with a double kill again from this Draven na pre-hit lang sa may bandang likod. Berting.
Yup, oh my god. Kung mapapansin nyo doon kanina, mga kaibigan, the Moonfall para dito kay 5722. Nakuha niya yung tatlong players for the side of Omega Esports and mabilis ang burst kagad. Patay kagad yung isa. Di lang yun, tumagal kahit paano si 5722 to the point na nagkaroon ng free time dito si Zeds na makapag-free hit. And take note, that is a 4v5 clash. Out of position dito si Timelapse. Nasa harapan siya instead na nasa likod. Kaya na-punish din talaga siya dito ng ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks. And because of that, Yasumiyaw, lamang na ngayon dito yung Sunsparks. Even though na nakuha ng Omega yung ating Herald.
Alam mo, men, medyo tumatagilid dito yung Omega Esports. If you said kanina na ang lineup dito ng Omega Esports is going for the objective. Yes, nakukuha nila yung objective, pero when it comes to team fight, dun sila medyo nagkukulang. 5K halos yung lamang in terms of the network. Yung side ng Sunsparks, I guess, mga isang item yan, no? If I'm not mistaken. But anyway, Omega Esports dito, kailangan nila mag-step up kasi talagang ang grabe nung binibigay na damage dito ng Sunsparks. Even the backlines, men, nalulusutan ng Diana ng 5722. Pero meanwhile, at the middle lane, mukhang gusto nilang apihin ang nambubuli sa may middle lane. Pero nandito pa rin naman yung tropa, Bertie.
Yep, ang problema pala dito, no, Yasumiyaw, pagdating dito sa may bandang gitna ng ating laro is wala masyadong tank itong Sunsparks dito. So, if ever na ma-push or makuha mismo, maka-pick ups ng isang players, etong Omega Esports, ang laki ng posibilidad na baka mag-snowball itong Omega dahil sa lineup na meron sila more on kunat factor. And look at the item of JLC going to the meron siyang Tormel dito. Syempre, ang problema mo pa dyan is the Brom. Also, the Camille na makunat din talaga pagdating sa clash. And Sunsparks dito, kailangan talaga nilang i-hold Yasu yung advantage nila ngayon dito sa laban natin. Dahil kung hindi, anytime baka matalo sila sa game natin. And buhay na kagad yung ating Dragon, Yasumiyaw.
Yep, indeed. Buhay na dito yung Dragon, pero mukhang bakbakan muna sa mid lane. Kung sino mabawasan, silang hindi makakapag-Dragon maybe. Pero titignan natin, parang Berting, mukhang pababa na dito yung side ng Omega Esports and diversion using that Rift Herald at the middle lane light binding para kay
Sakit.
Brom sa may bandang likod. Pero ang sakit nga nun, men. Fate, medyo kumalahate yung buhay. Habang sinisimula ng Omega Esports, mamili kayo, tower nyo or yung Dragon. Pero mukhang ile-let go na nila dito yung Drake. Final Spark, of course, expected na neto ni Camille, expected na side ng Omega Esports yan na baka kunin nga ng side na, baka mag-final spark nga to steal sana yung Drake na yan. But palitan lang din ulit at Drake for a turret at the top lane, Berting.
Yep, palitan lang ulit. Pero kung mapapansin mo, hindi hinaayaan ni Devil J Yasumiyaw na makapag-push etong si Impressive sa side ng Omega Esports. So ito yung sinasabi natin sa game number 3, Yasu, nakapag-adjust na ang Sunsparks sa ginawang objective play netong Omega Esports at ngayon sila na naman yung pinaparanas ng strategy nila. Eat your own medicine, ika nga nila dito. And look at the items na meron mismo. Si 572 to Rabadon with the Roa or tama, Roa.
Oo.
Rado pa Ato. Tama, kala ko may ibang pero masakit na rin si Devil J, Trinity Force and the BRK.
Yep, indeed. And Sunsparks dito mukhang napapadalas yata si yung mga nice one baby, yun yata yung nagpapalakas sa kanila sa Sunsparks pero Omega Esports, I believe meron din sa kanilang nagna-nice one baby, pero Sunsparks ang mas lamang sa cheering squad, I believe. And Omega Esports, I think ang hino-hone nila dito is yung pagka-makunat ng kanilang lineup. Pero the damage, men, that Rabadon, dagdag din yan para kay Camille, kay Diana. Pero Final Spark, nakumita dito at the middle lane, pero hindi masyadong nagbigay ng gasinong damage yan. Just to clear the minion, I think. And also to stop the further aggression na pwedeng gawin dito ng Omega Esports. Pero meanwhile, Fate, makikita nila dito si Stronger. Nagamit na yung flash. By the way, impressive naman. Going for Fate. Cyclone will be used.
Uy, patay
and
ata.
Stronger, naku po. MIB, tatama sa isa. Kaso nga lang wala masyadong damage yan. Here comes Timelapse. Medyo pumapronta. Kaso hindi na sila maghahabol dito.
Uy,
and
muntik na.
muntikan pa nung true shot barrage, men. Very, very light. Konti na lang yung buhay na natira doon para sa tropa nating itong si Fate, Berting.
Isang kalabit na lang dito si paring Fate at makukuha niya na ang kanyang Fate doon, pero with the less damage mula dito sa true shot barrage, talagang nakasurvive pa dito kahit paano ibang miyembro ng Sunsparks and Omega Esports. Yasumiyaw, they will get the mid lane torrent dito. Final spark will be committed just to clear the minions, but the damage ay mula dito sa side ng Omega Esports. Nakuha na kanila yung kanilang objectives, nakuha pa yung Scuttler, Yasu, at mukhang mayroon tayong mainit na laban para dito sa game number 3.
Yep. Ito na yung Omega Esports. Even though lamang ng 2 kills lang din naman yung side ng Sunsparks against Omega Esports, lamang din naman sila sa, let's say, objective, the Dragons, 2 Dragon, and somehow the turret, first turret lang pala. Unang turret pa lang pala yung nakuha dito ng Omega Esports. Pero I think, baka yun na yung simula dito ng Omega Esports sa pag-take ng mga turret dito. Kasi ang pinaprioritize nga naman kasi nila is yung the Drake. Drake kasi nawawala yan, men. Yung mga torre nandyan lang yan. Pero ito, nandito daw si Stronger and Cyclone para sa dalawa with the light binding and a final spark connection and another Cyclone with the airborne. Kaso where's the damage? Medyo kulang. MIB, nangalahati yung buhay dito ni Zed. At si Fate pa nga, na-meet na ang kanyang tadhana. Mukhang napabalik siya doon. Pero here comes 5722. Arise with the Stacy surviving that assault. Carry from 5722, pero babalikan pa kita. Gusto kita, papi, pero 5722, buhay pa nga ba? Buhay na buhay pa, kaibigan, habang sa may bottom lane natin. Andito si Devil J, 1v1 with the Great One with the JLC. Habang mid lane, Hextech ultimatum just to get the kill on this Draven. And mukhang si Mace nagdadirkado pa yung buhay. With the Jamie, di natamaan ng tactical sweep, pero normal lang. With the sipa-sipa, pero 5722, right again. Napatay niya doon. Etong si Camille, but ang kapalit nun is ang kanyang sariling buhay, Bertie.
Yup, grabe, Sunsparks dito mga kaibigan ng Omega Esports. Talagang makikita natin na medyo dikit yung laban natin. Maganda yung light binding mula kay Mace, pero the position of 5722, masyado siyang malayo, masyadong malayo dito si 5722, pero if ever na nandun si 5722, we can say na panalo yung Sunsparks. Pero because of the light binding, napilitan din si Fate na pumasok dito, or yung Wukong natin na pumasok dun mismo sa dalawang naka-light binding and using the Cyclone, but the damage of Omega Esports is enough to punish the monkey sa side ng Sunspark at sobrang kunat din talaga Yasumiao ng Omega Esports dito. JLC, there you go, light fighting.
Light binding para kay JLC pero hindi masyadong enough.
Kunat!
Ibigay nila ng damage. Napakakunat nga. Ito na yung kaninang hinahasa ng side ng Omega Esports at medyo napapara dito si Faye. Pero pumasok na si 5722 with a football and the final star connection. Ezreal will be dying and JLC as well. Pero mapapanish nila dito si Diana at hinahabol nila dito under the turret yung side ng Omega Esports after kunin ng Omega Esports yung dragon na yun.
Biarata. Oo nga, ayun yung maganda, 'di ba? Kasama nila si 5722 na punish kagad, nabura kagad dito si JLC and si ating timelapse. Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban natin. Yasumiao, tingnan mo naman si Bandang Reaper.
Yan, napapronta dito. Well, si Stronger talaga ang pronta dito pero way too far. Impressive. Magiging impressive play nga ba to para sa kanya kasi sinisimulan na yung Baron. Low health dito. Itong si Fate. Pero anyway, makakasurvive pa rin yata siya habang pinupoke lang ni Devil J. Tinatanod lang sa may bandang likod pero pumasok na dito si Camille!
Oh my God!
Yung Nashor! Yung Baron pero nakuha din nila yung buhay dito ni Fate na very low health. Naubos dito yung side ng Sunsparks at mukhang matitira na lang. Itong si 5722. Anong magagawa mo? 2 versus 1 and mas nanaig pa yung Omega Esports doon, men. And that is Team Ace.
Oh my God! Official Team Ace brought you by Oppo Reno 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Omega Esports. Tapos ang boxing, impressive, literally impressive dito with a smite steal to get the Baron at mukhang wala
Diretso na
ang Sunsparks. Omega Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, wala nang ikot-ikot na pwede gawin to. Yasumiao dahil tatapusin namin ang game number 3. Just like that. What a steal mula kay impressive Yasu.
Indeed, Kuya Berting. And impressive. Very, very impressive. Well, I guess they have all the right. Low health yung mga nasa loob ng Baron Pit natin. Especially Fate. And medyo, hindi ko naman sinasabi na medyo suntok sa buwan yung Baron na yon, pero impressive, just doing impressive things, kaibigan. And ang lakas nila din kasi kumuha ng mga objectives, men. Oo, nakakakuha ng Torre dito yung mga yung side ng Sunsparks, pero sabi nga natin, men, ang Torre nandyan lang yan. Pero ang Drake, ang Baron, ang mga Scuttler, nawawala yan, men. But anyway, Omega Esports, impressive, just purely impressive, men.
Grabe, ang ganda na sana ng ginawa dito ng Sunsparks. Lamang na lamang sila, yes, in the early, also the mid game. But impressive.
Ooh,
look at the graph.
the swing,
oh my goodness. Look at the graph na meron tayo biglang, kumbaga kung si Ron Henley merong biglang liko, ito biglang baba.
Biglang baba, men.
Ganun na nangyari. And look at the item gap na meron tayo. Makikita mo talaga na lamang ang Sunsparks. Pero impressive. JLC as well. Alam dito, well, nakita ko na si JLC na bumili talaga ng teleportation. Pero well commended. Impressive with the smite play. Ibang klase yun. Sobrang crucial ang ginawa niya. And congratulations para dito sa Omega Esports. Yasumiao, what can you say about the game number 3? Alam ko marami kang pwedeng sabihin. Pero ako masasabi ko lang, ibang klase. Impressive na impressive talaga.
Well, men, maraming pwedeng sabihin talaga. Pero kung isa-summarize nga natin, impressive lang talaga, men. Pero it's different story talaga yon kung hindi nakuha ni impressive yon. Kasi sila pa yung medyo matatagilid ng vapor dito. And maybe mag-extend pa talaga yung game natin. Pero with that steal, not only the Baron steal, but also ninakaw niya din lahat ng buhay na nandun sa loob ng pit. And I guess, medyo na-confident doon si Diana sa pagtanod sa dalawa na underestimate niya yung power ng dalawa. Impressive. And also I forgot kung sino kasama niya doon, and napadugo na, actually I think napatay doon si 5722 nung habang tinatanod niya yung dalawa. And yun yung opening nila, impressive, to go in the Baron. And I think may mata din sila sa loob.
Yup, actually kasi pagdating sa Baron fight natin, no, Yasumiao, i-recall lang natin. Fate using the Wukong dito, wala na siyang buhay. Hinihintay na lang talaga dito ng Sunsparks na mag-smite dito. Pero impressive. Nakita niya kagad dito na wala na yung buhay yung Baron, wala na yung buhay mismo yung smiter ng Sunsparks. Ang inuna niyang patayin dito si Wukong para hindi kagad makapag-secure ng smite, at sinismite niya rin kagad dito yung Baron natin. And that is the reason why Omega Esports getting this series with a 2-1 standing. At ito na yung ating Oppo Reno 5 play of the game between Omega Esports versus the Sunsparks. Yung
Ang
at least,
ganda, ang ganda talaga ng mga moonfall dito ni 5722, no? It's just nagpo-fall lang dun sa may follow-up. Ito yung Baron fight natin. So, that's a Rise. Itong Ziggs, may Liandris na I think at this point. And ito yung medyo na pa-overextend. Itong si Stronger and Fate, ang baba talaga ng buhay dun ni Fate, man. May mata sila dun eh. Warded sa loob ng Baron. Kaya ready yung side ng Omega Esports para pumasok doon sa loob ng pit. Hindi sila nakapag-reward agad doon. I think, I was wrong na namatay doon si 5722, but still, after all, patay pa rin siya doon. Talagang wala nang lingunan sa likod. Marcha matatag. Diretso na talaga, Omega.
Omega Esports, mga kaibigan, after getting the Baron buffs dito, move forward, never backward. Yun ang naging motto nila dito. Hindi na nila pinansin yung mga kakabuhay lang ng miyembro ng Sunsparks. And there you go, master of the match. Walang iba kundi si Impressive for the side of Omega Esports using the Camille. And look at the stats na meron siya. Mahilig siya sa 7, no? And 384 sa Dayomos lang. Malalaman mo talaga na sobrang behind nila sa item. Talagang impressive. Just doing is impressive things, no? Ganun siya kagaling.
Indeed. Pero talaga, kung hindi niya nanakaw yung Baron na yun, ibang magiging storya natin. But anyway, it's Omega Esports ang mag-claim ng 50k, another 50k sa kanilang packet para dito sa ating first day ng ating South Luzon Icon Series, Icon Series, man. It's just Omega Esports. Ito yung hinahanap natin. Pero actually, kala natin Sunsparks ni lamang na lamang yung Sunsparks.
Ang Sunsparks pag nahuli ng light binding Yasumi, especially pag nandun si 5722, matik na meron talagang mabubura. And kung mapapansin mo yung ginagawa dito ni 5722 after the moonfall, talagang tinatarget niya sa moonfall. Even JLC gusto niya na rin patayin, pero ang target niya talaga is the Ziggs mula sa side ng Omega Esports. Talagang nagkataon lang na si Impressive is one of the players dito sa Omega na clutch talaga. We can say clutch time. Clutch time parang NBA lang eh. Clutcheries eh. No?
Clutch man, parang Valorant lang. But anyway, this is Wild Trip, kaibigan. And clutch is clutch, man. Impressive being impressive. Sunsparks, they almost had it. Pero almost. Never enough yan, man.
Never enough. And Yasumiyaw, day number 1 pa lang yun ng ating South Luzon Icon Series. Marami pang pwedeng mangyari, especially we still have bukas at sa linggo. And kung mapapansin mo, Sunsparks dito, wala silang napanalo miski isang series dito mismo sa unang araw ng Icon Series. Mga kaibigan, but still marami pang, gaya nga nasabi ko, marami pang pwedeng mangyari para dito sa Icon Series natin sa South Luzon. Top 2 lang po ang pwedeng kunin dito sa group stage natin. At nakita nyo na yung mga teams natin, Sunsparks versus Omega Esports getting a 2-1 standing para sa best of 3 series natin. Kami nga pala nakasama nyo para sa laban na yun. Ako nga pala si Verting Magiting. Kasama ko naman si Yasumiyaw at magbabalik kami. Diyan lang kayo.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' mess up your thing, show the whole world, nobody should know stand strong, One, two, three, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Keep up with me, come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Mac Club tomorrow?
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
We watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now. Yes!
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook Gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
Play League of Legends.
This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what
Okay, so this was probably the closest game we have seen yet
Agree.
here at the Sea Icon Series Summer Season. Omega Esports versus Sunsparks, a 2-1 in favor of Omega. And I just have to say, the moment that Yuko and I predict that it's a 2-0, that's when it becomes a 2-1. I mean, what is up with this day?
Yeah.
Anyway, Omega takes home 50,000 more Globe Cup points to add to their already growing bounty. And we just have a lot to talk about in this series. If you missed it, oh my gosh, you missed so much. But I just have to say, just starting off with this series discussion, in Game 3, was this Sunsparks' game to lose, or did Omega actually have the edge the whole time, even without that amazing steal? Osiris, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it was indeed back and forth, and no one's really on a one-sided position that they are the ones who's confidently going to win the game. So I guess it's already Omega's winning, but there's a big chance for Sunsparks to come back. But they got heavily denied by the steal. So I think it was Omega's doing great, and they deserve the win.
Yeah. I definitely agree so much. And just checking out the series highlights that we have over here, Yuko, I don't even know where to begin because Game 1 was so different from Game 2 and so different from Game 3. What are your overall thoughts?
Honestly, I can't words anymore. I can't find the words, okay? But let me just talk about that. It's fresh from our minds, that Baron Seal. Dude, JLC and impressive. I'm trying my best not to yell right now because they moved so well. They were in sync that even though that was a 2v2 or 2v3, initially it was 2v4, they made it work. And to top that off, they got Baron. The moment they got Baron, that was basically impressive, being very aggressive, being very confident, even though he has two champions underneath his Hextech ultimatum, he was sure he can kill it. And that's probably the silence coming in from JLC as well. And 13 minutes up until the last second, I was yelling in game number 3. I was in my seat, I have water beside me, and that was just so crazy. But also, let me just highlight something that one of our casters said. 5722, Diana and Yasuo has a somewhat similar ultimate. Why did I say that? It is both an initiator. So 5722 can utilize that, and Arise with the explosive minefield, he just focuses on clearing wave, and he uses that at some point in the mid lane. He placed it behind Fiora just so Fiora can't dash out, and she was forced to dash to the side.
No, I just have to say that I do know that Otlus earlier mentioned that I would be sad that, Galio has not won a match. Yes, I'm very, very sad for my chunky boy. But I do have to say, by the way, JLC, did anybody keep track of how many kilometers he ran? Because he was just running around the whole map and, giving these amazing, clutch chases. And there we go. That was the amazing steal we saw over there. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts?
Well, it was really good. A bit different that we saw from Game 1 to Game 2 is that Camille from Omega Squad really goes in or started the pathing with the Raptors, helped Diana because he's getting bullied by Ziggs. So they got the pressure. And then JLC, this is the 2-2-0 that Oculus told us. It's because Singe or JLC was forced to flash on the bot lane by taking the first wave. So he's getting freezed at the bottom side. He leached some experience to Diana to make sure that he gets that level 3, and both of them started going onto the bottom side to pressure it also. So it's somehow sharing the XP of the second and third wave for you to get that level that you need, because it adds another skill for you guys to answer back to the enemy. And onto this game 2, it was the same as how Devil J is being forced out to his lane as Fiora, because it's already a Janna and Orianna. So as Fiora, you're going to have a hard time taking those hits. So what he did, he moved into the mid lane, tried to soak up some XP, shared it with Diana from Sunsparks 5722, and then got back to his lane, goes up against Omega Squad duo Dragon Swap lane. And then from there, we are seeing answers from the lane swap, which is really good. I mean, it shows those potentials, shenanigans that we are seeing, and the same as the third. But all in all, the draft from game 2 is really looking good because you have the Graves that adds up to the firepower that denies the damage from Omega, and the Lee Sin aggression. They're falling apart, and then at that point, they're missing the key targets again and again. And as for game 3, it has been the Ziggs who's doing the work. Everyone is functioning. JLC, once again, back at it is Garen. Really good stuff for these guys.
Well, you know what? Yuko mentioned that we can't words right now, which
Yes.
is really great that we do have company. We do have a very special guest joining us right now. We have Stronger from Omega Esports joining us for our post-show. Stronger. Oh, the whole Omega Esports. Hello, everyone. Hello. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations to you guys for being so dominant today, for winning 2 series today. First up, I need to ask about that steal. Can you talk us?
Please.
What went through? What was going on? What were the comms like when that steal happened?
Dun sa steal, bali yung comms ng team talaga is nagsabi na lang sa impressive na tiwala kayo sa akin, guys. And lahat kami pinapanood namin yung every second ng game. Tapos wala na, instant na lang ganun na nangyari na. And then,
I just
sigawan
have
na.
to say, I just have to say, like, I wish I could be that confident and play that way. Osiris, I know you have a question yourself.
Yeah, I mean, from what happened from preseason, what are your preparations going into group stages that gives you the next level play? What did you fix from all of those mistakes?
Siguro yung number 1 yung break. Kasi we've been practicing ever since na-release yung Wild Rift. And then we went to the point na na-burn out na kami. So after namin mag-qualify nung second day sa South Luzon, nag-take kami ng break for 1 week. And then lahat yun, fresh mind, fresh lahat, excited.
Yeah, and follow-up question, what was the idea why Impressive started jungling from Raptors instead of the red buff?
Kasi may instances na yung mga kalaban nag-mid lane yung support saka AD. So kapag ka nag-ganon sila and nag-red start kami, may chances na i-invade lang nila.
Okay.
So may hirapan kayo, sir.
I think it's so interesting that you guys took a break and came back even stronger than ever. Yugo, what about you? What are your questions?
All right, so first off, congratulations for that beautiful win. It was definitely, it kept us at the edge of our seats. We were screaming, we were yelling, even though we were not the casters. But my question is a tad bit more light. Who does the shot calls in your team?
Yung final shot call, mostly sa akin, pero collective yung idea kung paano namin lalaruin yung game. So, lahat kami nagsha-shot call din.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's good to know that everybody on Omega Esports is on the same page. I do have one last question for you guys, and I feel like this is very important. I want to know what was going on when you guys did that little dance at the end of game 1, that little circle. I do have to ask, was that a circle an O for Omega?
Siguro para may enjoy din namin yung game kasi mas masarap pagka na-enjoy yung game yung sa akin. Confidence.
That is really great, and you know what, I love the energy. I love that you guys took a break, came back stronger, and of course are enjoying the game. It really does show. And last but definitely not least, I know you guys have friends and family who are watching. Do you maybe want to greet them?
Okay. Shoutout sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, mga boss namin, si Boss Pat, Boss Vico, lahat ng Omega family dito sa bootcamp na kasama namin. Siyempre, family and friends. Si kay Saya for helping din. Sa sa baby ko. Ayun siya. Shoutout ka, ayun. Nananalig sa kanya. Ikaw, buhay kayo ng mayata.
Shoutout sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, guys. Shoutout sa family ko. Nadapaman kami, pero babangon pa rin kami, guys. Saan yan?
Nice.
Shoutout sa
Very
family and
nice.
friends ko at kay Arin.
Ayun,
Shoutout din sa'yo, Arin. Ingat ka lagi.
Sa akin, shoutout sa family ko, tsaka sa UST
Shoutout sa'yo,
community.
Carl.
Shoutout sa nanonood sa mga stream namin. Mabuhay kayo hanggat kailan nyo gusto.
Shoutout sa Samoy ako dyan, Samoy. Ikaw ang nagpapala sa akin. Thanks. Dan Edric de la Cruz.
Shoutout din sa'yo pa na nanonood kahit wala siyang maintindihan. Basta pag naririnig niya lang yung arise, natutuwa na siya.
Aww, cute, guys. Thank you so much. Some very special people, of
Congrats.
course. Congratulations to you guys, Omega Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all, and good night. All right, you guys, that was a really, really fun
Yes.
interview.
It was
and
cute. It was cute.
I do have to say
Yeah, it was wholesome.
the response to the call to that steal actually did surprise me. I wish I could just say, guys, I got this.
I got this.
Chill. Believe in me. I wish I could just do that also in everything that I do in life. But just wrapping up everything before we check out the standings that we have. Osiris, any last words? Maybe some quick thoughts overall on today.
Just a quick thought. This is indeed the group of death. It may not be 2-1, but there's a big reason why we're getting 2-0s, and because everyone is really deadly and they're on point right now.
Oh yeah. What about you, Yuko?
One word, crazy. And I just say one. I was so happy to be able to be the panel for this day, and to everyone that's watching right now, whichever platform you are, thank you so much for watching and supporting in this tournament. Please keep on supporting the teams as well as this tournament, because it just goes to show how powerful and how much power Wild Rift can have here in the Philippines.
Definitely. And I mean, we just met, for example, one of our teams. There's just so much energy over here in this community, from the players, from everybody here. Let's check out the standings that we have so far for day 1. And, we still have, of course, 2 weeks left here at the South Luzon group stages. Omega Esports, I believe, is now on top, but keep your eyes glued to this, because this is going to definitely change within the next few days. Omega Esports on top, Liyab Esports following in second, Execration in third, and Sunsparks in fourth. Now, we do have to say, that Sunsparks actually came very, very, very close to Omega. I believe if it was not for that steal, maybe something would have happened. It's so exciting that it comes down to even the very last second, milliseconds even, in this game for this group. And as it stands overall, this is our overall standings. Of course, you're checking out North Luzon. We had Team Secret on top. Currently in South Luzon, Omega Esports is on top. But again, this is still day 1, and that is most definitely going to change. Checking out the total Globe Cup points that we have per team, we have Omega Esports with 100,000 Globe Cup points, Liyab Esports with 50,000 Globe Cup points, and Execration and Sunsparks to be continued. Stay tuned for that. In the next few days, I'm pretty sure that will no longer be a little dash that you're seeing over there on your screens. So, of course, we do also have other winners other than Omega Esports and Liyab Esports. We have 4 very special people from the community who have done the given instructions for today's giveaway, who will be getting 380 wild cores. And the winners are, thank you so much, guys, for keeping track of all of those hashtags that we said at the beginning. Thank you so much to Chule Tan. I have to ask, is this actually Chule? Ashley, the Octon Tesoro, Alfie Nebres, and Robert Rojo for winning. Congratulations. 380 wild cores will be going to you guys. Please feel free to message the PPGL Facebook page to claim your prize. I do have confirmation that's not actually Chule from Next Play Esports. I think it would be very unfair. He just happens to share the same name. He's probably really good at Wild Rift too, maybe. And anyway, thank you so much, of course, to everybody who tuned in to watch. And of course, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon series here. Thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe for organizing this event as well.
And experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches, full HD plus AMOLED screen display with 4,310 mAh and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,399. At syempre, hindi magtatapos dyan. Nandito ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na-GG. Fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, if you bring your clay game, do not forget to bring you and your friends online as we get hashtag OL together now. Of course, you have Globe with Go Esports. They have a lot of stuff in store for us. They have programs led by the pros. They have stream rates, and of course, they have local and international tournaments right here. Do not forget to download the Globe One app and click on that Virtual Hangouts tab to keep updated for the Globe Virtual Hangouts. And while you're waiting for those updates, I'm sure you guys saw the skin Impressive has and all of the different skins our players have. You want that too. And to elevate your Wild Rift experience, don't forget to top up on Coda Shop using your Globe SIM.
I actually need to top up. I need to top up.
Gotta top up.
I
Same.
need to. I want that smite steal.
Before my nightly game. I know, yeah. That about wraps up the first day of our South Luzon group stages. Let's actually check out what day 2 is going to be like, because you can be rest assured that Execration and Sunsparks, they're probably gonna want revenge by this point. And match 1, we do have Execration versus Liyab Esports. Match 2, Liyab Esports versus Omega Esports. And match 3, Execration versus Sunsparks. Now, this day, it's been a very interesting one indeed, and it certainly didn't go the way that we expected. But, now the cards, I believe, are on the table for all of the teams currently. And as I mentioned, Execration and Sunsparks, they will most definitely put all of the info that they saw today to good use. So tomorrow, I don't think we're going to be seeing the same Execration and Sunsparks. We're probably going to be seeing an updated one with all of the information downloaded. But you know what? We'll find out tomorrow as the South Luzon group stages continue. Mika Fabs with Cyrus and Yuko over here on the panel. And on behalf of the whole production, thank you so much for watching. We will see you guys tomorrow. Till then, stay healthy.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up.